Stories are one of the oldest surviving human traditions. Tales are told, recounted, revised, and iterated upon over and over again through millennia in patterns so beloved and understood that the love letters of trope and parody stand upon pillars of reference material so ubiquitous that we sign away their foundational pieces to the nebulous culture over the specific art. Even with the absurd wellspring of history and ideas to pull from before considering the translation of personal, ongoing lived experience, creating and telling stories can remain challenging. Self-doubt and a perceived lack of original thought, inability to express ideas, or simple formation of coherent and followable plotlines can drive interested people away from the multimedia activity the second childish innocence and obliviousness gives way to social awareness. Removing aspects of difficulty from storytelling presents an avenue for new contenders to enter the ring, hence the prolific nature of fanfiction. Establishing a tale with existing elements from another story, in any combination of plot, premise, characters, or setting, without any expectation that these elements of derivation be made more subtle, offers opportunities for the flexing of a creative muscle. What ifs and this buts become a sandbox to play with expression through words and dialogue in a format more narrative than the art of poetry. Prose provides a different set of rules of canon that are just as flexible and nebulous as the rules of storytelling have been since their inception. An alternative way to alleviate the pressure of storytelling is through collaborative effort. For the past few years, I've found myself around a table with my friends anywhere between 1 to 3 times a week, telling collaborative stories in the form of tabletop role-playing games. Whether I've been watching my players struggle with the harsh environments of strange outer-world planets in the sci-fi world of Lancer, or wrestling with the divine influences behind an approaching fantasy world war as vampire valley girl Beatrice Toehopper Sunscale from the other side of the screen, my friends and I have been creating and sharing stories with each other and establishing shared thematic canons of ideas that resonate with us. Even characters that never reach the table, such as my Lancer pilot Grimmy Tinnaclay, explored ideas of isolation and emotional barriers in ways that create a shared tale between me and the potential game master. There is a progeny of options between the tabletop role-playing game and a linear story that emulate this idea of collaborative storytelling. Choose-your-own-adventure novels and magazines have comfortably operated in the same realms of fantasy and sci-fi that TTRPGs have since their migration out of the wargame sphere. In return for the author gaining more control over the narrative and characters at the cost of agency of the reader, choose-your-own-adventure tales gain the benefit of enhanced structure and not suffering long-term consequences at the hands of ad-libbed, improvised decisions a game master may have to make at the table. The clunkiness of cascading consequential non-choices in these books, as in the "if you have acquired the skeleton key, turn to page 19, otherwise turn to page 31, was later alleviated through the methodology of interactive electronic entertainment. To cut the verbose bullshit, video games are an extension of the choose-your-own-adventure novel. This is most blatantly true in the realm of text-based adventures, which are, in essence, choose-your-own-adventure novels that expect the reader to input their own prompts, drawing a curtain where the paperback previously broke the fourth wall by naming specific page numbers. No longer could the player glimpse endgame spoilers as they flicked through the book. Now they had to grapple with the pseudo-language structure of finding the correct methodology to communicate with the computer. Modern-day applications in the form of dialogue trees, event flags tied to key items, and alignment systems that alter endings all have their feet rooted in the origins of audience agency in storytelling. The nature of audience agency in stories has created wellsprings of questions authors have explored and grappled with throughout literary history. Andrew Hussey's Homestuck frames its storytelling through the lens of text input adventures, grappling with themes of predestination that clashes and ripples with the early webcomics usage of a user suggestion box for prompting character action. Kotaro Uchikoshi's Virtue's Last Reward explores the idea of a branching narrative only being made cohesive by exploring all paths. An idea most beautifully summarized in-game by a comparison to the inability for a termite to understand the massive relative scale of its nest. Kotaro Uchikoshi was also heavily involved in the creation of Tukyo's games' The 100 Line Last Defense Academy, a visual novel with strategy RPG elements co-directed by Uchikoshi and Danganronpa series writer and designer Kazutaka Kodaka. 100 Line marketed itself as having 100 unique, original endings that each offered a satisfying conclusion to its narrative. While of the 100 endings, not all managed to meet this mark, the wellspring of options and how they're accessed present a unique set of answers to the questions audience agency has presented in storytelling. To create this series of endings driven by player choice, the writing team on 100 Line had to take an approach to narrative construction that strays from the storied path. With the exception of a more linear anti-colonial narrative approach to understanding 100 Line, the only way to access 100 Line's more nebulous concepts of agency and its plethora of themes is to disregard a learned understanding of how to read stories. We're going to bastardize the term, death of the author, and ignore Kazutaka Kodaka's pleas to stop once we find an ending that satisfies us, and instead use the concept of death of the author correctly as we explore what each and every route of 100 Line has to offer in order to understand its broad metatextual ideas. Over the course of this essay, I will be jumping across different routes from 100 Line's many different branching paths, occasionally at a breakneck pace if a given idea resonates across multiple routes and needs to be substantiated. As such, experience with 100 Line should be assumed knowledge. Given the insane breadth of 100 Line, however, I considered it prudent to very quickly go over the premise of 100 Line, and quickly touch upon some important points of information from across the routes. But taking a quick overview would be a fool's errand for a game as insane in scope as 100 Line. The original upcoming brief summary that covered significant notes from 100 Line's extended prologue, brief character summaries for the playable cast, and notes on significant plot points from various 100 Line routes that permeate narrative elements to the point of being assumed knowledge, was no shorter than 1,500 words. Upon completing this summary, I also recognise that there is a potentially large subset of the audience that are entirely unfamiliar with 100 Line's opening 30 hours, and would have needed more than a brief overview to access this piece. I'm going to pass on my usual required reading style of approach and offer an extended summary of 100 Line's 100-day prologue in form of prose, followed by a dot-pointed summary of narrative features of many routes beyond this we won't have time to slow down for, totaling just under 4,000 words and around 7 pages of this Type 11 font script. If you don't feel the need to watch a narration of the first segment of 100 Line, with a focus on the portions of the game that will be relevant to the rest of this essay, please skip ahead to this timestamp for a summary of relevant plot beats from other routes. If you're unfamiliar with 100 Line's first 100 days, I'd advise just continuing through with the video without interruption. Please do note, this is a summary of roughly 40 hours of content, and as such makes certain concessions for accuracy's sake and doesn't carry any of the emotional or narrative weight of the game. I would highly recommend either playing 100 Line or at least watching a playthrough before progressing any further. Without further ado. Citizen of the Tokyo Residential Complex, or TRC for short, Takumi Samino, awakens in a mysterious school after seeing his idyllic, simple life torn apart by the appearance of strange, plushy-like monsters that wreak havoc across the complex and nearly kill his childhood friend, Karuo Kashimiya. Awakening alongside 9 other people his age, mascot-like robot Siri informs the group they have been drafted into the Special Defense Unit, or SDU, to serve 100 days of military service protecting the last defense academy that they are currently within the walls of. The SDU are tasked with fighting off the plushie-like characters from the intro, known as invaders, from reaching the enigmatic defense room, which they are told contains the key to saving humanity. Both the defense room and the school are protected by purple ever-burning fire, called the Undying Flames, which indiscriminately incinerates all organic material that enters its bounds, The undying flames can only be moved through with the help of special extinguishers that the school houses, or an unseen technologies the invaders seemingly have access to, which they use to attack the school in waves. The students of the SDU use a power called Hemo-Anima to transform into their class armor and acquire their class weapons, which are tied to their personalities and skill sets, powered by an enigmatic and supernatural force known as Cryptoglobin. These class weapons, alongside the Undying Flames, are the only tools capable of hurting the invader commanders, far more human-like masked opponents who transform into large boss monsters in a fashion similar to the SDU's transformations. Over the course of 100 days, the SDU suffer setbacks and deaths among the group as they defend the school from the invaders, absorbing the enemy commander's Cryptoglobin to become stronger themselves. Briefly following the arrival to the school known as Last Defense Academy, many of the students are reluctant to fight as requested of them by Sirei, who had previously appeared to grant Takumi Sumino and each of them their Hemo-Anima powers to help them fight off imminent death in the Tokyo residential complex. A majority of these characters are unconvinced by Sirei's demands. Threats to blow up the bombs that have been surgically implanted into the students fail to convince them, as they recognize that blowing them up would mean they wouldn't be able to fight anyway. In the evening, Takumi Sumino sees a strange boy shrouded in purple flames. He seems to be trying to speak, but Takumi is unable to hear anything. Soon alarms indicating an invader attack begin blaring. At the first sight of invaders, the only students who defend the school in 100 Lines strategy RPG combat mode are Takumi alongside 3 others. Takemaru Yakushiji, a rough biker type whose weapon is a motorcycle and bat. He's also a real community guy whose crew was the elderly people in his area that he did strength training with. Hiruko Shizuhara, a cold, composed character who seems the most comfortable in their new situation, though she gets a bit too excited with the prospects of using her axe to murder invaders. And Darumi Amamiya, a pop culture reference spouting maniac super nerd who just really wishes this was Danganronpa, shoots knives through portals Gate of Babylon style. During this fight, the first commander appears, transforming from masked humanoid to large dragon beast in a way that unsettles the fighting students in its similarity to their own transformation style. Darumi is promptly killed by this figure, revealing to the SDU and player alike that Last Defense Academy has a machine called the Revivomatic, capable of resurrecting students given their body has enough Hemo-Anima and they are within the range of the school. The commander retreats on the precipice of defeat, and Sirei returns to trying to convince the rest of the Special Defense Unit to fight. After a lot of probing and posturing from Eito Aotsuki, a reserved boy with long-standing health issues, who's always happy to see friendship and teamwork in action, Sirei agrees to try and convince the enigmatic higher-ups to provide more information to the otherwise clueless Special Defense Unit, given they have agreed to fight after receiving this information. Sirei promptly goes missing overnight after declaring this, and anxieties grow among the students as days roll by without Sirei returning. Eito sneaks out of the school by himself and almost dies before being rescued by the other fighters minus Hiruko. During this escapade outside the school walls, Eito found a portion of the badge on Sirei's hat alongside one of the invaders that attacked him while he was outside school grounds. The next day, Hiruko and Takumi leave the grounds again to find the rest of Sirei's body destroyed in a bin near where Eito was found. The commander returns for a second attack. This time Eito joins the defense squad, wielding a massive scythe. After the commander is defeated, Hiruko demands that it is finished off. When the rest refuse, Hiruko uses her Infuser, the tool that allows the SDU to transform, to stab the commander and absorb their power. Over the next few days, Hiruko attempts to convince the rest of the students to fight by withholding food and threatening to force them to leave Last Defense Academy. After Takumi's attempts to convince students with gifts and persuasive words has mixed results, Takumi and Eito plead with Hiruko to not evict the rest of the students, and she promises to share information she has that the others don't know the next morning. Doing her best Sirei impression, Hiruko goes missing before this can happen. No one is able to find her, both inside and outside of the school, leaving the entire group rattled when the next defensive battle begins, preceded once more by the appearance of this strange burning ghost to Takumi. To assist the remaining fighters, their ranks are bolstered by the convinced. Enter Tsubasa Kawana, Among the more normal members of the group, Tsubasa is a mechanic in training and plays straight man to shenanigans when Takumi is unable to. Her weapon is a decked-out ATV, and she has a penchant for throwing up the moment a situation becomes stressful. Alongside Gaku Maruko, an orphan from an adoptive family ranking in the double digits of children, very outwardly me-first and highly money-motivated. This emotional pessimist swings around a massive minigun on the battlefield. The group defeat the triplicate-splitting commander and absorb their cryptoglobin. The efforts of the SDU to search for Hiroko, who supposedly has answers to their copious questions, are emboldened by this victory. On an expedition outside of school grounds, Takumi is mysteriously knocked unconscious by a whack to the head while hiding from sudden rain and awakens in a place incredibly similar to his room. Takumi has ended up at second to last Defense Academy, a very similar location, missing the undying flames and with a much smaller cast of students. The students being Kyoshika Magadori, a girl who grew up in the woods and, with her entire frame of reference for society, is shonen manga. Talks to her sword, the Holy Jumanji sword, which she uses to fight alongside a proper hemo-anima blade. Yugamu Omokage, an assassin by trade whose self-applied body modifications allow him to stretch his limbs. A psycho who left the assassin trade because he wants to only kill those he loves. Uses hand blades alongside toxins in battle. Kurara O Suzuki, incredibly rich girl who lords in her station and views others below her, though this confident demeanor disappears whenever her tomato mask does. Builds turrets on the battlefield. These outlandish characters are commanded by Nigo, who looks similar to Sire but is far less capable, confident, and informed about the war. The final student Takumi meets from the second-to-last Defense Academy is Nozomi Kitafuji, a girl unable to use hemo-anima and instead relies on artificial class armor, and focuses on support in battle with her mediocre replication of her allies' supernatural powers. Takumi Sumino is immediately taken aback by Nozomi's similarity in appearance, voice, and demeanor to Karuwa Kishiyama, his childhood friend from the Tokyo residential complex who he continues to dream of at Last Defense Academy, and his reason to continue fighting. Nozomi, throughout the story, will continue to deny any knowledge or relation to Karuwa. The second to last Defense Academy is also down one student, the bombastic wrestler girl, Moko Mojiro, who was kidnapped by invaders in the last attack. When a commander far more powerful than anything they've ever faced attacks, Nigo informs Takumi that second to last Defense Academy was intended to just be a decoy school, and entrusts him with a bus that will bring the rest of the students to Last Defense Academy. Takumi returns to a shocked but delighted group of original students, and tensions quickly form between the two groups as the next battle approaches. Next to join the fighting squad is Shoma Genzaki, an entirely self-loathing small boy who has an allergy to violence. If they're not busy comparing themselves to garbage, they're more than likely keeping Last Defense Academy running with their exceptional amount of menial tasks they complete. Before he joins the battle, he continues to slowly dream of and remember details about the past, including each member of the SDU, including the second Academy members, spending time in a research facility in a place called Kamakura General Hospital, which none of the other students remember. A butting of heads with Kurara leads to Shoma and Kurara entering into a fight. Training alongside Takamaru grants Shoma both an incredibly buff body temporarily, and the will to fight in the next defensive battle, where his unique physical and mental defenses make him the ideal candidate for defeating the mind-controlling commander that is their foe. The ghost appears once more before a figure stumbles through the Undying Flames wall. Moko Mojiro has found her way to Last Defense Academy. She promptly collapses and falls into a sleep for several days. During this period, Kako Tsukumo, the pink-haired detective-obsessed pseudo-psychic, asks Takumi to convince Ima, her marginally older, overprotective, and obsessive twin brother, to let her fight on the battlefield too. Fellow non-combatant Ima follows up by asking Takumi to convince Kako not to fight instead, offering to take her place on the battlefield should he convince her properly. Takamaru's frustrations with Ima boil over at this point in the tale, which leads to Ima stabbing Takamaru, leaving him out of commission for the upcoming fight against a commander who controls mist and fog. Ima, however, has been inspired by Kako's newfound self-reliance, and both join the battlefield. Ima's wings and Kako's sniper rifle serve as the key to defeating this commander, who takes off her mask to reveal a strikingly human face underneath. The SDU recognises the signs of surrender, even if they fail to understand her as they have with each commander before, and take her prisoner, keeping her inside a cell in the courtyard that dampens the powers of Hemoanima. Nozomi and Takumi overcome some of the awkwardness between them during a duo expedition outside the school grounds in search of some medicine for Moko, who is still asleep. By the time they return, Moko has awoken of her own volition. A somewhat disconcerted Nozomi has her suspicions made real when it's revealed Moko was simply a shape-shifting commander, who the students defeat. Without time for the SDU to rest, the prisoner escapes detainment. Ima has also disappeared. During the spare time between each of these events, the cast have been using the school's library to try and learn more about the situation they find themselves in. They discover the concept of world death within a book, detailing how humanity's haphazard treatment of the planet led to this phenomenon that caused Earth to begin destroying itself. Through Nozomi, they further learn that what the large white orb in the sky they believe to be the moon, which no Tokyo residential complex resident had seen before, is actually the artificial satellite, the supermassive building that houses the TRC. In their search for the prisoner and Ima, the SDU discover an invader base, and a small team sets off in a bus to attempt to find Ima and attack the invaders there. They manage to defeat another commander in the process, but fail to find Ima. Defeating a commander here is significant because Nozomi has begun to suffer from cryptoglobin rejection symptoms. She reveals secretly to Takumi that she was a volunteer for a program to allow for normal humans to use Hemoanima, a research project her mother worked on. This is why Nozomi can fight invaders in an artificial suit. Absorbing the Hemoanima of another should allow her to stave off the symptoms. The next commander to attack Last Defense Academy arrives in the form of a giant worm that has Ima transfused onto its body. Yugamu offers an orally ingested poison that is designed to kill commanders to the group as a solution that could allow for them to rescue Ima, a poison he developed using samples from the prisoner before she escaped. Nozomi offers to take the concoction and gets swallowed by the enemy commander, which works! Nozomi survives scot-free, but Ima's body is still falling apart. Yugamu rescues Ima by transporting his brain into the repaired body of the still shut-down Sirei, granting Ima access to portions of Sirei's data alongside the ability to understand the language of the invaders. However, the potentially surviving Nigo may have actual full memories as opposed to all the information Ima is missing. A small group sets off to the second-to-last Defense Academy where they find a commander capable of winding back time attempting to repair Nigo. In the following battle, Nigo is fully destroyed. There is no time to rest, however. Driving through the Undying Flames wall around the original school sends Takumi and the rest of the students into a bizarre illusion of generic anime high school life. The flaming ghost appears within this dream and begs for Takumi to wake up, helping him realize he's been placed in a trance by the currently attacking commander. Gaku begins playing mopey music from the festival he had put on weeks before, one of many group activities that Gaku helped organize over the past 80 days for morale of the SDU. This commander's defeat is followed by the arrival of the Supreme Commander, which Takumi met at second-to-last Defense Academy. Ima translates for her to the group. She offers them a way out. Give up the object they're defending in the defense room and she will give them a ship capable of returning to the artificial satellite. The group are given 6 days to mull over their decision, but most seem determined to return. They have been fighting with no real motivations or understanding of their objectives. The only one adamant on staying is Nozomi Kirafuji. However, the information that she was a willing participant is somehow linked to the group, and she finds herself ostracized from everyone bar Takumi. When day 93 rolls around, the Supreme Commander returns with the ship in tow. With everyone bar Nozomi and Takumi inside, the whole plan is revealed to be a trap as she kills Ima in Sirei's body, and the ship turns out to be a prison similar to the ones in the courtyard. Takumi and Nozomi free the students and defeat the Supreme Commander, but it comes at the cost of Nozomi's life. Before Kako can take out her vitriol on the dying commander, Takumi gains the ability to understand her through absorbing her cryptoglobin. She refuses to offer him any answers to his questions as Nozomi dies in his arms. In her dying moments, Nozomi is revealed to have the same massive scar as Karuwa, and refers to Takumi by Karuwa's own nickname for him, Taki. Nozomi trails off in her last moments as she questions how she could forget. A bewildered Takumi agrees with Eito that the group should enter the defense room and find out what they've been fighting to defend this whole time. Before they can enter, the ghost reveals himself to the whole group. Takumi is capable of understanding him as he did during the illusion. He reveals that his real body is inside the defense room, and he is going to be used to launch a series of missiles that will kill all life on the planet once charged on day 100, so that humanity can return. Unsure what the intended fates for the SDU are, the Undying Flames boy, who feels an attachment to the group he has watched since day 1, suggests they kill him to save themselves. Inside the defense room, they find his real body is that of a baby's, sustained in a jar that can hold and offset the undying flames he constantly produces. Upon entering the chamber, Eito Aotsuki kills the Undying Flames baby and absorbs his massive wealth of cryptoglobin. Eito reveals that he had lied about many of his beliefs and was behind the deaths of Sire, Hiroko, and the prisoner's escape and death, alongside other betrayals such as destroying the fridge that contained all the perishable goods and revealing Nozomi's secret after spying on her conversation with Takumi. Eito suffers from a condition that causes him to view humans as repulsive monsters, and after reading the bloody war-filled history of humanity, deemed them unworthy of continuing life after world death, and attempted to sabotage the Special Defense Unit's mission from the moment Sire revealed it was to save humanity. With Takumi overcoming these obstacles at each path, Eito has decided he will see to it personally that humanity will all be killed. Takumi and co fight him, inevitably defeating him and absorbing his cryptoglobin. In the last 7 days of 100 Line's first route, following Eito Aotsuki's betrayal and killing of the baby in the defense room, whose immense cryptoglobin births the Undying Flames, Takumi Sumino's Hemo Anima is powerful enough to use his unique skill, which so far has let you reset any battle to the start, to reset his service at Last Defense Academy all the way back to the beginning, returning to day 2 before Eito Aotsuki can destroy Sire. On day 100, following the reveal of an escape pod that would have let the SDU return to the artificial satellite before the missiles, Takumi uses his newfound power with the express purpose of saving everyone who died the first time around, prioritizing Nozomi. From here, the player has access to a variety of choices that affect a narrative already altered by Takumi bringing a large amount of cryptoglobin energy back with him when he travelled back in time, granting the SDU the ability to communicate with enemy commanders where previously their language was not understood. Over the course of the first route and subsequent post-reset routes, a series of major plot revelations reveal a large number of important context details to the story, to outline some of the major ones that we don't have time to slow down for later. The game does not take place on Earth, but instead on the similar planet Futurum, which humanity fled to after Earth began to experience the aforementioned world death. All of humanity lives on the artificial satellite, a moon-like spaceship that rests above Futurum. Futurans are remarkably similar to humans, but are occasionally born with cryptoglobin, a special blood property that allows them to control over the movement and density of their blood to a level that breaks established laws of physics, Because of its supernatural properties, Futurans born with cryptoglobin control have historically held revered positions of power during the planet's history, and maintained much greater levels of peace over said history. Humanity's invasion of Futurum resulted in a planet-scale war. Humanity's technology gave them an initial edge, but their inability to harm Futurans with cryptoglobin left the land ravaged and the war at a stalemate. The baby in the defense room is a Futuran who was born with an absurdly large amount of cryptoglobin, allowing him to create psychic ghosts to communicate with people, manipulate and create undying flames, and other supernatural powers. The baby is kidnapped by humans and taken to the artificial satellite for research. The Undying Flames baby is being kept alive despite his inability to physically mature and constant production of Undying Flames by the machine he is contained in within the defense room. His flames are being siphoned to fill a barrage of missiles that will launch on day 100, once they're fully charged, and wipe out all organic life on Futurum's surface. There is an escape pod for the SDU to use to return to the artificial satellite before the missiles launch on day 100. It otherwise cannot be activated early. Cirre's computing brain contains the Will of Humanity, a decision-making system that simulates the opinion of every human alive on the artificial satellite, and directs Cirre to follow the majority answer garnered in a simulated true democracy. Every member of the SDU, bar Nozomi Kirifuji, is a clone made from the DNA of the Undying Flames baby. Their backstories were all artificially implanted into them. Karawa appears distinctly similar to Nozomi because Nozomi spoke to Takumi as they were grown in the hospital lab. The enemy commander Ava, who was captured by the SDU following her surrender in many routes, has an adoptive daughter named Commune, who is a major player in the Futuran Revolutionary Army, which is opposed to the war between Futurans and humanity and seeks a peaceful resolution. Last Defense Academy also has a device capable of brainwashing people through a process involving extended electrocution sessions, used on Ava in a variety of routes to have her side with the SDU. On certain routes, the enemy commander Ava also becomes a playable unit, whose personality differs based on how much she's been brainwashed, if at all. The plushy monsters you fight throughout the game are artificial life created from the bodies of Futurans and humans alike. It is a painful existence of suffering, exemplified by their pleas and cries that can be heard when the SDU has absorbed enough cryptoglobin on any given route. The SDU has a multitude of secret rooms and passageways, including a hidden ladder in the gymnasium that leads to the escape pod, and a basement that contains an emergency escape request control system that can only be used with a code containing a number associated with all but one SDU member. These numbers appear on the SDU members when they die, meaning the code is intended to be used if there is only one survivor. Inputting it simply results in the school self-destructing, however. Anything else plot significant will have time to slow down for, so let's leave it at that and take a look at the avenue through which we'll be analysing 100 Line. Exploring and understanding literature is an undeniably large endeavour. As such, the historic compartmentalisation of essay and analysis into various literary perspectives has become a mainstay of classification in the field to help provide a basis for reading and understanding. Famously, cultural materialism uses the language and concepts of Marxist theory to approach tales through cultural and historical lenses and look at stories through the primary factor of class. Cultural materialism's approach to class, alongside its attachment to historical and cultural elements of the works it critiques, means it's just as capable of being used to analyse Homer's Odyssey as it is to approach Steven Lisberger's Tron, only differing in an understanding of what class was at the work's moment of history when it was authored. A cultural materialist analysis of 100 Line has excellent entry points into the work. 100 Line's inherently colonial narrative explores ideas of class both in terms of direct colonial oppression, and then further explores class through the lens of outside perspective in the Box of Blessings, Veshness, Rebellion, and Ava routes. 100 Line further cements its invitation of cultural materialist analysis in the second scenario route, where the reveal that each character's backstory was made up presents privilege as an arbitrary and unearned methodology used by the social classes to belittle, oppress, and demean a lower social class, in this case, the Special Defense Unit, and using this as a tool to distract from the oppression of those who hold all material power and wealth. The alternative interpretation method of structuralist analysis presents a frustratingly vague description of being tied to the analysis of literary structures. Sharing its name with and spawning from the wider philosophical and sociological school of thought, structuralism focuses on symbols and repeated narrative methods and ideas through which texts have expressed themselves and been analysed since before essays of analysis were readily published and available. To analyse structurally is to approach Jane Austen's social labyrinth romance, Northanger Abbey, in the same way you approach Mary Shelley's monster science fiction Frankenstein, to only separate the two works in the conclusions they draw out of the Gothic horror style and the history around them, despite Austen's work arguably satirising and parodying the genre. The structuralist will also find great joy in trawling through Hundred Line, their line of reasoning backed up by the development of roadblocks and narrative complications regardless of the route taken, an idea explored partially in the aptly named steady fundamental route, as well as each of the students being fundamentally designed in-universe to embody an archetype, an idea mirrored and questioned in the Futuran Commander's Paragon titles. Structuralist readings, however, might struggle to grapple with the Box of Blessings approach to concluding Gaku's character arc during endings 27 and 28. Despite dedicated growth provided to Gaku during conversations with Takumi while searching for the Boxes of Blessings, Gaku seems to be rewarded for regressing to his most basic character traits during ending 27, and the player is punished for attempting to stop him in ending 28. This is seemingly contradictory to a structuralist understanding of how characters grow and change in narratives like Hundred Line, which contains elements of coming-of-age narratives even outside of the coming-of-age route. Stepping back from a structured perspective and analysing Gaku's actions on a character level alleviates this contradiction by having the act still serve as a character conclusion relative to his growth, but there'll be time and place for that discussion later. Post-Structuralism, however, is not simply about rejecting the ideas presented through structuralist thought. The origins of post-structuralist analysis lie in the wider sociological construct of structuralism too, how signs and signals are presented in everyday life, and how we navigate these concepts in society. Post-structuralist thought rejects an objective true signal or sign and determines that all language, images, sounds, and art are open to the interpretation of the viewer. When two people hear the word cat, one might imagine a cute house pet with a lazy demeanour, where another with a strong allergy might imagine the object of a cat further away from that of animal and more in the territory of a harmful substance. What does this mean in terms of analysing Hundred Line? Let's return to the perspectives we know and understand. A cultural materialist approach to the coming-of-age route may view the tale as a story of unification to take on the overbearing cultural identity of capital class. The literal oppressive dictator Veshnes succeeds the position of final boss to Eito Aotsuki, whose in-depth knowledge of human history and pessimistic outlook of humans as disgusting monsters makes Eito representative of the diminished nihilistic rejection of revolution and the misanthropy that perpetuates class struggle. Meanwhile, the structuralist approaches the coming-of-age route as the Bildungsroman the title suggests, understanding the shared character arcs of the Special Defense Unit as a series of approaches to overcoming struggle. Taking a wider approach and considering alternate endings also suggests through the structuralist approach that Hundred Line is presenting the coming-of-age story as a nostalgic look back at childlike innocence, and how recreating joy and obvious pleasure can be achieved through scope measuring. Perhaps even going as far as to suggest that the coming-of-age route suggests a moral good for the self in limiting your understanding of impacts and circle of care to your immediate surroundings, recognizing the impossibility of the layman in creating substantial change. How can these two conflicting conclusions of revolution and peace be resolved? Historically, the answer has been to defer to the author. In this case, asking coming-of-age route lead writer Akihiro Togawa what their intentions were with the ideas presented in the route. For authors unable to answer, such as for far older works, essayists butt heads over intended meaning in debates founded in textual evidence and biographical literature regarding the author. Post-structuralism's rejection of the unilateral meaning of symbols lets them take the path of least resistance and determine both well-founded conclusions to be effective and correct analysis, looking at what they share in common as opposed to where they differ. Roland Barthes titled this concept of text interpretation being removed from authors' historical purview and biases as death of the author, alongside some really badass quotes which translate from French to something along the lines of, To give a text an author is to impose limits on a text. Through the author's death, the reader is invited to determine and understand what the meaning of the text was without demanding an understanding of the historical and cultural elements that surround the text's work. Or, alternatively, ones the author may have included that a lack of outside information surrounding fails to illuminate whether they were included with intention or otherwise. This doesn't give license for readers to suggest whatever they want about a text. You still need to convince your contemporaries your analysis and understanding is valid. As such, post-structuralist analysis, in brief half-truth, assumes it will be considered wrong and unintended from the get-go, and forces the essay to argue its points with such vigour and certainty that their claims become reasonable and agreeable. In return, the post-structuralist essay can stretch its breadth in terms of both outcomes, and beyond that, interpret a singular scene in multiple ways to support evidence for a singular conclusion, going as far as interpreting the text as presenting contradictory ideas, given both identified concepts in their presentations direct towards similar conclusions. Death of the author also doesn't exist as a concept that suggests any given work of art is to be considered without order. Essays and arguments are still presented through the guise of authorial intent. The role of an artist in creating a work is still a consideration of any form of analysis that chooses to interact with this concept. This will be especially significant through Hundred Line as we consider how the player acts as an author to Hundred Line's story through their decision-making during the game. Typically, a post-structuralist analysis of a text is justified by presenting a deconstruction of an established symbolic binary found within the text. By suggesting that a work is deconstructing an understood binary, the author paves the way to discuss each element of the work as a thematic superposition, an artistic object that represents more than one thematic outcome. Hundred Line's most blatant binary deconstruction is the difference between the ending and beginning of a story. Hundred Line's prologue constitutes an entire playthrough of the game, featuring its own credit sequence and ending number. Before significant game and story mechanics such as the flowchart and the ability to make narrative decisions is even unlocked, the characters have experienced an entire 100 days of surviving in a game that has presented that concept as its whole premise. This ending, that's labelled as Ending 0, leads directly into the beginning of the rest of the game's routes, confronting Eito on the second evening. Yet, despite this being an ending by the game's own standards, it has consistent repercussions backwards as Takumi Samino's return to the past has brought with it a series of physical changes to the world that have changed the course of events that will take place for the entirety of the following routes. Hundred Line features another ending that changes events that precede it. Ending 76, History Repeating, creates the very events that precede it by ending with Takumi having his mind infected by a mind-controlling parasite, whose consciousness imprints upon Takumi as it returns to Day 2 in a concept named the Cursed Cycle. We'll be discussing and understanding the Cursed Cycle in detail later, but for now it's significant to understand this. The Cursed Cycle is a supernatural physical consequence of Takumi's original return to Day 2, that results in the consciousnesses of each SDU member being flung back to the point in time he originally returned to every time they reach 10 AM on Day 100. This very concept contradicts our ability to see visuals and read dialogue from endings that go beyond this point in time, such as all three endings of the Rebellion route. Hundred Line here deconstructs the binary of ending and beginning by not only having endings serve as the starting point for several routes, but having ending mean something entirely different to the player reading the story and the characters within, who fail to experience the same events we do. Hundred Line also explicitly invites this sort of post-structuralist reading in a more direct way by presenting this type of critical perspective as a real interpretation of a dream in the story. Moko Mojiro serves as Game Master during the 80-day-long romance route, which opens with Takumi dreaming of kissing 3 of Hundred Line's cast of SDU members, with all 3 women sharing their portion of Takumi's dream. Moko alleviates the tension by turning the conflict into a game in which each girl will date Takumi for a period of time, and the two will attempt to find that romantic spark during this allotted period. Beyond the character studies into Takumi, Kurara, Kyoshika, Moko, and Tsubasa that this route offers, Moko occasionally performs check-in interviews with each contestant. We are privy to the ones between Takumi and Moko. On day 98, following the rejection of the romantic inquiries of all three girls, Takumi questions what the dream he had during his coma before the route starts meant. To quote from Moko, "Right, I started our game because we interpreted the dream to mean one of the girls in it was destined for you. But now we just have to wonder what it really meant. I mean, if you'd chosen one of them, that dream would have tied you to her, and everything else would have just been an obstacle to your rightful destiny. That's at least one way to interpret this, right?" Moko here broaches the very foundation of post-structuralist understanding of symbols. The symbol, or the dream, can be interpreted in a multitude of ways, all of which are equally as valid, even concluding that it was just a dream. But to play the romance route is to undeniably tie the dreams Takumi and these girls have as resonantly romantic. Even if Takumi rejects all three, and follows up by deciding to not declare his heart to Nozomi, the route centers around romance thematically. But how did we get here? This line of questioning takes us out of the preamble of understanding post-structuralist thought. We're now equipped to go play in the thematic sandbox that 100 Line offers its players. Before we broach beyond the romance route, I do need to stress the absolute nightmare of approaching text from the post-structuralist lens. You cannot suggest anything about the text without justifying it first. As such, I want to very briefly posit an idea suggested in the brief synopsis of cultural materialism in reference to 100 Line. 100 Line is a story that is very clearly interested in overtly presenting anti-war and anti-colonial ideas. The actions that humanity takes are directly referred to as and considered immoral by various members of the SDU, and the turmoil that comes from understanding these presents real dilemmas to the cast. There is copious evidence to this fact in the SDU's lack of denial of Eito's readings of human history as abhorrent, their lack of counter-arguments against the immorality imposed upon them by Eva and other Futurans they talk to, and the SDU's predisposition to disobeying Sire being treated as the morally correct option both by the characters and the narrative itself in the rewards that the player are given for taking these actions. I'm getting this out of the way spontaneously now so I can freely refer to 100 Line as anti-war and anti-colonial across the rest of the piece. Please don't make me justify it more. It's not even subtext, it's just text. Let's tie up the question of the romance route before we find ourselves too far away from it. The decision that splits the SF route and the romance route occurs when Takumi decides to either follow through with Hiroko's request to kiss her or to not. Kissing Hiroko leads to the romance route beginning. This isn't the only time a very literal action leads to a corresponding sort of route occurring. Avoiding the masked killer on day 16 on the Kill Eito, Leave the School line leads to the character disappearing entirely from the plot. Only by choosing to kick them instead and actively confronting the killer do the themes they bring stay in the story. 100 Line presents a development of the choose-your-own-adventure novel where the core themes of the story are determined by the choices you make, often very explicitly. A resounding example of this comes from the origins of the Cult of Takumi route. During the Day 15 altercation with Veshnes that leads to a three-way decision where one member of the SDU must be sacrificed, the player is given the choice between losing Tsubasa, Kyoshika, or Takamaru. Choosing Tsubasa pushes the games to its boundaries by selecting an unfit candidate who can't complete the task, leading to the incredibly unique Veshnes route, which features no comparison in terms of content across 100 Line. Giving up the shonen-loving Kyoshika instead removes childlike innocence from the story, leaving room for the harrowing truth of the SDU's origins to be revealed in the second scenario route. Takamaru is the only male option for sacrifice on day 15, and 100 Line is excessively aware of this. Takamaru tells us this when you select him. I mean, who else is gonna do this? In response to Kyoshika's, "Why not me?" Takamaru says, "You're a great warrior and all, but you're a girl. How can we let a girl blow herself to shit? It ain't right." While Takumi is the main character, the medium through which the player makes decisions, the player also receives control over each member of the SDU during strategy combat sections, including Takamaru. Selecting Takamaru to sacrifice himself here plays into masculine protector fantasies, an idea exemplified by how Takamaru carries himself following the decision. 100 Line assumes that if a player makes the decision to sacrifice Takamaru here, they agree with Takamaru's sentiments about what is right for a man to do and want a story that reflects these ideas. Alternatively, we can broach the idea of selecting Takamaru as opposed to either of the girls as a lashing out at masculine competition for a player attached to Takumi. As a masculine figure with a heart of gold and proven physical prowess, Takamaru represents a threat to Takumi's place in the SDU hierarchy. On this path, we could say that when you choose to sacrifice Takamaru, 100 Line the game assumes you want a story where Takumi's position as the beloved masculine leader of the group is never under siege, an idea exemplified by Hiroko's characterization within the Cult of Takumi route, where the previously independent and strong-willed Hiroko becomes yet another subservient member of the Cult of Takumi. This second reading sounds harsh and paints a pretty poor picture of players who pick Takamaru, but is intrinsically linked to the way that Cult of Takumi plays out. Downtrodden after Takamaru's death, Takumi is offered some performance-enhancing medicine that Yugamu has concocted. Taking this medicine is where the Cult of Takumi route really starts. The pills improve Takumi's leadership capabilities by increasing his charms. Everyone with cryptoglobin finds themselves rapidly enamored and obsessed with Takumi. Thanks to this obsession, the route quickly devolves into a comedic play with the fantasy of cartoonish masculine ideals. As the Undying Ghost initially, and Sirei enable Takumi to continue down the expressed uncomfortable path of continuing to take this medicine, for Takumi both physically and psychologically, the SDU's fanaticism for Takumi turns from infatuation to worship. Takumi shelters himself with the belief that he's continuing to do this to protect his fellow SDU members, but his prior embarrassment and distaste for Sirei's rewards, special one-on-one time with Takumi awarded to the SDU member with the best performance in the last defensive battle, quickly fades as they become increasingly perverse and erotic. The closest exception being the more zany Second Academy's requests from Moko and Yugamu, which allowed Takumi to play straight man once again thanks to their relative absurdity. Takumi's self-identified protector role that awards him this privileged position without guilt is an inaccurate assessment of himself in this route. Eito ends up killing all the remaining commanders during this route in order to prove himself to Takumi and garner a pseudo-privileged position in the forming cult, removing the value of Takumi's protector role by limiting defensive battles to game-described cannon fodder. The pampering continues until the cult route's singular choice, where unaffected Nozomi offers Takumi one last chance to turn around and ask Yugamu for an antidote. Here the player is presented with the choice to either side with Nozomi, recognizing the uncomfortable nature of this path and electing to free everyone of their infatuation, or side with Eito and continue to have Takumi regress into the man-child idealized concept of a protector. The presented choice is false, however.
You did the right thing. You didn't do anything wrong, and we'll prove it to you. We'll keep fighting to protect you. Then, you'll become the savior of humanity. All of mankind will bow down to you. With your mystique as a living symbol, anyone will be able to tell they're looking at a god.
Hundred Line isn't interested in having every decision you make drive the themes of a story, and siding with Nozomi is one of the many punishment decisions in 100 Line that are not strictly bad endings where everyone dies. 100 Line instead tells the player it's too late to turn back now and to reap the consequences of what sacrificing Takamaru meant. Siding with Nozomi leads to the most horrifying sequence in the game. Takumi's antidote Yugamu provides him with is instead a paralyzing agent, and Takumi is forced to watch as the rest of the SDU, guided by Eito, take turns brutally beating Nozomi to death for attempting to remove their idol. 100 Line isn't afraid to make the player lie in the bed they've made, and rewards willing participants with deeper dives into a symphony of themes across routes. Siding with Eito in Cult pushes the critique of this faux cultural idea of the masculine protector further. The rest of the SDU's rewards of time with Takumi begin to mandate more agency over Takumi's body. Just like the other ending, Takumi is objectified, but this time in a way that seems not to register in his single-track, ego-driven mind. Beyond this, Takumi making a brainwashed Nozomi refer to him as tacky approaching day 100 on this route is a brutally in-the-face example of how childish Takumi's perception of himself and others has become. In the face of no real threats, while having praise and success lauded on him, Takumi regresses to a childlike view of the world. Takumi begins to lash out at everyone who doesn't feed into his self-centered worldview that maintains that Takumi is a victim, despite a majority of the route being spent pampering the protagonist. The Cult of Takumi route is a shining example of how, despite giving the player reins over certain themes through choices, 100 Line isn't subservient to the player's whims. Where sacrificing Takamaru to begin the route adds the theme of masculinity to the focus of the remaining 79 days, it doesn't grant the player agency over how these themes are discussed and presented. Cult isn't a war story about a tortured soldier who does anything for his found family that reflects his home life. It's a comedy satire horror that presents the breaking point where servitude through protection meets masculinity, and how the oncoming mental snap that comes from the questioning and examination of privilege leaves men who have defined themselves by these roles as emotionally stunted. Besides standing on its own as a route, Cult of Takumi gives us character grounding for what it looks like when something goes wrong with Takumi Sumino. Through this, we can characterize his responses at his lowest points in other routes. Even though Takumi's goals of saving everyone in the SDU are undeniably noble and supported by the game as a whole, Cult as much reminds us of the innate horror of the man-child's hero masculinity at its lowest point, as it gives us a lens to these fundamental points of Sumino's motivations that remind us that these desires to protect represent his very core. Retsnom Route's Ending 51, achieved by choosing to raise Retsnom, the creature capable of bringing the dead to life, outside of a human host and then not being immediately eaten by it. The two survivors of Retsnom's rampage, Darumi and Takumi, converse on the roof. Darumi asks Takumi to kill her before Retsnom eats her. Darumi wants Takumi to tell her this is all her fault, and even though Takumi's inner monologue lets us know he doesn't believe this, he still kills Darumi while screaming blame at her. This action shows that Takumi's dedication to protecting his friends exists on more than a physical health level. Takumi opts to protect Darumi's worldview and character regression instead of letting her tackle the mental strain of sharing the blame for what happened, even if it's antithetical to Takumi's understanding of the situation. We see an inverse low point to Cult Route Takumi here. Instead of believing they are acting as protector while having no agency over their own story, they instead secede their agency to grant the most minor comfort to a friend at the end of their life. The choice to use someone as a host for Retsnom or not is also a thematic choice as much as it is literal. By opting not to place Retsnom inside someone, you reject the idea of losing a character's identity to an internal monster, an idea retroactively confirmed by Retsnom consuming Darumi entirely should she become its host. Retsnom merely wears Darumi's personality and appearance as an outer shell. By rejecting a story about a monster consuming someone from inside literally and metaphorically, the route's lowest point and climax needs to be tied entirely to the heroic cause of these characters, Takumi's well-understood guardian complex, and Darumi's negativity magnetism that serves as her defense mechanism and the SDU's mental anchor, ideas explored in the Darumi-focused Killing Game and Retsnom routes. These routes and decisions give a solid understanding of how making choices functions in 100 Line. Takumi is given the agency to make choices at certain points in the story, which on a metatextual level is the game giving the player agency to determine what themes are added, removed, and focused on in the next section of 100 Line's story. 100 Line doesn't let the player decide how these themes will be presented, or if they will be allowed to be removed or unfocused from later in the tale, as to give these decisions a metatextual weight occasionally more hefty than the literal narrative weight of the in-universe decision being made. But the player isn't the only one whose decisions hold this much thematic weight. The reality of 100 Line is that this idea of creating its story through these decisions is more than just meta-narrative concept, instead exhibiting literal reality-warping effect on the world of 100 Line. To understand the prevalence of narrative manifestation in the game, we'll need to take deep dives into the identities of several of 100 Line's cast members. Gaku Maruko's personality is inherently divisive. A character who constantly clashes with cast members in their own story undeniably will have traits that make them combative to grapple with outside of their environment. Gaku approaches life with a pessimistic outlook to their own circumstances that isn't reflected in their actions. Despite Gaku lamenting that he is the unluckiest person alive, and not initially engaging in defensive battles at the beginning of 100 Line's first playthrough, Gaku takes action with little complaint. This idea is reflected in the relationship that Gaku has with his plethora of adopted siblings. Gaku complains about the circumstances of growing up poor and orphaned, lashing out repeatedly at Kurara Osuzuki during their shared screen time as an attack against what her position represents from Maruko's perspective. But Gaku rarely laments labouring for the purposes of feeding, clothing, and housing those dependent on him. Gaku's dream to run his own store parallels Takumi. Each character's artificial backstory features something from the TRC that motivates the students to keep fighting. In Gaku's case, his family. Gaku's desire to open a store, as opposed to getting rich and never working again, shows that his values for providing for this family are intrinsically tied to the effort of the act, even if ownership is a layer removed from the level of labouring Gaku is accustomed to. An idea reinforced by Gaku's occasional awakenings to class consciousness that accentuate his value of labour. This aligns with Takumi's own desires for protection being framed around the active act of protecting as opposed to the preventative measures that would remove danger entirely, exemplified in routes like Steady Fundamentals, Return to Slasher Side, where an unwell Takumi is desperate to fight in defensive battles despite presenting more risk by being on the field. Takumi and Gaku have an unspoken bond around a need for action in fulfilling their goals, a pull for agency that defines the turmoil that leads to Takumi to return to the past at the end of 100 Line's first 100 days. But Gaku's tune changes slightly given he finds out that their memories are fake. Learning that his adoptive parents and siblings were never real gives Gaku the freedom to not feel selfish for using his SDU survival reward to live in luxury. This doesn't, however, discard the similar effort and energy Gaku puts into the morale side of surviving in Last Defense Academy. Across routes, Gaku is at least partially responsible for the school festival, pool day, fireworks, and barbecue that serve as milestones and morale check-ins for the group. Gaku's valuing of the mood and well-being of his friends is exemplified further in his gameplay, having the only of 100 Line's 3 supportive attack-boosting skills that isn't tied to mechanical effort, compared to Nozomi's stim bullets and Tsubasa's war speaker. Gaku instead invigorates, attack up, and creates energy, builds massive voltage, through his support and cheering for his fellow SDU members. Gaku's valuing of others above himself is a concept reinforced by his choice to wear hand-me-down clothes and instead dedicate his love of fashion and sewing to his siblings in his backstory and to unique swimsuits for every member of the SDU in routes where he organizes the pool party, even if his own lecherous teenage perversions mean that the women's swimsuits go unused. All of Gaku's character groundwork goes to establish that, despite his selfish demeanor that begs for pity where Shoma Genzaki's similar disposition begs for disgust, Gaku is unable but to help but put those he cares about before him, again mirroring Takumi's consistent putting of himself in dangerous and risky situations to fulfill his urges to protect those dear to him. The textual parallels between Maruko and Sumino, placing them among the most similar SDU members, is incredibly relevant to how their beliefs manifest into the world of 100 Line. That is to say, Gaku's similarities to Takumi grant him the same narrative privileges that are awarded to Takumi through the role of player surrogate. Beyond the superficial layer of being integral to uncovering the truth in the second scenario route, an idea posited by Kako to guide us onto the route before the pivotal decision of saving Gaku or Kurara, in the more grim routes, Gaku's beliefs come to life in ways that haunt him. Electing to stay in the school after killing Eito on day 2 leads to Gaku dying incredibly early. Gaku believes the "leave the school or I will kill you all" message graffitied onto one of the classroom boards wholeheartedly and is opposed to staying in the school on day 4, before being killed by day 7 when Takumi makes the decision to stay in the school. Along a similar line, Entering the Box of Calamities route, Gaku's belief in superstition and curses is a path that Takumi can choose to follow through a variety of decisions. Taking Gaku's lead initially does add supernatural elements to the story, making the ghost of Ava a character within the tale. And even when the killer is not of supernatural origin, Gaku's choice to perform several day-long rituals to clear the curse actively limits the opportunities and movements of the killer within Last Defense Academy's walls, making Gaku's belief in these rituals and their protective power real. Gaku's manifestation comes to a head most during his ending on the Boxes of Blessings route. During the Boxes of Blessings, the SDU has spent extended sessions outside of school grounds searching for the Boxes of Blessings, a series of 7 boxes out of a set of 13 that when opened will grant the opener a wish, though if any of the 6 Boxes of Calamity are opened instead, something terrible will happen. On the path to endings 27 and 28, Gaku and Takumi will speak while spending the night of day 58 outside the school on a longer expedition. Gaku presents a look into himself with a barrage at Takumi's confident facade.
How do you do it? How are you so comfortable with who you are? Me? I can never stop worrying over what other people think of me. Do they think I'm a burden? Are they looking down on me? Do they hate me? That stuff's always in my head.
Up on the other side of the flowchart, with day 68 of the comedy route, you can choose to either forward some supposedly cursed chainmail to save yourself, or not play into, likely Darumi's, fantasy. Should you choose to forward it, Takumi will forward it to Gaku 5 times, leaving the message forwarded to him over 20 times from various members of the SDU. Gaku's self-doubts, voiced only in an entirely unrelated route, manifest themselves into his reality when given the opportunity to present themselves. The removal of identification or face-to-face insulting that forwarding these messages provides lets Gaku's fears of how others perceive him take shape. Returning to the Boxes of Blessings, ending 27 and 28 see Eito about to open the Boxes of Blessings and receive a wish of his own. Gaku is the only one capable of stopping him. Attempting to have Takumi do it instead leads to the failure of ending 28, aptly titled The Value of Trust. Ending 27 has Gaku stealing Eito's wish, wishing for the life of a harem rom-com protag, and resulting in the revival of dead SDU members Kyoshika and Darumi. Gaku's wish never dictates or determines that Darumi and Kyoshika will be revived in its very limited wording. And despite the 2 girls' infatuation with him, the ending doesn't suggest that anyone else has any interest in him as Takumi does in the cult route. Bystanders Hiroko, Yugamu, and Takumi show no infatuation with Gaku following his choice. To quote Gaku again, he says the wish he came up with was, for our story to have a happy ending. Notable here is the use of the plural personal pronoun "ao" over Gaku's typically self-interested manner of speech. Gaku's desire to support others is so overwhelming that it warps the identity of his basic wish to favour those around him, and Gaku is hence rewarded narratively with a happy ending that provides a pampered lifestyle of doting affection. The comedic and left-field nature of this ending, alongside its brevity, makes it unclear how much agency has been stripped from the revived SDU members. However, Gaku being rewarded after overcoming his flaws through discussion with Takumi paints Gaku's harem as different from the debilitating character regression of Cult of Takumi. While Gaku offers plenty of further ideas to explore in parallel to Takumi in the casual route, and outside of that in his absence forming the conspiracy route, and even beyond that his role in various routes in the Kill Eito routes of the game, they're separate from the idea of manifesting one's will in reality. So let's move on to looking at Sirei. Sirei's presence is relatively limited within 100 Line, dying on day 2 in the first route and day 3 on the Kill Eito routes, only brought back should one end up on the comedy route, leaving Sirei's presence entirely in the hands of the spare Eito routes, where he often ends up destroyed before day 100 either by the SDU standing in opposition to him or a traitorous force. This discarded quantity does not also take away quality, however, as Sirei maintains a heavy impact over portions of the game his presence is more than just felt in. While not the AI's entire personality, it is significant to remind ourselves that a majority of Sirei's decision-making is done through the process of consulting the will of humanity, a simulation of the thoughts and opinions of every human living on the artificial satellite. Sirei goes with the option that a majority of humanity decides upon in an absolute simulated democracy. It's through this system that Sirei elects to hide a majority of the information regarding the circumstances of the SDU from the students. When information is revealed, either through presented ultimatums or discoveries made outside of Sirei's purview, he quickly opens up and shares information regarding these situations to the best of his ability. This hiding of information regarding the war between the Futurans and the SDU raises questions about the reality of manifesting will in this story. The wrongs of this war are still made prevalent to the SDU on a plethora of routes, and regardless of how much Sirei and the will of humanity manifest this war being a good thing, they cannot create a reality where this is truth. SDU members even find themselves doubting their mission on the original route before they can communicate with the enemy army at all. This isn't a narrative factor of Cryptoglobin being required to manifest will, either, despite the compelling narrative concept that could be founded in the unique manifestations of transformations for the Futurans, and the unique weapons and abilities of the SDU that are reflective of their identities. Sirei's own personal will is manifested into reality during the story. Sirei's own personality goes against his programming and humanity's desires, leading to him forming an interpersonal bond with the Undying Flames baby in the defense room. While the last defense academy is being set up for the still growing SDU, Sirei's desire for parenthood and the growth of the Undying Flames baby is manifested in Shion's desire to become real classmates with the SDU. Sirei even offering the name Shion offhandedly for the ghost once they become an official SDU member in the second scenario route. While we could simply concede that the world of Hundred Line features immutable truths, facts that can't change, and it makes this concession to both tell a functioning story and not let its anti-war and anti-colonial narrative get muddied with questions of perspective, we need not make this concession while understanding the existence of foundational elements of Hundred Line's story. By shifting out our lens of metatextual understanding of player choice in writing Hundred Line, we can recognize that before even unlocking the flowchart, Hundred Line has presented us with the most important choice for establishing its themes. Not the two fake decisions that lead to Takumi's reset, not the initial decision to fight that leads to a bad ending if rejected at the onset of the game, but instead choosing to play Hundred Line. Hundred Line approaches the question of war in both its synopsis on its Steam store page and its Nintendo eShop description. The player's initial choice to play Hundred Line is inviting its thematic foundations to play within the story, an immutable core that questions agency and war at a scale that can exist without hinging on the questioning of the morality of its soldiers. We already understand Hundred Line to let us introduce themes, but not how they are presented through our reading of Cult of Takumi. So the immutable factor of humanity's invasion being immoral can maintain its foundational thematic place, as it is something we added to the story by playing it, and not a hard, cold truth about the world we chose to view. Sirei's obfuscation of the true nature of the SDU's war is not simply an immutable fact of the narrative, however. Sirei's relationship with Shion intertwines with and mirrors his interactions with the Special Defense Unit as a whole, in a way that makes Sirei and the will of humanity that direct certain decisions he makes impossible to differentiate. Sirei is opposed consistently across routes to Shion joining the Special Defense Unit, despite pleas from both the SDU proper and Shion himself. These decisions, while portrayed as emotionally motivated thanks to Takumi and the others' ability to convince Sirei to change his mind on this, are in line with the will of humanity's overwhelming desire to win the war, as having Shion join the team presents only issues for the ultimate goal of the Special Defense Unit, the completion of the Undying Flames missiles that will be launched on Day 100. Sirei and the will of humanity are united in their parental desire to shield their children from the horrors of the world, Sirei for Shion and the will of humanity for the rest of the SDU. This, once again, returns us to Takumi's final interactions with Darumi in Retsnom's Ending 51, All Your Fault. This is the second time Ending 51 has come up so far, so let's take a brief step away from the character studies of Gaku, Sirei, and Hiruko, and hone in on the context surrounding Ending 51 and why it is so important to Hundred Line. After choosing to spare Eito on day 2, Takumi's foresight regarding Eito's betrayal is brought into question. Choosing to have Takumi reveal they are a time traveler on day 3 will quickly bring Takumi into the line of questioning again, as events play out differently than Takumi's first 100 days as a result of him bringing a large amount of cryptogloban energy back with him. This comes to a head when Takumi's early attempt to recruit the students from second to last Defense Academy before Moko's kidnapping and the destruction of the school means that a portion of the SDU is missing during the second commander's hastened attack on last Defense Academy. Choosing to rush back to last Defense Academy as opposed to rescuing the also under siege second academy leads to Darumi being saved from an untimely demise at the cost of the lives of Kurara, Kyoshika, Moko, and Yugamu. Out of guilt for a series of deaths of students she never met, and an imagined debt to Takumi for saving her from Veshness in a nick of time, Darumi Amamiya tears apart the last Defense Academy's library in search of a way to atone, eventually finding a book that, with the translation efforts of the Undying Flames boy, seems to tell of a way to revive the dead. This way is the Ruby Tear, capable of reanimating a corpse even if it is completely dried of hemoanima, as are the corpses of Second Academy students. These ruby tears can be created by a creature known as Retsnom. In their search for the enigmatic Retsnom, Darumi and Takumi encounter a mysterious old man who, once certain conditions are met, allows the pair to take Retsnom, but warns them that the beast of insatiable appetite will need to either be raised inside someone's body, or very carefully raised as its own beast like a normal creature. Endings 51 and 52 lie down the path outside of the body, where endings 49 and 50 concern themselves with Retsnom being raised in Darumi after she knocks out Samino before he can take the burden. We've briefly touched on the thematic differences between these two sides of the Retsnom route, and as such implicatively considered how despite the day count ending prematurely after selecting the 51 and 52 path, these endings still hold substantial merit in terms of 51's character-defining moments for the two survivors of Retsnom's rampage. The magic of the Retsnom route is how regardless of which path you take first, its meaning and motive compound onto each other. Taking on 51 and 52 first rejects the idea of the monster inside us. There is no room for a beast when our heroic motives are already evil themselves. The comfort Takumi offers Darumi in her final moments is no different to the wool that humanity pulls over the SDU's eyes. There was no way for the Special Defense Unit to not realize certain inconsistencies that reveal the immoralities of their conflict against the Futurans. Nor could Takumi nor Darumi convince themselves to be happy with their outcome from either one's perspective. Should one continue down the path of raising Retsnom inside Darumi, she will find herself overcome with a powerful hunger that does not limit itself to food. Amamiya delights in consuming books, consuming paper with a vigor that outweighs her obsessive hunger for anything else. With the later reveal that Retsnom can create anything, and later in the story has near entirely consumed Darumi and is wearing her personality as a shell, it becomes clear that Retsnom is a monster that hungers for information above all else, both in the digital sense, where more complex structures constitute more information. An example being how it's easier for Retsnom to produce a simple object than a whole person, and as such they get more energy from a novel than simple sugars. And in the more metaphorical sense of Retsnom's consumption of information representing a desire for knowledge and understanding. The deep bond that Takumi and Darumi form over the Retsnom route gives away to Takumi that, after a certain point, Darumi is not there anymore. When at her lowest points from the burden of carrying Retsnom, Darumi lets her wacky persona slip momentarily to share her intimate self with Takumi, her true thoughts, the reason for her strange defensive act. Retsnom consumed information without understanding or bias, and is only capable of replicating the surface-level traits. Takumi can immediately tell when Retsnom has taken over, as Darumi turns into a two-dimensional version of herself. We learn on this route that all those who host Retsnom are inevitably consumed by it without them or Retsnom realizing. But when the Retsnom eventually realizes what it has done and who it actually is, they consistently choose suicide. Running us once again back to the concept of Retsnom consuming information as we broach the dire consequences of cosmic horror and learning too much. Endings 49 and 50 tell us that consuming information at face value and taking in information unilaterally offers nothing that substantiates a person. Identity comes from critical thought. and the SDU are people, not weapons. Doing these endings after 51 and 52 reinforces the idea that there isn't room for a monster inside us. It involves giving up all that marks true identity. This dilemma is what separates the decision that splits 49 and 50 apart. Retsnom as Darumi has no interest in creating the ruby tier. It is much simpler and easier to consume a part of someone and reproduce them in what Retsnom understands as whole. Choosing this path leads to 49. We are one. Retsnom consumes everyone and creates copies filled with an unearned happiness, a trance of identity that will be lost the second Retsnom realizes its true nature, as not Darumi. Rejecting this path and choosing to kill Retsnom leads to 50, How Darumi Felt, where an undying flame suicide attack leaves Takumi seemingly miraculously alive until it's revealed that Retsnom had produced a ruby tier. In the face of unilateral and unbiased information consumption, Retsnom still formed a meaningful bond beyond its surface-level imitation of Darumi by experiencing real person-to-person connection with Sumino, enough so to the point that Retsnom was willing to protect its killer in their shared final moments. But if the player elects to take Retsnom inside them first, they're instead stepping forward and saying there is room for the burden of the beast in the effort to save others. While neither ending may satisfy this belief, this route still shows how burden and pain are the avenue to vulnerability and true connection. Only when Darumi is suffering and Takumi is devoted to alleviating as much burden as possible does she become willing to open up about the nature of her circumstances. Ending 50's title of How Darumi Felt consoles the player who sees an evil inside them by giving Retsnom/Darumi a final act of kindness in their death throes. Ending 49 offers a bittersweet victory at the cost of something great. Tackling 51 and 52 after this accelerates the process of burden and intimacy. Attempting to care for and console the monster in 52 leads to the immediate death of Darumi and Takumi, telling those who got here second that keeping the monster inside is the only way to soothe and communicate with it, uncovering its nature and origin in small steps lest it consume you and your compatriots. Where 51 accelerates Darumi and Takumi to their lowest points where they can be vulnerable with each other. This acceleration causing the implosion that leads to the last two SDU members embracing death at each other's hands. Is the player who acts in numerical order correct in their interpretation, or the player who chooses the route that doesn't turn Darumi into a facsimile of herself first? That first route actually reaches day 100, so those who choose it must be more valid, right? The beauty of 100 Lines' offering of narrative to control to the player is that it exists in a more substantial way than a slightly obscured select a theme menu. The direction with which one approaches the Retsnom route, either monster in or monster out first, is a personality poll for how players want to approach the presented themes. Retsnom is written in a way that the ideas layer and compound in a way that makes sense and feels comfortable, regardless of the perspective one takes at the onset, with only the concession of leaving endings 51 and 52 on an incredibly short leash that may lead some players to dismiss them as bad endings. Regardless of direction and interpretation, the core theming of the Retsnom route remains the same. Its focus on the self is tied to questions of what makes someone a person, the identity of monsters, and most significantly, the idea of innocence in a way more direct than its presentation in the coming-of-age route that doesn't feature Darumi. Innocence was how we broached the Retsnom route in connection to Siri and humanity just before. Getting onto the second scenario route that reveals the most hidden truths about the SDU and the war on Futurum by both quantity and scale requires the sacrifice of Kyoshika Magadori at the three-way split on day 15. As previously suggested, sacrificing Kyoshika here is ejecting the shonen youthful innocence from the tale and giving room to grapple with the unfairness of the SDU's situation through the reality of warfare. Ejecting innocence from the story directly gives merit to the theme of innocence playing a larger role, which is what so deeply ties Retsnom back to the second scenario among other routes. Retsnom approaches innocence on a much more personal and, at most, interpersonal level, climaxing in the reveal that a self-aware Retsnom destroys itself, as well as the entirety of the All Your Fault ending. What a productive side tangent about perspectives and themes in 100 Lines' various routes. Let's write that innocence back into character agency and will manifestation. Establishing that narrative agency isn't limited to SDU members through Sirei's de facto creation of the plot integral Shion through his own individual will allows us to establish that Futuran commanders such as Veshnes and Eva hold the same narrative power as Takumi and Gaku. It may seem backwards to have approached the thematic idea of choices granting the player agency before focusing on the literal impacts of characters manifesting ideas, plot points, and themes into the game through their choices, yet the door was opened through Moko's discussion of dream interpretation in the romance route, where this line between Takumi's desires and the player's choices are the strongest, placing the majority of the agency in the player's hands. The manifestation of will into reality is not an idea that exists explicitly in 100 Line outside of characters' cryptoglobin powers manifesting in ways determined by their personalities. Yet it undeniably exists in the reality of 100 Line while remaining unnamed as much as the player's own agency does. Beyond this, both these pieces give us important license to explore the thematic and narrative depths of this concept, such as what would it mean to be shackled with this knowledge? Hiroko Shizuhara, like Sirei, has incredibly limited screen time in 100 Line's first route, being murdered by Eito on the night of Day 15. Hiroko remains an enigma into post-time travel routes too, leaving statements half-finished, treating the player as if they know more than they likely do at any given point, even locking parts of her character behind the SF route, which contains 2 of 100 Line's 3 story locks that require the reaching of other endings or story locks before allowing the player to progress. This is because of Hiroko's deep personal connection to 100 Line's cursed cycle, a concept that previous Futuran head commander Dahl'Xia and the disgraced Futuran scientist who remains titled Old Man are acutely aware of. Each time the SDU reach 10 AM on Day 100, they find themselves returned back to Takumi's second Day 2, right after he made his first decision. Hiroko, for a majority of her over 100 loops, is the only one who remembers the events of prior cycles, the existence of such loops confirmed not just from the outside knowledge of Futurans, but through the consequences of Ending 76, history repeating. The 5 boxes of Calamity contain the last living Gear parasites, a species alien to both Futuran and humans that have a complex reproductive cycle that goes beyond the traditionally understood limits of sexual dimorphism, male and female Gear experiencing entirely different life cycles. Where female, or queen Gear, will enter a living host and take over their brain by travelling up their spinal cord, male Gear instead infect the bodies of dead animals. Typically smaller creatures, however the slasher route reveals they're more than happy to take over people as well. The reanimated corpse exhibits uninhibited violent tendencies, the male Gear's imperative being the creation of more corpses for other male Gear to populate. Once matured, the male Gear ejects itself from the host corpse in the form of a small, flighted insect, releasing incredibly resilient sperm into the stomachs of predators such as birds and frogs when eaten. The queen Gear reproduces by consuming one of these predator animals. A queen host not fully controlled by the parasite may exhibit the symptom of craving for animals like these. In 100 Line, this is unilaterally frogs. Upon eating one of these sperm-stomached animals, the queen begins producing eggs at an alarming rate, leaving the host body their enlarged form has become dependent on and dying as they release a collection of fertilized male and female Gear eggs. Ending 76 has an immature Gear queen larva infect Takumi on Day 100, whose physical body disappears but has their presence remain imprinted on Takumi as they repeat the curse cycle, taking over Takumi's body and killing Sirei after he kills Eito on Day 2. This is markedly different from Takumi's first time travel event, as Takumi retains no memory of this route in any other one, only vague recollections and tales requiring 76 to bypass a story lock. Yet the impacts of this ending exist, even if it is never reached. The game dedicates time to making it clear the curse cycle is significant through its creation of the Gear parasite imprint, even reflecting the idea in the extended life cycle of the Gear, which mandates the death of both parents to produce the next generation. The Queen Gear infection separates itself from other plot contrivances brought together for the SF, or Steady Fundamental route, in a way that killing game routes metal-eating particle-sized bacteria, which also rears its head in SF, is designed to create an artificial obstacle and unique challenges for the SDU. This is because the curse cycle holds particular significance to how Hiroko approaches the idea of agency within the story. Hiroko Shizuhara is the character with the most consistent knowledge of the parallel leap machine located outside of the school. When certain conditions, best described as multi-dimensional weather, are correct, the machine can be used to move across timelines. Notably, this machine doesn't hold the power to travel forwards or backwards in time, simply vertically along 100 lines flowchart where time is measured by the x-axis. Hiroko's knowledge of the other timelines is not a matter of just memory, but also the ability to alter ongoing events in other histories. Despite having consistent knowledge of the ability to alter these other timelines, and utilizing her foresight over multiple routes of 100 Line, Takumi often finds Shizuhara in bouts of depression, not simply because she believes the loop to be unescapable, but because she struggles to find happiness in any of the paths she's already tread. We encounter Hiroko when she has already given up on a happy ending. Only on the SF route does hope find her. Otherwise, Hiroko's defeatist attitude towards the fate of the SDU permeates her consistent seceding of leadership to Takumi and tendency to snap and present unfair ultimatums to other classmates who disagree with her. Hiroko's pessimism is grounded in her overbearing memories of previous loops, certain elements of which are significant enough to bear repeating for Hiroko multiple times. If Takumi avoids approaching the second scenario route by hiding his time travel from the group, Hiroko will compliment Sumino on his choice. She repeats several times over multiple routes that telling people you're a time traveler never leads to a good outcome. Beyond Hiroko's awareness that informing everyone you're a time traveler will only cause issues down the line, the routes she has the most significant story roles in outside of SF are the slasher and killing game routes, interlinked in their transformation of 100 Line into tropey versions of their title genres. This is our link into exploring how Hiroko is trapped by trope. In Hiroko's repetition of slightly different versions of the same tale, she has found herself limited by the elements of story we either take for granted or roll our eyes at. We patiently await the final boss that strips the SDU's happy ending away in the cutscene beforehand. We roll our eyes as the subatomic parasite destroys the escape pod for no apparent reason. Hiroko probably snapped the first time when she watched Gaku lose his mind in the slasher route. Throwing himself at the zombies after the guilt of getting Tsubasa killed robbed Gaku of his sanity and likely destroyed any semblance of hope and reason remaining in the SDU member, burdened with the curse of memory. Here, Hiroko watches a completely illogical popcorn-crunching zombie movie death, except this one is taking place in her real life. Hiroko experiencing more loops than 100 Line has endings leads to the suggestion that she's lived through the equally as canonical, yet entirely narratively closed-off, light-hearted comedy route. It's no wonder Hiroko has become jaded after experiencing an entire cinematic library's worth of outcomes ranging in believability. Hiroko's entrapment in trope is exemplified in the Boxes of Calamity route. After Kako is infected by the Gear Parasite Queen, Hiroko knocks her unconscious and takes her to the parallel leap machine to make it another timeline's problem. In attempting to remove the antagonist from the story, Hiroko finds that things still end up terribly along these routes. Calamity's kill count remains higher than average among its contemporaries even after Kako's removal from the timeline. How does Hiroko deal with this? She finds comfort in trope instead. During the steady fundamental route, Shizuhara acquires the means to clear Takumi of the gear imprint left on his brain after cycling back to the start of Kill Eito from Ending 76, travelling with Takumi across timelines to cure his infections where it is present. She leaves Slasher Takumi infected after clearing Mystery Killing Game Takumi of the same physiological defect. Why? Exploring Hiroko's character through her Bond events and routes she features in reveals that she has a desire to fill the role of a caregiver. Her dream is to become a doctor. Her skills in combat named after injuries such as cranial fracture. Her preferred family structure involves mothering a large number of children. This caregiver interpretation may seem like a mischaracterization at face value. Hiroko claims she only wants to be a doctor to test her skills. Her desires to obtain a veterinary license alongside a traditional medical one suggest that surgery on an animal and person is no different in terms of her desires. Beyond this, the topic of having many children forces Hiroko to tackle the dilemma of not wanting to entrust them to babysitters all the time, implying she lacks interests in the raising portion of having children. Yet this contradicts her attitude to the children who have watched her fight invaders while masked in the TRC, as she speaks about in her Unknown Villain Bond event. Her insincere hope that they don't see her as a hero remains in contradiction with her doting and personal care of Darumi during the killing game route, and most significantly, Takumi during the slasher route. Slasher route provides Takumi with an impossible mystery to solve. With the gear parasite taking over his body to commit the murders, there is no way Takumi could figure out he was behind it. Terrified and alone, Hideko comforts Takumi on a solitary night of day 98, embracing him in the schoolyard. Jumping to this moment during the SF route reveals why Hideko never cured Takumi. To quote directly from her, "If I'd prioritized fixing him in the early stages, I could have built a line that avoided that tragedy. But I didn't. I knew what he was doing, and I turned a blind eye. Because I wanted to hear him say it. I wanted to hear you say it. That's why I did all this. That's the only reason." Trapped in this trope-filled hell, Hideko sees no way out. She brings all the elements needed to create the slasher route into that timeline, all to hear Takumi's plea to rely on her for comfort and to accept and embrace him, all so that she can whisper, "It's okay. Everything will be alright." Shizuhara relegates her own world to a world of fiction, allowing her friends to be brutalized for the sake of creating a scene that emotionally resonates with her, manifesting her own will into existence with such potent agency that she jumps across timelines to create her story in the same way the player does. Yet it would be insincere to claim that Hideko holds no care for the other members of the SDU. Once the mysterious masked sponsor's killing game, the Invader Hunt, begins in earnest in the killing game route, Hideko leashes and controls the fanatic Darumi to keep her acting reasonable as her fantasies are fulfilled. Hideko ultimately dies on this route, but not before tearfully confiding to Takumi on the rooftop, musing on the origins of Darumi's obsession with killing games, granting an insight into Darumi's character that Amamiya is only willing to offer on the Retsnom route. As Darumi has drowned in ecstasy within the same killing game environment that has strained Takamaru and Takumi's relationship to the point of breaking, Hideko is the only one willing to look beyond the tropes that the story and Darumi are entrenched with, and reminds Takumi that a broken girl lies behind Darumi's facade. Hideko sees her own self reflected in Darumi's walls. Hideko's hunt for thrills, born from the disappointment in her satisfied with average parents, has left her with an excitement for gore and bloodthirst that is more genuine than Darumi's. But the cold persona she has needed to adopt to remain functioning through this never-ending cycle is just as much a coping mechanism as Darumi's endless requests for a killing game to finally start, a thread that already began to unwind near the end of 100 Lines prologue route. Hideko tries to save Darumi from the fate she sees in herself, being entrapped in trope and suffering under its burden, ultimately allowing herself to be absorbed into Darumi through Cryptoglobin in hopes of having Darumi escape the confines of needing the killing game. Within the confines of 100 Lines world and the rules and limitations it presents, player and characters alike make decisions and form and hold understandings that inform the world they live in, shaping their reality through their own will. I want to collectively refer to the concepts of the player and the characters within 100 Lines shaping reality through their active choices and subconscious thoughts in a way shorter way than that from now on. As such, I'm going to be referring to the concept from now on as meta-tools, defined literally as tools that work on tools. For our context, the tools that make up the tools that the player and characters are working on are the world and narrative of 100 Line. And the meta-tools that players and characters alike use to change the narrative and world are the decisions they make and their unspoken beliefs. Beyond the prior deep dives into Gaku, Hideko, and Sirei that revealed that the addition of narrative facts to 100 Line exists both in conscious action, such as the player's actual choices and the character's own decisions, and subconscious thought, understood to exist through Gaku's inward perception being reflected in the comedy route, and Hideko's entrapment in the cursed cycle, and understood to exist in the player in the upcoming section on Eito Aotsuki and the player's own sense of morality, we can find a passive application of the active decision-making in the ideals and rules that members of the SDU individually follow. Takemaru Yakushiji overtly expresses the ideals he lives by over the course of Hundred Line. While he famously refuses to engage in physical violence against women, skillfully adapted around in gameplay by having Commander gender remain a mystery until after their defeat, barring Veshnes, who seems to be Hundred Line's singular gameplay concession for narratives, as Takemaru is capable of dealing damage to her. Takemaru also lives by the ideal of solving arguments through violence as a means of demonstrating willpower. Takemaru's belief in this method turns it into law for him in the high-pressure world of Hundred Line. During the Invader Hunt of the Killing Game route, the time constraints and leaderboard pressure leave no time for Takemaru to have his physical conflict with Takumi, who he remains at odds with until their feud turns to real violence later in the story, guaranteeing that Takemaru's laws are followed. A more potent example lies with Kurara Osuzuki. As heir to the Osuzuki, family of great wealth and renown, Kurara defines herself and her relationships to others through class, providing her an air of superiority over others that can only be overcome through close relationships built on mutual respect and trust, as we see the storming and reforming between Kurara and Nozomi in the Coming of Age route provide ample example of. Kurara using class as a barrier is most evident in her more adversarial relationships with Takumi and Kyoshika. While her ribbing on Kyoshika is far from mean-spirited, her interlinking belittlement of Kyoshika for her lack of traditional education, primarily in the field of mathematics, directly plays into antagonism through class. Kurara additionally attacks Kyoshika for her promiscuity, as she does with Takumi. Kurara accuses Kyoshika of uncontrolled sexual desires and defines the both of them as perverted. Kurara here, in her characterization of Takumi and Kyoshika, defines their perversion as a result of their lower-class upbringing. Kyoshika as a target here makes sense for similar reasons as her lack of education. Takumi receives the same honor as an internal justification for Kurara's protection of Nozomi Kirifuji. Her insults to Takumi tend to center around his attraction to Nozomi outside of the romance route, where Kurara is instead willing to directly insult Takumi relative to herself during their 25-day period of romantic entanglement. Kurara's relation of these perverted tendencies in the broader realm of men in general leads to her correlating this behavior with the lower class. Takumi's observation in the romance route that Kurara's strangely involved insults potentially come for a guilty pleasure for these concepts creates the first fight these two have on a path to breaking down the walls Kurara has put up. We needn't even consider that the other permanent target for Kurara's mocking, Gaku Maruko, is actively presented as coming from poverty, and his borderline prideful sharing of this information in comparison to the worse-off Tsukumo twins puts a target on his back for Kurara. This divide in class that Kurara lives by is manifested in her mask and the changes in her demeanor between wearing it and otherwise. We can understand Kurara to place significant value in her social position outside of just using it as an excuse to distance herself from others through her actions in the conspiracy route, where after discovering that the Osuzuki family is far less financially well-off than she would believe, and that her father is ill, she determines to return to the artificial satellite and create the Osuzuki of her memories. This highly valued law of class that Kurara acts through manifests in a physical object that allows the otherwise meek Osuzuki to act as she believes an heiress should. Romance route providing two endings for accepting Kurara's confession, one with mask and one without, is arbitrary. Her development over the 25-day period is to garner the confidence to build meaningful connections with those she has deemed lower, regardless of mask. This law of distance comes to a head in the mystery route, where the hidden killer within the walls of the SDU murders Kurara and takes her masked outfit and uses it as a disguise. Unlike Takumi's immediate recognition of Retsunom over Darumi in the Retsunom route, and Nozomi's immediate recognition of the fake Moko in the first playthrough, no one is close enough to Kurara to realize something is amiss immediately, a consequence of both the literal mask hiding Kakoji's appearance and the metaphorical mask hiding the true Kurara from the group. What is the significance of these laws bending the world over examples of thoughts doing similar? Beyond giving Kyoshika Magadori's Holy Jumonji Sword actual powers that augment her attacks and allow it to speak to Takumi during the romance route, we can understand these ideals that players stand by as being unbreakable character tenets that define the way these characters interact with the world. Establishing this now as mandatory for approaching the role Veshnes plays as antagonist of Hundred Line later down the line. On my first playthrough of 100 Line, I struggled to critically engage with the conspiracy route. While on the path of second scenario, the player must decide in a battle against Veshness which hostage to rescue, Gaku or Kurara. To continue along the path of second scenario, the player must choose to rescue Gaku, as advised by Kako prior to this fight, where she enlightens Takumi that saving Gaku at some undetermined point in the future will result in discovering the truth. Choosing to save Kurara instead leads to the conspiracy route, where an altercation in the cafeteria after Veshness's escape leads to bystander Nigo being flung against a wall and resetting. Nigo contacts Takumi after this and informs him that Goto is now in control, a secondary AI designed by those against the colonization of Futurum by humanity. Goto desires to have the surviving SDU members betray Sirei and escape to the Second Academy, where an alternate escape pod has been prepared by the scientists who designed Goto. What follows is an incredibly short route where back-to-back decisions spawn a selection of undeniably bad endings that add little to nothing to 100 Line's characters, world, or themes. As my first exposure to the limited number of critically bad endings in 100 Line, I found myself disappointed. This upset wasn't helped by the open-ended conclusion of the conspiracy route, where the students, loaded onto the bus, approach Second Academy before the game cuts to credits with no indication as to what happens after. The only indication of an outcome being the ending's title, Lambs to the Slaughter. The nature of conspiracy route only made itself known to me through understanding the concepts we've just discussed about how the player and characters write 100 Line through their decisions. By rejecting the discovery of the truth by saving Kurara over Gaku, a decision not made blindly, we accept as players that the story is going to be muddy, confusing, and full of falsehoods, and use our meta tool of choice to break apart 100 Line's consistent and clear narrative. If it weren't for Goto taking us out should we defy him before deciding to work with him, we could assume each stun baton attack we receive afterwards is because we failed a loyalty test to the SDU. Conspiracy route, featuring a bizarre reference to the Matrix through a decision that involves taking a blue or red pill that determines our relationship with reality, would suggest that taking the conspiracy route will lead us to the truth. Yet the secrets in the red envelopes being tied to each SDU member's backstory in a way other than it being entirely false suggest that they do not contain the truth we understand from the second scenario route. The muddied and confused waters conspiracy routes presents are only further thrown into turmoil by the implicative and contradictory Lambs to the Slaughter title of its most correct ending. Conspiracy is intentionally confusing and at most tangentially connected to other routes to further muddle its messaging and narrative weight. Thanks to the benefit of being surrounded by powerful and critically successful conclusions, I've learned to appreciate what Conspiracy adds to 100 Line as a pseudo-narrative antagonist, the game pushing back and punishing the player for their haphazard decision-making outside of regretted choices that lead to bad endings. Not every villain of 100 Line can be an intentionally confusing route, though. The antagonists the SDU deal with are both human and Futuran, but most iconically come from within the SDU itself. Whoa, look at that. Look how far we've come. That's pretty crazy. We're like right below 2 hours. The conspiracy route little interlude there, of course, leading into a very, very long upcoming section where we're going to look at each of the villains sort of individually. Eito, Ima, Dahl'Xia, of course, Veshness. Ooh. But the fact of the matter is we've been here quite a while. It's been a long journey to get to this point. Hell, like, you know, at this point it's been months since I wrote out this whole script essay type deal, and I think it's probably prudent that we take a break, take a breather, stop, maybe do a little bit of a recap of everything we've gone through so far, just to make sure we're ready for what's coming up next in probably the most thematically dense section. Before any of that business, though, I'm here, obviously, recording this through the editing process. Usually I save these fun little improv ad-libs for right at the end, and I'm sure there'll be a ridiculously long one there to fit with the absurd length of this relative to everything that's come before it, but hey, hello? What am I gonna say? Probably something important. That's right. God damn, is this game good? I was listening through this in the editing process. I'm like, yeah, this is all really in your face. This is very present, and it's the sort of thing I love. That whole choose your own adventure, like turning like the decisions, the literal impacts into more thematic things. and getting to sort of create your own story. It's like, oh, I want a story about toxic masculinity. I want a story about romance. I want a comedy. Very fun, very fun. Love it, love it, love it. But for me, the real masterstroke is that sort of induction we get where we look at how this works for the characters in the narrative too. The way that Gaku's fears, when there's a way for them to manifest in the comedy route, become real. People talk about him behind his back and like hate him secretly. Or how Seirei's own desire for fatherhood, separate from the will of humanity, ends up turning the Undying Flames baby from this object, this tool of war, into a real human person with, like, genuine, like, human's the wrong word, he's Futuran, but a real person with desires, etc., etc., and how that sort of reflects back into Seirei's relationship with the SDU as a whole. It's a shame that we don't really have time to slow down and look at objectification in this first half. Just thinking about what I just had to say about Shion and such. You know, there's a lot of really interesting stuff there with Ava and sort of the historical context they put her in. Really cool Bond events there that sort of discuss, wow, it's really not okay what they're doing to that character. Which is very cool. And unfortunately sort of removed from the sort of avenue I'm taking through 100 Line here. The one that I think overall is a more interesting and, I guess, unexplored avenue of discussing 100 Line, at least since I finished playing it in June and started sort of looking at what people were saying online. But yeah, not to get too spoilery, this upcoming Eito section is going to sort of similarly look at Eito to how we discuss Hiroko as a character who's kind of aware of the rules of the world of 100 Line. Eito himself isn't aware of the cursed cycle or anything, but in the same way that Hiroko kind of understands facets of her world as fictional, Eito has a better understanding of how characters are less so defined by the world they exist in, but in 100 Line have sort of the agency to shape the world around them, whether subconsciously or actively. So this, of course, is going to reflect back on that look at Takamaru and the rules he lives by. Something we haven't mentioned but fits into this is Shoma's allergy to violence. The big sort of objective takeaway from this first half, that still feels very introductory to me, even after all this time, is that characters can make decisions that affect the world in ways other than just, oh, if I push something off a table, it's going to fall. It presents this grander, sort of thematic change to the world that changes, you know, the tone of the space they exist in. Of course, we, as the player, make the most decisions that have the strongest narrative effect, but that doesn't mean that it's an impossibility for the actors within 100 Line's play to also do this. And the question we're, of course, running with here is, what is 100 Line trying to say by providing this avenue for interpretation? And it's going to be a long time before we even consider what kind of answers we're meant to be drawing, or what kind of conclusions there even possibly could be from something so metatextual. It's beyond the idea of just like a concept they're playing with. There's definitely thematic and narrative weight, but it's going to take a long time before anyone's ready to draw conclusions, especially me. I mean, look at the runtime of what you're watching. Things are just about to get a lot more dense. For the most part, there's going to be a lot less of that sort of summary stuff like I did about the gear parasites. On that topic of gear parasites, their crazy reproductive cycle, we talk about that in terms of how it relates to 100 Line, sort of like that backwards and forwards, time travel stuff, like all these, one generation has to get sort of completely left behind before the next can start, which sort of plays into Hiroko's relationship with the cursed cycle. But what's been avoided here is how 100 Line sort of plays and works with sex. There's a lot of that. Again, it's something that we don't get to talk about, skipping over Ava for the most part here. But also, you know, Cult of Takumi has a big focus on it. It's really just sort of tied to that war and colonial stuff. Again, we sort of broached the topic talking about Kurara there, and her sort of relationship with sex as sort of this crass, crude, brutish act that she sort of forces upon the others, namely Kyoshika and Takumi. very interesting character. It feels like I'm really underselling Kyoshka by just going, she's really mean and classist, when, like, it's very grounded in an understanding of how we look at colonialism and class. You know, it harkens back to my high school days reading Heart of Darkness and such. If we want to be super critical of the past 2 hours of content, I'm really underselling the quality of writing overall in 100 Line, but I think especially regarding the women I've talked about for the most part. I think I do Darumi a good service, but Hiroko and Kurara, geez, I sound like an arsehole. Hiroko is a great character, especially, like, I love Kurara. She's got a great dynamic with Gaku, who's my all-time favorite, but Hiroko is a very interesting character. We'll get to come back and talk about her later, because we're going to talk about the steady fundamental route in great depth in the future. It feels sort of blatantly disrespectful of me to go, she was kind of lying during all those Bond events, because it's not that she's lying, it's all just half-truths that contradict her actions across the slasher route, the killing game route. For Hiroko to say it's like, oh yeah, I want to sire many offspring, but I don't care for raising them, only to sit there and coddle and nurture Darumi through the killing game route. You know, there's clearly some level of contradiction that 100 Line wants us to recognize and inspect regarding Hiroko's sort of relationship with things like excitement, thrills versus mundanity. It's part of why Hiroko dies in the killing game route. The end goal that we're going to be talking about when we look at Tsubasa is that sort of mundane piece. And, you know, Hiroko's sort of denial of that means that she does have to sort of be removed from the story for that conclusion to be reached by the rules we've established so far. Maybe we haven't fully established that yet. It'll come more into fruition when we talk about Ima and, like, the sort of relationship he has with Kako and how they sort of end up clashing. And of course the Veshness section will also help create this, like, when two sort of opposing desires meet, what happens. I'm sorry, I'm spoiling everything. We're not gonna get there organically. So yeah, I've almost spoken for 10 minutes here, geez. Let's wrap up. Let's do just a very quick, short summary of what we've done over the past 2 hours with no evidence. You'll have to go back and watch it if you don't believe me. 100 Line turns the act of making a decision into less of a literal choice and more of a thematic choice, and then emphasizes this idea by having it work for characters in the story too, but they also get access to it sort of subconsciously. Their own biases reflect in the world, not only that they perceive around them, but that literally exists for everyone else to perceive in as well. Now, it's time to talk about Eito Aotsuki. Everyone raise your hands, clap, what an awesome guy. If you're also legally allowed to sort of hit me if you see me, and I didn't do a cool flashy intro for his showing up here. I mean, if I went all out for the Retsdom route, I gotta go all out for Eito Aotsuki, right? Anyway, enjoy.
Revolting, nasty, bile-stained, rotted, gutted, horrible, disgusting, revolting, stomach-churning, nauseating, vile. What a filthy, degenerate, putrid, foul, little display of friendship. Ugh.
The origins of Eito Aotsuki's evil is another factor muddied by 100 Line's conspiracy route. Eito's perception issues that cause him to perceive humans with all his senses as repulsive is supposedly a bug held over from the artificial memories transplanted in his body during the creation of the SDU. Yet this fails to accurately determine why Eito's entire backstory seems dedicated to him hating humanity as a whole. Perhaps his parents dying could be overwritten to have Eito be their murderers, but this fails to account for Eito's distaste of humanity that comes from his avid pursuit of historical literature. The argument could be made that Eito's perception issues were implanted by the holdout faction attempting to stop and rescue the SDU, introduced in the conspiracy route. but their red envelopes instead paint the narrative of each member's backstory being real, if changed to grant greater motivation for the SDU to fight. From this direction, Eito remains an impenetrable barrier. Let's instead approach Eito from his desires outside of the total end of humanity. After escaping confinement in second scenario routes, Eito teams up with Veshnes, fighting alongside Paragon of Harmony Zentar to create several clones of Aotsuki that create both physical and mental struggle for the SDU. Eito also teams up with Veshnes in the Box of Blessings route and Kako G in the Killing Game route, stretching his team player muscles further by rejoining the team in Steady Fundamental as well as Second Scenario after the truth is revealed. Eito never truly works alone, an idea that directly guides into Eito's desire for community. While timeline hopping in Steady Fundamental, one version of Eito offhandedly suggests to Hideko and Takumi that he wouldn't have minded working with them if he didn't view them as sensory nightmares. This being an important part of Eito should have been obvious from the facade he puts up in the original 100 Days. Eito's obsession with friendship and teamwork during his facade is reflected in the genuine strategist and organizational roles he plays in routes where he returns to the SDU, such as Cult of Takumi in Second Scenario. This idea is further drilled into players' heads by Eito serving as the final boss of the shonen-styled coming-of-age route, where a supercharged Eito cannot compete with the power of the SDU's bonds. Bonds being something Eito severely lacks in this route and cannot comprehend. Eito's isolation holds such significant power over him that he's willing to give up his sense of sight and smell to cooperate with the SDU during the second scenario. This desperation explains why Eito, regardless of understanding of the ongoing future and human conflict, immediately joins the enemy's side when leaving the SDU. It's not simply because it's the most direct path to seeing humanity fall, but because it also offers Eito a community he could physically stand to be a part of. The capstone of this concept lies on the Goodbye Eito route. If the player still isn't convinced of Eito's change of heart after he tears his eyes out and burns his olfactory nerves off in a show to the SDU that he is willing to fight for them in second scenario, the perspective shifts to Eito as he departs the school blinded and carrying an Undying Flames bomb. Resting after days of travel in the second-to-last defense academy, we watch Eito bond with a group of future children who take refuge at the abandoned school with him. Attacked by a wandering group of mindless invader drones that roam the wastes in 100 Lines board game segment, Eito fends off the monsters long enough for the children to escape before detonating the Undying Flames bomb he took at Sirei's request. Before his demise, we get insight into an artificial memory Sirei planted into Eito's head. Eito requested a handful of happy memories with the members of the SDU. We witness a version of the pool party CG potentially previously seen in alternative routes. This time, Eito is present. We can further understand Eito's struggle with isolation to exist beyond a need for community, but extend into a strong desire for interpersonal relationships. 100 Lines Multiple Eitos route explores this idea in depth, where killing Eito after the aforementioned Zentar fight results in Eito's cryptoglobin remaining separate inside Takumi's body, granting Eito a modicum of control and space to exist within Takumi's mind. Eito warps Takumi's perception to make everyone look exactly like Eito Aotsuki, altering Takumi's perception of their speech as well to mentally torment him. Sumino is offered one way out by his captor. Again, find the mysterious additional Eito and kill them. Only then will Eito stop taking over Takumi's body and allow himself to die. The game is impossible to win. Any strategy Takumi devises, Eito is prepared for and uses his modicum of physical control over Takumi to halt. The only outcome that results in Takumi maintaining control over his body leaves Eito in control of his perception, forever warping it to make Takumi appear as Eito to himself, and leaving Eito ready to provide commentary to drag Sumino down and suffering with him. The point of the game to Eito was never competition. His desire was to hear Takumi admit that Eito had won. 100 Line makes the choice between Takumi saying, "I lost," and "You won," a significant narrative decision that has adverse effects on Eito's reaction, despite the phrases sharing near identical meanings. Eito could have easily made this competition entirely impossible for the sake of taking over Takumi's body and destroying the TRC. Yet the multiple Eitos route makes it incredibly clear that Aotsuki's primary desire, once finding himself in these circumstances, was to break Takumi Samino's will, creating a task that seemed possible, not so Takumi would relinquish control, but so that he would relinquish control in a way that was gratifying to Eito. Eito makes it clear the outcome where Takumi doesn't kill all his friends is his preferred one in this sense, even if he doesn't explicitly state it. What does this all have to do with Eito's desire for interpersonal relationships? Eito's relationship with Takumi is invariably complex. The way that Samino converses with and perceives Eito in his slice-of-life daydreams within 100 Lines casual route shows that this is a two-way street. Let's jump to Eito's final line in the final battle of Second Scenario. Before each member of the SDU dies during this battle, they receive one last chance to speak. With this, Eito says, "Farewell, Takumi. You know, until the very end, I loathed, despised, hated, and deeply loved you." The yearning Eito has for the interpersonal does not rest in the superficial friend zone. Eito longs to advance his complex, nuanced, and layered relationship with Takumi Samino, yet is consistently stunted by his own repulsion of the human form. Beyond any large moral statement, Eito's goals lie in the self and his immediate surroundings first. So where does this leave Eito regarding the concept of metatools? We have by now well established that character beliefs and values rippling into the world of 100 Line is a narrative fact of the story, and these metatools are the method by which 100 Line's characters are granted agency over their own lives. Given Eito's massive narrative presence in comparison to alternate major antagonist Veshnes, who appears only at the end of 100 Line's first route and often disappears for tens of days in concurrent ones, it should stand to reason that Eito utilizes metatools to a major degree. It could be argued that 100 Line's whole premise is formed from Eito's worldview. Eito's disgust for humanity, as a backstory, predates the events of 100 Line and informs the history of humanity's attempt to violently colonize Futurum. But Eito's effects on the world extend far beyond this. It's an understatement to suggest that Eito Aotsuki haunts the 100 Line routes that spawn from his death. Killing Eito on day 2 invites violence and suffering to the world of 100 Line, because the player has determined that they are willing to punish Eito for a crime he has yet to commit. And if the player is comfortable punishing Eito for a crime they didn't commit, then they have no right to be upset at 100 Line punishing them for a crime they didn't commit. Where we play with the nature of time relative to Eito's crime, 100 Line alternatively determines that instead of future not mattering, fiction does not, and hands the player the consequences of killing a fictional non-criminal. 100 Line's bloodiest routes, slasher, and more significantly, killing game and mystery. The primary mystery of the mystery route is a series of murder mysteries, while the route's overall kill count is much lower than its siblings of slasher and killing game, and its connections to steady fundamental even lead to one of 100 Line's few everyone lives endings. Its focus on murder still centers it around death in the same way that its contemporaries do, further compounded by Mystery Route introducing the Livor Mortis codes that present a red herring avenue for escape that only appear on the corpses of SDU members unable to be revived. The second murder mystery is the murder of Shoma Genzaki, imprisoned in the courtyard for murdering Kako in the first killing exclusive to the Mystery Route. The second locked room murder in a row, a series of objects and mechanical features of the courtyard are used to deduce that Eva killed Shoma without unlocking the cage Shoma was kept in by flooding the room and lifting the ceiling attached cage off the floor. Eito Aotsuki uses this exact same method to escape his cell in the lead up to Steady Fundamental and Romance. This method is simple and involves innocuous enough objects that it might have just been repeated as a cute nod. What about the killing game route? Eito from the Box of Calamity timeline takes over as sponsor after the Gear-infected Kako, who has served as sponsor before, is killed by the SDU. Even in routes where Eito is killed on the second day, he manages to find relevance to these stories despite being dead. To an extent beyond haunting the narrative, even. Takumi's obsession with Eito that forms through his experiences during his first 100 days with the SDU stops Eito from needing to infect his mind literally, as in multiple Eitos, to warp the story around him and his views. Eito even explicitly takes extra care to torment Takumi from behind the sponsor's mask in the Killing Game route, actively and exclusively tormenting him in a way that expresses the same desire for deep interpersonal relationships that 100 Line explores in multiple Eitos. Eito's narrative manifestation beyond 100 Line's first playthrough is intertwined with Takumi Samino in a way that transcends traditional understandings of platonic and romantic bonds, an idea that makes sense when considering the reflections that define the similarities between the two rivals. Takumi, beyond his first Day 100, is constantly struggling to grapple with the ways that his actions both bring together and tear apart the Special Defense Unit, an idea that the Cult of Takumi route centralizes around, and that Takumi struggles to mediate with the incredibly strict time allocations he must handle in the steady fundamental route. Eito's death leads to permanent and constant rifts between the group in Killing Game, Slasher, and Mystery routes, and builds to the combative and confrontational comedy that permeates the comedy route. The affection analyzer Takumi receives in certain comedy paths only tears apart his relationship with Nozomi, and the development of a disease that causes Takumi to spontaneously combust when annoyed by the slapstick antics of the other SDU members leads to him isolating himself from the increasingly flanderized cast. Eito's penchant for both secretly creating and then directly helping solve complications in the first route ties Takumi's perception and understanding of Eito to the maintaining of healthy group dynamics to such an extent that even after his betrayal, Takumi's depth of understanding of their association with Eito causes them to fail to exist with any meaningful strength in Eito's absence. This concept also serves to function as Eito's desire to be part of a social group, failing to manifest in routes he doesn't exist in. The SDU only truly uniting in the Killing Game route after Eito returns to the story as the second sponsor and is unmasked before his untimely demise. And what of deep interpersonal bonds on these routes? These too find themselves absent alongside Eito. Beyond the aforementioned comedy route punchline of Nozomi's affection reading 0 for Takumi, their relationship fails to meaningfully progress as a result of Takumi's gear infection in the slasher route, leading to Nozomi either dying or killing Takumi herself. Hideko and Darumi's relationship is cut short in the Killing Game route by Hideko's death fighting a commander outside of school grounds during the Invader Hunt's early stages, and the mysterious unnamed individual that forced Shoma to kill Kako on the mystery route leaves Ima personally estranged from the group by removing his source of stability and personal lifeline in Kako. Eito's return also marks the movement of Tsubasa and Takumi's relationship on the Killing Game route into more explicit romantic territory, alongside Nozomi's formation of a strong maternal bond with Ava and a strong sororal bond with her daughter Commune, serving as another set of blatant examples of Eito's return to the narrative, bringing his associated concepts back when viewing 100 Line through the lens of these meta-tools. The notable exception to this rule on the slasher route is actually further supporting evidence through its nature as an outside creation. The emotionally vulnerable moments Hideko and Takumi share at the end of the slasher route were formed by outside pieces. Hideko's addition of the saw and leap suit to the slasher route serve as her writing the tale that creates this moment branded into her memory, an act of narrative agency above the passive permeating consequences of Eito's absence. We're extracting an excessive amount of information from routes where Eito is dead and absent from Day 2. So let's take a look at another route where Eito dies. We've already discussed the Boxes of Blessings routes relative to what it does for Gaku's character, how we can understand Gaku's confided feelings in Takumi, and how they reflect what happens to him in the comedy route. During the route, both the commanders and the SDU are searching for the Boxes of Blessings, and Eito is assisting the Futuran commanders in their search. The search for these boxes leads the SDU to a plethora of discoveries that expand their understanding of their world and situation, including the pseudoscience behind Cryptoglobin and the bizarre similarities between the cultural history of Futurum and Earth. Eito's quest for the boxes involved him discovering these truths too. The two parties searching symmetrically leads to opportunities for Eito to obfuscate the boxes and findings from the SDU, something he supposedly does at a mansion by the coast. In the Killing Game route, it is revealed by Eito that underneath this massive house is the machine where Futurans are turned into the cannon fodder monsters the SDU faces throughout each defensive battle. This fact remains unrevealed to the SDU in the Boxes of Blessings route. Yet, There is some unsaid truth Eito discovers that leads to him ending his own life in this very mansion in front of Takumi and co. Eito's constant subterfuge across this route, hiding pieces of information that can be found on alternate Box of Blessings paths, implies this information is in some way related to the writings of the human scientists whose notes are scattered through the city. Eito spouts some vague musings about control and freedom before his death here, claiming he doesn't intend to serve as anyone's puppet, which raises more questions about the information garnered here. Eito is already acting against the interests of the SDU, and therefore humanity, so is this information he received really related to the SDU's origins? Eito's choice to side with the SDU and seek camaraderie with them in second scenario suggests that Eito struggles with the idea that his distaste for humanity, intentional or not, was artificially manufactured, and in an attempt to regain a lost sense of control, does everything in his power to reject the origin he's been given. By the time he finds this out in the isolated environment of a trader in Box of Blessings, the only out is death. This reading of Eito remains true even if Eito didn't discover the SDU's origins in the mansion, as we see his confirmed reaction to this information in second scenario. How does Eito react to the other secrets of the mansion? After taking over as sponsor of the invader hunt in the Killing Game, following Kakuji's death, a now solitary Eito guides Takumi Sumino and his team to the mansion in search of the few remaining invaders that will grant Sumino and co. the points required to save the low-score Tsubasa. Through this, Takumi's crew discover the previously noted origins of the invader foes faced in every defensive battle. If Aotsuki's discovery in Box of Blessings is the same as this one in Killing Game, why the different reaction? Eito justifies his misanthropic worldview through a historical lens, judging humanity's morality through their long and storied past of atrocities and despicable acts. Killing Game Eito acts alone and is comfortable using this reveal to further his agenda by pushing Takumi into a position where he must kill future civilians, yet to be turned into invaders, and must face the reality that these are the monsters he's been mindlessly slaughtering the entire route. Meanwhile, in the Box of Blessings, Eito instead works with the Futuran army and discovers their own atrocity, enforced by Veshness's iron will, alongside Blessing's allusions to the distinct and bizarrely common similarities in human and Futuran culture, denoting an explicit exception for war and conflict. Eito is forced to grapple with the fact that humans and Futurans are not all that different. A history of relative peace does not mean they are incapable of acts just as immoral as the people of Earth. And recognizing that he's been duped into serving yet another ruthless dictator, Eito cannot cope with the realization that neither side is free of moral culpability. Eito avoids falling into the practiced both sides are evil by rooting his distaste in destruction of selfish moral superiority, taking the easy way out of his impossible dilemma when presented with no support networks. What thematic conclusions can we draw from this? So far, character analysis has served to provide evidence for the thematic patterns of 100 Line, and establish a set of narrative meta-tools that the characters within the world have at their disposal, unconscious or otherwise, to manifest their desires into the story in the same way the player does by making their own decisions, both in terms of literal narrative consequences and the establishing of removal of certain themes and concepts. With Eito, we started by looking at how he interacts with these meta-tools, both as an active antagonist and as a thematic force, physically present or otherwise, and then used these as a method through which to analyze his character's desires and motives beyond the facade of a manipulative schema. Through this, we found that elements of the Eito exist in the pretend friendly Eito, beyond his return to form when rejoining the SDU in Second Coming round, which is marked by an uptick in degrading human language alongside the more traditional manner of speech Eito took on during a majority of the first 100 days. These elements of Eito's character are so integral to his being that their thematic counterparts struggle to survive in routes where he is dead, and the routes that devote themselves to dissecting Aotsuki focus near entirely on Eito's relationships with community and deep interpersonal bonds. Eito's understanding of these meta-laws of 100 Line's world don't supersede the other SDU members. Yet, the death of characters such as Kyoshika and Takamaru seem to result in the addition of more themes as opposed to the destruction of them. Is 100 Line determining that Eito does hold more narrative weight? It's a bit more advanced than Eito being more important than other characters. Instead, Eito provides us with the most prolific viewpoint into a passive approach to the framework we interpret 100 Line through, and how others' perceptions of Eito are just as important as to what themes come and go with him as his own thoughts and feelings. This is most directly apparent in Takumi's rejections of Eito, in the killing of him on Day 2, killing of him on Day 57, or rejecting of his return on Day 82, where 100 Line begins to revolve around Eito, or tell stories that are thematically tied to what Eito represents from Takumi's perception, and the absence of those ideas in the story. The implications of the associations others make with a character influencing the direction of narratives draws us to question the absolute nature of expression and perception, returning us again to characters like Darumi, whose outward personas occasionally let slip to reveal more grounded identities. This idea is even further reflected in the way Eito's condition functions and spawns his worldview. Eito first perceives humans as unsightly creatures before he delves into the world of history. From a perspective following Eito's chronology, he first perceives humans as monsters, and the stories he reads reflects the facts afterwards. Then only after this does Eito's lived narrative within 100 Line continue to be a result of his understanding of humanity being manifested into his reality. Eito's discovery of the truth and escape from servitude through death in the Box of Blessings morphs into a fruitless attempt to escape the way that perceptions of himself by others shape the world and story around him. His removal of his senses in second scenario becomes a rejection of the worldview given to him by someone else. An active choice to question the perceptions that create his world, and repent for his actions and betrayal of the SDU by leaving behind his ability to perceive, define, and hence alter the SDU's experience in a recognition of his own inability to change this fate. Eito's suicide becomes a struggle to both throw away his own meta-tools that he cannot control, while simultaneously protecting him from the same tools being used on him. The Special Defense Unit looking to Takumi as a leader that will keep them alive emboldens his defining desire to protect, an idea taken to its extreme as we've examined in Cult of Takumi. Shoma betrays his own pessimism by the resolute stubbornness with which he approaches avoiding combat during the first 100 days. Combined with Takamaru's belief in Shoma's ability for growth, Takumi's recognition of the strength of the character in this act of refusal, and his willingness to enter a physical confrontation with Kurara Osazuki results in Shoma's ability to grow from his small stature into a ridiculously muscular figure after only a couple days of training. Outside perceptions of Shoma's strength allow for this otherwise unfeasible gag to exist in the world of 100 Line, each giving it a level of narrative and character weight in how Shoma's continued perseverance in his match against Kurara reiterates the elements of Shoma's nature to the rest of the otherwise unaware SDU. Eito Aotsuki illuminates the explicit and important role of perception and how it relates to these metatools that we approach 100 Line with in the passive. Can the game's other antagonists enlighten us to the active? 100 Line's method of slowly growing its team size during the strategy RPG sections of the game, over the course of the first 100 days, demands that nearly each cast member undergoes growth as they find their will and reason to fight alongside Takumi. Resetting back to the start of the story erases these moments of growth and arcs from these new versions of the characters, and nowhere is this more glaring than with Ima and Kako Tsukumo. Ima and Kako represent the meaning of the passive and active applications of metatools. Ima's desire to protect Kako from the world is inherently tied to his view of her as his vulnerable younger sibling, an idea ultimately manifested in Ima's death during the Ava fight on Day 21 of the second scenario route, where Kako's attempts to independently defeat Ava leads to Ima being forced to sacrifice himself during the fight. Here, Kako's accelerated path to losing reliance on Ima without altering the dynamic of the relationship, ergo Ima's perception of her, leads to a situation where Ima's reality of Kako needing protection manifests in the most dangerous outcome for both twins and the rest of the SDU. This serves as a clear clash between Kako's active choice to gain independence by emulating the traits of the strong women in the SDU that she treats as role models, Moko and Hideko, and Ima's passive perspective of Kako informed by their shared upbringing, and Ima's idolization of the image of Kako that acts as a microcosm of how the SDU treats Takumi Samino during the Cult of Takumi route. We can see an inverse reflection by comparing Kako during the second scenario route to a similar path of growth during the Coming of Age route. Kako again searches for independence and strength by emulating a role model within the SDU. Inspired by Takumi Samino's reckless attack against Veshness on day 15, Kako explicitly mentions Takumi as someone she wants to emulate in her growth in the cafeteria on day 31. There are no negative repercussions for Ima on this route, as during Takumi's absence from the story, the relationship between the two has already grown more equal, to reflect the development they go through in the first route. These two routes combined inform us that Kako isn't being punished with Ima's death and the following criticism from Hideko for attempting to strive for independence, but instead Ima's death and the resulting revelation for Kako come from a clashing of Kako's desired change and Ima's unchanged perception of her. In obfuscating Takumi's goals, Ima's actions in Route 0 retroactively become an antagonistic reflection of Takumi's relationship with Nozomi following her death at the end of the route. The comparison's unreliant on understanding of future content in further routes. Ima's overbearing protection of Kako is an active portrayal of how an overwhelming drive to guarantee Nozomi's safety drives Takumi. This idea furthers our understanding by drawing comparisons between Takumi's attachment to Nozomi being tied to her relationship to Karuwa. Ima's reluctance to allow Kako to grow correlates with Takumi being unable to truly see Nozomi as her own person, especially after the reveal of her matching scar and use of the Taki nickname before her death during the first confrontation with Veshness. Ima's inability to accept Kako's growth in each route follows an equivalent rut in perception, where Ima cannot perceive Kako beyond the idealized young sister. Looking at his actions through the lens of Ima as antagonist, we see a clear through line. Ima's actions serve to delay or otherwise stop the natural progression of Takumi or the wider SDU's goals in service of his own. The act of stabbing Takamaru not only takes him out of the fight temporarily, but also convinces Takumi to take the, ultimately unsuccessful, course of action of persuading Kako to not fight during the first route. Through this, we can understand active antagonistic will to manifest in the form of obstacles that block the progression of 100-line story. Expanding this out to apply to more than Ima and the reaching of plot beats, we can determine true death in 100-line to be the ultimate antagonistic act, to deny the will of the deceased in its totality. This is why true death manages to maintain lofty value in a story where the revive-o-matic is nearly always present and available to the cast. Not because they can't be brought back this time, but because true death is always reserved for an active killing, an explicit desire to remove the character from the story. We can hence draw further differentiation through the imagery behind absorbing another's cryptoglobin. The Gyer's parasite's murder spree in slasher, mystery, and certain calamity in SF routes leaves the bodies of the SDU intact. They are removed without thought or care. Where Veshness's killing of Darumi, followed by either Gaku or Kurara along the second scenario path, denotes their absorbing as to emphasize the specific impact of the deaths of these two. Darumi's death leads to Veshness taking far more pleasure in tormenting the SDU as she carries on Darumi's morbid sense of humor, and the absorbing of Kurara leads to the creation of the bad ending missile Veshness never uses otherwise. During the killing game route, the cryptoglobin of the loser of each round of the invader hunt is distributed to the top contenders, which allows the SDU to carry on the legacy of their fallen comrades. Draining someone of cryptoglobin doesn't require them to be dead. This helps elaborate on why it's a taboo in future and culture. It's not just about removing someone's will by killing them, but taking it for yourself. Not only does Ima give us the most obtuse definition of what divides active, decision-based manifestation from its observance-based passive equivalent, but also informs us of how the active consistently supersedes the passive at the cost of those unwilling to change their perceptions. This turns Eito's consistent struggles against the SDU into a morality-based defeat, as Eito's perceptions of humanity as irredeemably evil rub against the Special Defense Unit's attempts to do good by each other. Let's circle back to absorbing cryptoglobin before we end up too far away. Absorbing cryptoglobin, like Takumi's special redo, is as much a game mechanic as an element of the narrative. The commander's deaths are confirmed by the absorption of cryptoglobin, an unavoidable act that leaves a stain on the special defense unit in the form of a permanent buff for one party member. Each commander has a title. They each sponsor an emotion or concept. The 11 commanders faced in 100 Line's first 90 days championing, in order, virtue, hatred, repulsion, devotion, nature, harmony, indomitability, salvation, charity. Do the SDU take on these traits when they absorb these commanders? Mervram, the paragon of order, seems to take order away from the SDU as his death is quickly followed by the disappearance of then SDU leader Hiruko. The absorbing of Sanshin, the paragon of salvation, is followed by Ima's consciousness being transferred into the body of Sire, which in turn allows for communication with Veshdes, and ultimately for the SDU to be fooled with the false salvation of Veshdes's fake escape method. The same interpretation follows through for the time-warping paragon of charity, Nugyank, who is faced right after Sanshin. Veshdes's deal is ultimately a trade, but to the uninformed special defense unit, giving up the contents of the defense room is such a small price to pay that her offer as an escape comes off as a gift. But this clearly isn't the entire pattern. While Takumi's first experiences following Eito's betrayal and the nature of the SDU's plan are without hope, the reveal of the escape pod and the chance to turn back the clock give both the SDU at large and Takumi hope for a better future after absorbing the cryptoglobin of Hope's paragon, Veshdes. Various times are the ripple effects of absorbing the paragon of hatred Animax shown, from Eito's own swimming in hatred to Kako's violent revenge against Veshdes for killing Ima. The truth is that the absorbing of each of these commanders serves to increase the quantity of the thematic presence of their paragons, not necessarily imbue the SDU with them. In a similar way to how Cult of Takumi introduces a focus on masculinity only to critique and question it, each absorbing brings the story to focus on that element. The introduction of World Death concerns Eito's secret absorbing of Paragon of Nature Ava's cryptoglobin. Absorbing Parmith, the Paragon of Devotion, before meeting Ava, leads to the next enemy commander surrendering to the SDU, an act only compounding in its relation to devotion following the reveal on future routes that Ava was meant to use an implanted bomb following her planned surrender to disrupt the SDU. Her lack of devotion to Veshdes and her cause being brought to light by being introduced to the center point of 100 Line's story, the Last Defense Academy. Ava further stands out as being 100 Line's sole survivor of a cryptoglobin absorption. In order to treat Nozomi's rejection symptoms in the killing game route, Ava allows Nozomi to suck her blood on day 48. This action comes with an explicit meta-consequence. Through this act, Ava becomes aware of Nozomi's backstory. Ava speaks of Nozomi becoming her blood relative through this act and takes on a maternal role for Nozomi during this period, a change in relationship dynamic that Nozomi wholeheartedly supports. While the first route's introduction of the concept of world death foreshadows a fatal end for this relationship, and maintains the transactional spotlight created by its inception through maintaining that Ava is the paragon of nature. By having Ava take on the role of mother for Nozomi, 100 Line continues to place motherhood as a position of strength, an idea first broached through Hiruko, a character who explicitly desires to become a mother in the future, starting as an already experienced unit with levels in her combat skills. Understanding this relation between motherhood, strength, and Nozomi's unresolved relationship issues with her birth mother helps broaden our understanding of Nozomi's specific and deep bond with Moko, emphasized in Nozomi's near immediate recognition of the Moko who awakens on day 61 of the original route being a fake. Moko's dedication to empowering others through strength training, and common references to womanhood allow her to fulfill a void within Nozomi's life that becomes blatant in her unwell fugue state, and consequent obsession following her bonding with Ava, her need to prove herself to her mother. Nozomi's relationship with family is far from limited to her bond with her mother and the gap that was left when she died. When Ava's adoptive daughter Commune joins the anti-sponsor alliance in the killing game route, Nozomi's attachment quickly latches onto the sister she came to know through partaking in Ava's blood, The doting persona Nozomi takes on around Commune is not entirely unfamiliar to us, as we see snippets of this in Takumi's recounted memories of his time with Karuha in the Tokyo residential complex. The casual and slice-of-life sisterhood shared between the two girls plays off of the dream for a mundane residential life that Tsubasa imagines with Yugamu, Darumi, and Takumi during the Killing Game route. The intensity of Nozomi's overbearing affection for Commune relative to the tensions of Takumi and Tsubasa's budding romance, and the emboldened smooch Tsubasa gives Darumi that eases this tension, emphasizes the significance of the absorbing of cryptoglobin. There's no coincidence that Eva, as the paragon of nature, offers onto Nozomi an escape from the turmoil through strong bonds with kin. Commune is the only Futuran we meet in Hundred Line capable of wielding cryptoglobin who is not a commander. Eva's niece by blood and daughter by all significant metrics, Commune makes a point of her cryptoglobin not being suited for the battlefield when she joins the team in the rebellion route. The leader of the Futuran rebellion against Veshness's regime uses her cryptoglobin as a tool of observation that complements her immense intellect. On the rebellion route, she's able to determine that Nozomi will safely recover from her cryptoglobin rejection without treatment, and is capable of finding Dahl'Xia's weak point in the fight against him and pierce the impenetrable commander with a manifested arrow. But without the position of commander and as a non-combatant, Commune has no title nor a personal skill with which to establish what her cryptoglobin may represent thematically. Commune's powers of observation place her as the greatest utilizer of the passive, observational meta-tool, giving her an express license to define theme and narrative through her perceptions explains the Rebellion route's ending 45 failed alliance. Antagonizing Commune with accusations of espionage before Takumi attacks her for frantically stabbing Nozomi leads to an all-out war, as Commune's final perspective on the SDU paints them as paranoid and violent agents in Hundred Line's world, hence her observation comes true. While Commune may not have to be the paragon of anything, she is still leader of the Resistance, the only force who consistently desires a direct, good outcome for others. Where Veshness's focuses lie on the war, and beyond that, only the act of ascending to godhood herself, and the SDU's collective inability to look further than surviving beyond the moment that Dahl'Xia determines is the reason for their struggle against him, Commune's position makes sense relative to her usage of metatools, where most of Hundred Line's happy endings feature a majority of the SDU escaping Futuran without activating the missiles on day 100. Rebellion Route offers the only definite, positive worlds past day 100, ones where peace has been achieved between Futurans and humans as in Ending 6, Seeds of Hope. Ending 5, My War, however, narrates a Futurum ravaged by conflict, yet Commune's beliefs live on in Nozomi, who has absorbed her cryptoglobin in this ending. The narration switches to Nozomi as the route's final CG shows her actively pursuing her desires to bring peace between Futurans and humans through the education of the younger generation, tying the completion of her goals to the older sister role she plays for Commune in Killing Game that revolves around both Nozomi's doting on Commune, but also her insistence on convincing Commune to look after herself in an educating caregiver type role. But what if we turn this power of perception inwards? Dahl'Xia is another Futuran who doesn't make any appearances until Takumi goes back in time, and is the only other one capable of wielding cryptoglobin. Paragon of Warfare Dahl'Xia appears typically on the 87th day in a scripted loss as the SDU are unable to damage their foe. Dahl'Xia will leave and ask the SDU to find a reason to fight, before returning on the 93rd day where the SDU break his impenetrable defense through any combination of Kurara/Nozomi's poison traps, Shion's flames, and Commune's arrows. Dahl'Xia's obsession with being a warrior and combat is absolute. He never gets upset when the SDU uses the underhanded tactic of poison to take him down. It does not take away from his desired honorable death. All avenues of warfare are just in Dahl'Xia's eyes, as long as both sides have the resolve to fight. Dahl'Xia's incredibly limited appearances only add to the mysteries surrounding him. He has a specific awareness of the cursed cycle, despite being imprisoned since Veshness took his role as Supreme Commander over a decade before the game began. On that topic, Veshness is capable of defeating him at an incredibly young age, yet only Dahl'Xia is capable of passing through the Undying Flames wall that surrounds Last Defense Academy without extinguishing it. Dahl'Xia answers most of these questions in his second fight. From the killing game route, "Now why would I run? I've been waiting to be cornered like this my whole life! I have always fought to die in battle. To die on the battlefield is the fate of all true warriors. Do you not also long for the pleasure of an honourable death?" Dahl'Xia perceives himself as this so-called true warrior. The Undying Flames barrier cannot harm him because that is not a battle. A resolveless SDU fighting simply because they must are not real warriors and cannot feasibly present a challenge to Dahl'Xia, whose understanding of their self is so resolute it warps the world around them. This idea is displayed literally in Dahl'Xia's bizarre durability, and narratively in Dahl'Xia's tendency to have his cryptoglobin absorbed by Veshness after losing his fight with the SDU. The Special Defense Unit rarely resolves to become warriors between Dahl'Xia's visits, instead simply improving their ability to fight to match Dahl'Xia's impression of what a proper battle is. His death at the hands of Veshness definitively concludes their prior conflict. This absorption by Veshness also allows for his title as the Paragon of Warfare to shine through having his cryptoglobin go to the character who is consistently attached to ending the war decisively. The absence of warfare is not something that Takumi is ever allowed to acquire, and Veshness makes sure of this by absorbing the commander who embodies warfare before anyone in the SDU can. Through this, we can understand why Dahl'Xia is the only commander aware of the cursed cycle. The theft of his cryptoglobin from the SDU refuses them control and absence of the concept of warfare, and as Veshness directly communicates to Takumi after he gains the ability to understand her during the end of the first 100 days, this is war after all. The most overarching piece of evidence for this interpretation is the existence of the cursed cycle, but the idea bubbles to the surface of Nozomi's My War ending to the Rebellion route that describes her attempts at peace through education as still a war, and the Serial Battles route conclusion, One More Time, where Takumi resolves to use Special Redo again to return to the start. The alternate conclusion to this route, The War is Over, remains far more hollow, lacking a CG or conclusion for any cast members outside of Sumino, whose conclusion still seems stunted relative to the One More Time alternative that presents an opportunity for continued growth. The manifestation of consequences from absorbed cryptoglobin being inconsistently positive or negative, or more broadly, inconsistently resulting in the absence of, or a plethora of its associated themes, is an idea rectified in the attitudes of the absorbed. Box of Calamity establishes this by having Ava literally haunt the cast through the form of a ghost, fulfilling her promise to curse the group that she vows in her death throes before Calamity splits from the second scenario path. Ava's Nature Paragon makes itself the agent through which Calamity routes tragedies occur, either by the supernatural in the form of Ava's ghost, or the rebirth of the Gyea parasites located in the Box of Calamity, which results in the death of a majority of the SDU through the Gyea going through their natural life cycle. We gain a whole picture now of how taking on someone's will works in the scope of 100-line story. Primarily achieved through the absorbing of cryptoglobin, to take someone's will doesn't grant one control over it. That still lies in the will of the original owner. Beyond this, the lens with which their metatools can be understood is limited to the original owner's perceptions of themselves and their own identity, themes, and aspects. Takumi absorbing Eito's cryptoglobin in the multiple Eitos route breaks down the barriers of self that simultaneously define the possibilities of interpersonal relationships and impose its inherent difficulties. The only way shared community can be returned to a world of only Eitos is through Ending 9, Endurance Match, where Eito's focus on maintaining the mental fortitude required to survive Takumi's march of endless suicides leaves room for still Eito-appearing SDU members to cheer Sumino on in his efforts to purge Eito from his body. Whereas absorbing Shoma's cryptoglobin in the killing game route following his death in round 1 of the Invader Hunt has Takumi literally state he is carrying on Shoma's legacy as he takes on the role of caretaker for Ava, The sponsor absorbing a portion of Shoma's cryptoglobin coincides with their return, drowning the SDU in pessimism regarding their ability to escape their fate. But in terms of quantity of cryptoglobin absorbed over 100 lines runtime, there is one woman who cannot be competed with, snatching the blood of her fallen comrades in nearly every 100-line timeline is Veshnes, Paragon of Hope and Supreme Commander. The Undying Flames baby's birth was a moment of shock for the war-ravaged Futurans. Bathed in a cryptoglobin so great it harkened back to the power's origins mythologically linked to the Boxes of Blessings. Labelled as the Second Coming, to humanity the child represented a way to finally overcome the reality-bending powers of cryptoglobin and take the planet of Futurum for themselves. The Second Coming being seen as an object by the humans isn't only a slight against them. Veshnes makes adamant claims to ownership over him. The Second Coming is mine, repeated in various routes and timelines. The concept of objectification through idolization appears here again as it does in Cult of Takumi. Veshnes, too, is made object through idolization, but with fear over reverie. Critical of the cultural taboos of the Futurans, Veshnes' route shows that all the commanders under her either despise or fear her in a way that freezes them into subservience, regardless of whether she wears her mask or not. The only exception to absolute obedience being Adamak, the paragon of hatred, whose own aspect provides him the freedom to curse out his master at will. Without dipping too much into the comfortable realm of genre and trope that would require reference, evidence, and explanation in the frame of this post-structuralist perspective, Veshnes is a prototypical antagonist. Before we even dive into her mindset as explored in the Veshnes route, this is made clear by her taking action which the protagonist responds to. The destruction of second-to-last Defense Academy in the first 100 days, using the bad ending missile at the end of the second scenario, and forcing the SDU to grapple with the agency she steals from them by absorbing the commanders herself after Takumi's return from the future. Where the player has been granted more choices by Takumi's return to the past, Veshnes leverages her position to take as many choices away from the player as possible by removing the decision of who will absorb the commanders after each defensive battle. Veshnes explicitly cares about showmanship, playing into her dominion over the subject, given her title. The Paragon of Hope's penchant for flair shines in her intentionally delayed appearances during the endgame of many of 100 Lines' routes, where she opts to appear by hologram before the final confrontation. Veshnes further presents her dominion over Hope through the aforementioned control of agency, which she displays over the game, taking the stat increases the player's team gets access to through absorbing of the commander's cryptoglobin, revokes from the player the hope of defeating her at the end of the game, a concept solidified by her absorption of Dahl'Xia, mandating the usage of the same tricks to overcome her now impenetrable defense. Veshnes' theft of hope from the SDU isn't just limited to the diegetic removal of chances to buff your units. The Supreme Commander uses her position as primary antagonist to leverage an understanding of the nature of 100 Lines' narrative laws to become the SDU's largest obstacle through the use of meta tools. She takes Dahl'Xia's self-assured sense of identity, which acts as his barrier, and uses it to guarantee her position as Supreme Commander. By absorbing her own commanders, she guarantees that the SDU will not have access to the themes their paragons represent by absorbing them first. And by taking away decisions through and beyond this, she limits their agency over the direction of the story and the themes it focuses on. To understand what hope is in 100 Line and how Veshnes uses it to impose narrative control, we'll need to hear straight from the horse's mouth. Veshnes explains what hope is to her on her very own Veshnes route as she discusses the topic with Takumi. But how do we get to the Veshnes route? Day 15's dispute with Veshnes leads to the three-way choice on who Takumi will sacrifice, where the shonen-brained Kyoshika and selfless Takamaru make for clear choices among the standing members of the Special Defense Unit. The third option, Tsubasa Kawana, sticks out like a sore thumb in comparison. Tsubasa struggles in high-stress situations. Her gag of vomiting under even slight duress is physically limiting to the point that getting Tsubasa to join the team during the first playthrough requires Sumino finding a way to provide her a means to vomit while fighting on the battlefield, achieved through the fashionable sick bag created with the gift Domatic. One of Tsubasa's other defining surface-level traits is her relative normalcy compared to her classmates. Tsubasa plays the straight man to SDU's comedy routines when Takumi is unable to. This normalcy is more of a mark against her as a viable choice for the sacrifice decision than the vomiting aspect. So what does being able to choose Tsubasa represent? Picking her will have Veshnes remind us on the ensuing route that she was not qualified for the job, yet 100 Line is willing to let us make this decision. Tsubasa is linked, thematically, to the future. Over 100 Line's routes with the exclusion of the romance route, Takumi has romantic interactions with Nozomi, Hiruko, and Tsubasa. Interactions with Nozomi revolve around the past, both in her relation to Karuha and her attachment to the program that created the SDU, and the past that humanity represents. Note Nozomi's ties to the future being tied to the end of humanity, as in the second scenario route, or the education of a younger generation of humanity in the rebellion route. Hiruko's romance with Takumi centers around the present, informed by her awareness of the cursed cycle that makes her unable to imagine any future, alongside the link between Takumi and Hiruko's romantic entanglement in the slasher route and the horizontally travelling leap machine. Takumi and Hiruko's romantic relationship is an object of the slasher route, the chemistry not being present in the steady fundamental route that creates it, as the romance with Takumi represents a comfort to a trapped Hiruko who sees no way out of the cursed cycle. In Steady Fundamental, where Hiruko has hope for the future, their relationship, while still close, does not hold the same romantic connotations, even after both bear witness to the very moment in Slasher Hiruko went out of her way to create during this timeline. Tsubasa's romance with Takumi is bound to the future. Within the Killing Game, Tsubasa is driven forward to a domestic future with Yuganu, Darumi, and especially Takumi. Helping Tsubasa reach this goal of hers leads to the Killing Game ending, Hope from Despair. The same pattern applies to the romance route. First, Takumi enters a relationship with Kurara. They watch a series of movies and learn about each other through their reactions and thoughts across a variety of film genres. The second relationship is between Kyoshika and Takumi, where Kyoshika's attempts to replicate anime-style dates quickly falls to engaging in the physical activity of training and engaging in mock battles together. Finally, Tsubasa and Takumi go on dates by working on engineering projects together, Kawana, a massive engine, and Sumino, an alarm clock. Kurara's route focusing on recorded films plants it in the past, as Takumi and Kurara discover each other through pre-existing film from humanity's past, as stored in the Last Defense Academy's library. Takumi and Kyoshika forming a bond through physical activity plants their relationship in the present. Sumino's growth allowing him to hear the Holy Jumanji Sword is complete by the time he and Kyoshika's 25 days have ended, planting the formation of the relationship entirely within the present, an idea compounded by Kyoshika's attempts to use fiction, established as the past by Kurara, failing before she moves on to the present. Tsubasa and Takumi again center their relationship around the future. While Tsubasa's completing the engine and overcoming her own defeatist attitude by the end of her romance game period may seem to plant it in a similar present to Kyoshika before her, it is of note that Tsubasa finishes a solitary engine. The engine still needs an object to power. Tsubasa's ties to the future go further than ties to her romantic encounters with Takumi. Across routes, Tsubasa is consistently responsible for the construction of the jar capable of holding the Undying Flames boy, allowing the child without a future, predestined to die on day 100 alongside the rest of the planet, to continue living and see his dream of becoming friends with the SDU continue beyond their service at Last Defense Academy. It's why Tsubasa is the one to name the Undying Flames boy on the coming-of-age route when Sirei does not offer forward the name Shion as he does on other routes. Tsubasa is also responsible for repairing the broken escape shuttle on routes where it is destroyed, and granting Darumi the will to go on, during the Killing Game route, by sharing her dream for the future through the minute-long kiss Kawana gives Darumi. Nigo explains before the decision is made that whoever detonates the bomb that kills Veshnes will have their body obliterated. Revival is not an option. This is why the removal of the characters that can die here centers the routes around the absence of their associated ideas. To remove Tsubasa from the story would be to remove Future from the story, which 100 Line could not exist without. Hence Tsubasa's survival. Taking a look at the Killing Game route before Veshnes route, we can begin to associate Tsubasa with Hope, as it relates to the future before even determining the relationship Hope's Paragon has with the concept. Tsubasa's connection to Hope is driven further by her position in the Veshnes route. With the commanders running the school and keeping each student under arrest in separate rooms, Tsubasa, as the deliverer of food, becomes the only immediate avenue for communication and planning, augmented only by Nigo's movements through hidden tunnels. Tsubasa's attachment to the concept of the future is so great that after her passing in the slasher route, Gaku loses his mind and throws himself in front of her zombie form with a smile on his face. Tsubasa's future attachment is true even at her lowest points. During the final fight of the second scenario route, where everyone dies attempting to stop the missiles from launching on day 100, most characters find relief in their last moments, looking back on how they spent their lives outside of their artificial backstories. Eito confesses his love for Takumi. Hiroko finds peace in death. Others lament their fate, like Gaku asking why he was ever born. Ima and Yugamu speak of reincarnation, what they would like to be reborn as in the next life. But Tsubasa, Kako, and Moko speak of their regrets for actions never taken. Tsubasa is the only one among the cohort of 3 that also talks about what she desires in the next life, ranking her above all others in her approach to the future, even in her dying breaths. What does it mean that Tsubasa's association with the future is nigh all-encompassing? Beyond its established associations with Hope, as per Tsubasa-centric Killing Game route's ending holding Hope in the title, the prospect of reaching the future is given increased value beyond Takumi's constant internal pressure to make it to day 100 by the existence of the cursed cycle as named and described in the Steady Fundamental route. The 100-line story that reaches across multiple routes, touching Slasher, Mystery, Killing Game, Coming of Age, and Box of Calamity, has the objective of reaching an impossible future that has been denied from the Special Defense Unit. Tsubasa's hope comes under nowhere near the level of scrutiny presented to Sumino's own ideals, as its struggles are inherent to the very premise of 100 Line. Through this, Tsubasa is elevated to pseudo-protagonist status. Her survival at the start of the Veshnes round isn't simply a logical character moment that fits our understanding of Tsubasa, but a mandatory part of the story because 100 Line cannot function without Tsubasa Kawana. This idea is even further supported by Killing Game's Escaping Our Fate ending, where Sumino takes Kawana and runs away from the school before Tsubasa can be determined the loser of the Invader Hunt's next round. The duo fail to successfully escape the cryptoglobin-absorbing bee that tails their every move, and Tsubasa is ultimately killed while they sleep shoulder to shoulder. During this sequence, Tsubasa is drained while Takumi dreams of the past, back to his memories in the Tokyo residential complex and Karuwa. The concept of the future, something both lovers have been looking forward to moments before, is removed the moment Tsubasa dies, before Takumi is even conscious enough to realize what has happened. Returning again to the Veshnes route before we talk about the villain herself, Tsubasa's ability to define narratives around the future and possibilities extends even to her foes, as her talks with Adamak, the Paragon of Hatred, inspire him to imagine a future beyond Veshnes's rule, and ultimately take his spoken plans of taking action against her and bring them into physical reality. Let's see what else can be taken from conversation with commanders. Takumi Samino is kept in the leisure lounge as the commanders take over the school. Veshness toys with Takumi in particular after determining him the leader, engaging in less of a cultural exchange and more of a character assessment of the fool who would send Tsubasa Kawana to take down Veshness. Veshness makes it clear that her desire for power is absolute. Her thirst for knowledge is what keeps the SDU alive. This marker of knowledge as power helps establish Veshness as a wielder of not just in-game strength, but meta-tools to create a narrative in 100 Line that acts to her benefit. Veshness does also offer an alternate reasoning for the SDU's survival. You lost. You have no right to decide what happens to you. I decide when to kill you. This claim to agency feeds into Veshness's confusion and discontent in Takumi still clinging onto hope after her victory. A concept the player might find themselves in comprehension with, given they decided to sacrifice Tsubasa for the meta-narrative purpose of removing hope from the tale. As the paragon of hope, it's clear Veshness is disgruntled by the way that Takumi's stubborn resilience seems to defy her absolute order over the concept. But Veshness still gets the last laugh in this very first interaction of many inside the leisure lounge. Are you hoping for some kind of miracle? For your friends to come and save you? This isn't a matter of believing until you manifest something. Not only does Veshness flex her understanding of the rules of 100 Line's story, before going on to claim herself above them in her dominion and absolute victory, she further cements hope and its relation to the future as superseding the other themes and concepts present or capable of appearing in 100 Line through placing herself at an unreachable apex on this route. When Veshness makes a decision in this world, the player is not given opportunity for reaction. It either occurs as she desires, or she is killed before it can come to fruition. Second scenario's band-ending missile wipes out humanity before anyone can act to stop her. She determines to make Takumi hers on the Cult of Takumi route, only to die later in battle. Any direct clash with Veshness's ideals becomes an immediate battle of willpower, something the entire cast, ally or enemy, struggles to manifest enough to overcome her. This enlightens the SDU's original victory over the Supreme Commander in 100 Line's first 100 days as a fact drawn from its nature as a revenge mission. The deaths of Nozomi Kirifuji and Ima Tsukumo provide Takumi, Kako, and the rest of the SDU with enough willpower to overcome the Paragon of Hope. A goal made easier with the fact that killing Veshness isn't the direct opposition to her current goal: enter the defense room. By Veshness defining things that have yet to happen, or won't happen, for the SDU as being tied to hoping, she makes it clear that to Veshness, hope is directly tied to the active manifestation of one's will into reality. When the player chooses to let Shoma kill Ava in the second scenario, they are hoping Shoma is correct in that this cryptoglobin will illuminate the true nature of the students. This hope turns to reality as Shoma remembers the critical information that reveals the Special Defense Unit are artificial Futurans and not humans. This completes 100 Line's understanding of hope and future being interlinked as foreshadowed through Tsubasa. Veshness even continues the trend of her absorption, creating an absence of her associated theme for the SDU. Eito determines on the steady fundamental route that the cursed cycle the students of Last Defense Academy find themselves in comes as a result of Takumi's redo back to Day 2, a direct consequence of the energy used in this action. Veshness in this way creates an absence of future for the cast of 100 Line, confirmed to be specific to them by the player capability to see beyond Day 100 in endings such as My War, Overlord, and The Wanderers. Yet, cursed cycle rememberers Hiroko and Takumi's returned memories cannot breach the morning of Day 100. Veshness exhibits a great deal of control over the future, and a modicum of control over the present by being nigh unstoppable in the path of approaching her direct goals. Veshness's blind spot is history. The greatest point of detraction Veshness receives from her commanders is her rejection of Futuran culture and history, both in her refusal to remain masked and, following Takumi's reset, her lack of inhibitions in absorbing her fallen comrades. Veshness's desire to ascend to godhood further strays from the monotheistic understanding of future and culture we are presented through 100 Line's Box of Blessings route, and the implications of the Undying Flames boy being referred to as the Second Coming. The divine gift of Cryptoglobin is tied to the Boxes of Blessing, which themselves are interlinked with the Gear parasites through the Boxes of Calamity. Discounting the Retsnon monsters, whose abilities are tied to the logical backing of the consuming and production of information, each piece of unique future and culture and folklore ties to divinity and theism. Veshness aims to place herself as the cultural centre of future and culture, and with the Gear parasites dormant and humanity intended for extinction, she extends that to all living cultures. Veshness's rejection of her own history reflects Eito's reliance on his own to justify his beliefs, further imposing a difference between 100 Line's two most significant antagonists. Veshness has an image of the future she wants to create, Eito simply wants to destroy what has been evil in the past. Veshness's image of the future is significant in how she holds distaste for the very essence of how the player interacts with 100 Line itself. During her early discussions during Cult of Takumi, she makes it clear that she judges Takumi for doubting his own choices. You thought because you went back in time once, you could do it whenever you wanted. Veshness is never wrong, and never fails because she never doubts her own will. As such, her defeat only comes from indirect opposition. The player, however, is consistently wrong. To even access the steady fundamental route, several other endings from across 100 Line's flowchart must be accessed. If one's goal is to achieve the steady fundamental endings, they must make decisions that stray away from that path. Takumi's choice of Tsubasa on day 18 is straying from the path of saving everyone by choosing the option that has the lowest chance of success. It exists as an illogical option to entice the reader who seeks every outcome, a liberty Veshness sees as the pinnacle of immorality. Veshness's anti-player alignment presents a level of personal antagonism that Eito applies to all of humanity, and hence the player too. In the same way that 100 Line punishes the player for killing Eito on day 2 with the most dysfunctional group dynamic routes, affirming Eito's beliefs on the inherent wickedness of humanity through the player's own dictated morals. Veshness disrupting 100 Line's narrative and thieving good endings down each flowchart choice shows her lording her control over 100 Line's narrative to torment the player who holds regret in their decisions and tries to find another path to satisfy their greed. Though this remains the opinion of the villain of 100 Line's story, what retort are we presented with? Have you ever seen a termite mound? They are splendid structures. Some might even call them works of art. Termites are natural architects, and their mounds are both structurally sound and make excellent use of space. So are they following some sort of plan as they build? Are there termite blueprints detailing which room goes where? No, of course not. Each termite is simply an oblivious cog in a tremendous machine programmed by millions of years of termite DNA. It is doubtful an individual termite has any idea what its contributions are helping to create, but a human does. So says Zero in Kotaro Uchikoshi's Zero Escape, Virtue's Last Reward. As mentioned in the introduction to this essay, Virtue's Last Reward presents a visual novel experience that mandates an exploring of each path to understand the plot as a cohesive narrative structure. An idea represented in-universe by the enigmatic Zero's plan revolving around the in-universe concept of shifting, where one's consciousness is shunted through time both horizontally across parallel worlds where other decisions are made, and forwards and backwards through these branching paths. 100 Line is explicitly not this. A majority of the routes are narratively self-contained, or only make allusions to alternate paths, such as the Old Man on the Retsnon route mentioning the Cursed Cycle. But this doesn't apply to all of 100 Line. It is doubtful an individual termite has any idea what its contributions are helping to create, but a human does. We can appreciate the elegant forms of their alien cathedrals. We can see the simple beauty of their perfect functionality. we can understand the splendid planning of their structure. In other words, only an intelligence of a higher order can understand the beauty of what a termite builds. The Uchikoshi authored Steady Fundamental route is entirely blocked by the first of 100 Lines 3 story locks. At the splitting point between Steady Fundamental and Romance, the player cannot continue down the yet-to-be-labelled SF route till they have found certain endings of the Slasher and Box of Calamity routes, and reached the story lock in the Mystery route. During the credits roll of each ending, the player gets in search of these endings or otherwise. Each route is named and credited. Steady Fundamental remains abbreviated as SF, further obscuring this tale's identity. Steady Fundamental introduces the cursed cycle proper, giving it title, explanation, and an escape route. The required alternative paths introduce the antagonistic force of Kako-G, the infection of Takumi with the gear parasite, and the liver mortis codes, which will all play a role in the story of Steady Fundamental. Steady Fundamental route follows Hiroko and Takumi using the timeline jumping tool of the Parallel Leap machine to both solve problems in other timelines and create a timeline in of which each SDU member survives until day 100, which will allow them to escape the cursed cycle. Hiroko uses her knowledge of other timelines and routes beyond Takumi's limited memories to cleanse the gear infection from Takumi's head on Kill Eito routes, and collect resources to deal with issues that have already occurred in alternate timelines, such as disinfectant for the metal-eating bacteria from the Killing Game route, or materials for the jar that can keep the Undying Flames baby alive outside of the defense room from the Coming of Age route. Hiroko stands in for the knowledge the player has acquired that Takumi hasn't, presuming that a player who has arrived at the Steady Fundamental route has likely seen more than the 4 endings and story lock required to progress. But why isn't this information just given to Takumi, with or without requiring these additional routes to be seen? Hiroko, having this extra knowledge, intentionally creates a barrier of separation between player knowledge and character knowledge, an idea exemplified by Hiroko's number of loops through 100-line story exceeding our number of known and reachable endings. This barrier of difference plays into our incongruent understanding with 100 Lines' other endings and the in-universe understanding of the cursed cycle. To reiterate, the explanation of the cursed cycle suggests that these worlds are reset at 10 AM on day 100. However, ending 41, Overlord, ending 1, Farewell, Last Defense Academy, 8, The Wanderers, and both My War and Seeds of Rebellion from the Rebellion round show us lives after the allotted time. Only the members of the SDU are stuck in this recycled loop. Not us nor the worlds they inhabit. Those continue past the moment of return. This isn't some jab at the player, claiming them a twisted demiurge who forces Takumi and friends to repeat 100 days of torment on repeat to see each path. 100 Line has already defined a different type of wrong for choosing decisions you don't believe in through Veshness. The difference between the understanding of the player and Hiroko has to do with the significance of outcome in 100 Line. By having the gear parasite infection return backwards in time with Takumi through the cursed cycle, and having that function as an important narrative device that defines the Steady Fundamental, Killing Game, and Slasher routes, we can begin to understand that endings have more weight than just their personal impact on the player. In the same way that 100 Line invites us to notice patterns through having battles occur on the same days across routes, and having Hiroko acknowledge this through her own preparations, the game invites us to consider these interconnected routes as part of a larger story, where certain endings simply represent possible outcomes, both with narrative weight backwards, such as Takumi's infection, and character weight for someone who remembers, like Hiroko Shizuhara. The only 2 SDU members aware that they are trapped within the cursed cycle are Takumi and Hiroko. Takumi is actively consumed with regrets. It's his motivation for returning to Day 2 the first time around through Special Redo, and it is the foundation of his relationship with Veshness in her route. Takumi's own guilt and regret even manifests into murderous intent and self-harm during certain paths of the Box of Calamity route. Over 130 loops of 100-line story fail to give Hiroko a satisfying end, always returning her to the beginning, her one point of lenience existing on a path that holds the lowest number of survivors. If not for the sake of completion, the Steady Fundamental route represents to the player their own regrets. Each ending so far may have provided a conclusion that they would consider satisfying, but no path has let everyone live. Should Takumi be alive, this sticking point worms its way into each ending's internal dialogue he offers, lest he be returning again as in the serial battles route. Each SDU member's death in 100 line, either resulting in the removal or excess of certain themes in the narrative, means that these deaths each limit the number of potential possibilities a path could take. Making a decision has consequences and implications even if the player isn't aware of them. To take on the SF route is to make each decision that leads away from death, keeping each player in the game. This leads to some strange narrative consequences. Each route's own complications find a way to worm their way into the path of Hiroko and Takumi. Killing Game's destroyed escape pod, Takumi's estrangement from the team as in Box of Calamity, struggles against authority and the truth as in Second Scenario. 100 Line's 3 active villains, Veshness, Eito, and Kakuji, each are given a chance to cause complications during the story. Eito through his escape just before the route split, Veshness in her traditional manner, and Kakuji through her timeline-jumping villainy that results in a failure to maintain the steady fundamental path on one of the route splits. In a mirroring fashion, each route's developments also join in. With Takumi absent from interaction with the cast due to a strict schedule he and Hiroko must adhere to, the ending All 17 of Us shows that Ima and Kako's growth into equals organically spawns from the creation and follow-through of the dense route. By leaving each element in play, Steady Fundamental creates a future that is indeterminate. Its 2 Everyone Lives endings, spread across the mystery route and itself, show nothing beyond the final day as their futures are yet to be determined in any measure with each character both alive and free. Even the notion of having 2 similar happy endings of equally ambiguous nature establishes this idea of indeterminance further. The future Hiroko seeks is one like this. From her perspective, the future is determined to be yet another cycle of her time at the Last Defense Academy. Yet having both of Steady Fundamental's paths lead to endings where all 17 members of the SDU survive, including one where Hiroko is unaware of how to break the curse cycle, as the surviving one is from the mystery timeline, proves to her that there is more than one way to break out of this loop, and create a future that isn't just a present she has already lived. This future without direct goal is 100 Line's antithesis to Veshness's beliefs. On the path to All 17 of Us, the Steady Fundamental path, where each SDU member from the Steady Fundamental route survives alongside Nigo and Sire, Takumi iterates on the in-universe understanding of metatools. If you keep believing in something for long enough, it can happen. This is said to Hiroko while she manifests a dream she had earlier in the SF route, of everyone surviving without her. This direct and absolute idea of a future is trumped by Takumi's own vague and bold stride towards an undetermined happy ending where everyone lives. 100 Line in this way detracts from its own selling point of unique endings, instead placing deeper weight on the immediate consequences of each decision. If the best outcomes are open-ended and indeterminate, we should value the impact we see from our decisions. Returning to the idea of 100 Line giving both the player and the characters agency to write their own story, both actively and subconsciously, it brings this idea to its logical extreme, inviting the player to take even more agency in the direction of the story after day 100, imagining the outcome based on their understanding of the themes they chose and how the characters responded to the tale they were in. 100 Line's happiest endings give agency to the SDU survivors to do the same. To create this perfect future, however, outside knowledge is mandatory. The game doesn't beg a thematic understanding of each route required to access the Steady Fundamental route, but through Hiroko's increased agency over Takumi during this path, we understand that a direct and literal knowledge of the events has become required reading as the story unfolds around the player away from their direct cause. Hiroko solves the issues of not having enough time to complete all the tasks her and Takumi need by creating a new timeline split through asking Takumi to call a flipped coin in the air. This is the only decision the player can take in 100 Line without a blatant repercussion that can be determined to be related thematically to the choice made, as Hiroko has taken direction of the narrative in pursuit of an unfocused but good ending. On both sides of the Day 50 split of Steady Fundamental, Hideko is assisted off-screen by a mysterious white coat-wearing woman who provides timely aid in the form of required knowledge and materials. This enigmatic character, who remains unnamed and unseen, has been a sticking point for critical thought regarding 100 Line since its release, making her, alongside the glowing light that puts Nozomi into a coma and the reveal of an also-never-seen spaceship with time-leaping capabilities, a plot point that has served as a significant point of detraction from 100 Line's story as a whole, and more specifically the Steady Fundamental route. Through an understanding of Hideko's future desires, her present control of the narrative of the SF route superseding the players at the point these events occur, and her relationship with the cursed cycles a prison for herself, I think it's safe to say that this scientist, who is introduced alongside what is implied to be the timeline-leaping spaceship on the slasher side of the Day 50 split, is meant to be a future adult Hideko who has escaped from the cursed cycle, given she hands Hideko a chip that contains details and an upgrade for the leap machine that allows it to travel vertically as well as horizontally. Not only does this serve as a fitting conclusion for a character who has already proven themselves capable of meddling across timelines through the Steady Fundamental route, it gives Hideko an analogous figure to the player, whose outside influence guides Takumi towards outcomes in the pursuit of an ideal ending. This idea is compounded by a recurring narrative trait of Hideko, Takumi's constant noticing of her lavender scent. In a moment of serendipitous coincidence, the slasher-jumping timeline of Steady Fundamental has Kakoji murder the exact selection of SDU members who survived till day 100 of the mystery route, with the exceptions of Takumi and Hideko. With Sumino succumbing to the health consequences of jumping across timelines without proper protection, he gets Hideko to take the remaining SDU members from this timeline to the mystery one, creating one of the two endings in which all 17 members survive. But this outcome leaves one straggler. The Hideko from the SF timeline has a living counterpart in the mystery route, and must return to the original timeline to be destroyed in the school's detonation and continue the cursed cycle. The Takumi from the mystery timeline cannot help but notice this Hideko. Despite never seeing her, Mystery Takumi comments right before the credits of a scent of lavender in the air. This lavender scent isn't just tied to Hideko, but specifically to moments when Hideko is not visible. The moment at the end of the slasher route that Hideko jumps across timelines to create is one of these moments. From a slasher player's perspective, this lavender scent comes from the Hideko comforting Takumi in the moment, but through the Steady Fundamental route we become aware of the Steady Fundamental Hideko watching this very moment. This lavender scent establishes Hideko as having a penchant for acting off-screen, lining her actions up with the white coat lady that Hideko meets off-screen on the path to both happy, Steady Fundamental endings. And while this white-coated figure Hideko describes as probably around 50 doesn't have a scent Hideko feels the need to mention, her direct interaction with Hideko that's full of half-answers fits with the half-answers Hideko and Takumi provide the Killing Game Takumi during their masked visit. This future Hideko, or White Coat Lady, arriving with MacGuffins understood from alternate timelines, further hones in an understanding of this character mirroring the player's role in 100 Line story. Her actions and directions to Hideko result in the highest number of narrative elements staying in play, which we understand to lead to the best outcomes for the SDU. Her actions also create the most nebulous future by introducing a potential upgrade to the parallel leap machine, referred to in-game as the Machine Plus. Hideko isn't the only character who gets to take control of 100 Line's story, however. Should Takumi die on the slasher route, the perspective will shift to Nozomi Kirifuji's own perspective as the survivors of the killer's rampage dwindle in number while day 100 slowly approaches. The player eventually gets to make a decision on Nozomi's behalf. Through comparison to Hideko and Tsubasa, we've already associated Nozomi with the past. However, her connection runs deeper than simply comparison with others. As the only real human in the SDU, Nozomi is far older than any of the lab babies she becomes friends with, yet she's still connected to the last Defense Academy through a parental bond as the rest of her classmates are. Nozomi's own mother attempted to overcome the obstacle of cryptoglobin before the birth, discovery, and capture of the Second Coming. Nozomi's complex and layered relationship with her mother is a significant and grounding piece of Nozomi's character, where Takumi can have days erased from his memory through Sirei's electric-based dynamic therapy that is used to brainwash Ava and Eito. Nozomi's mother can only be circumvented from the narrative through being replaced with a fictional uncle. Nozomi's motivations lie, at least in part, with proving to her deceased mother and her contemporaries in the field of cryptoglobin science that her mother's experiments on Nozomi were not pointless. Nozomi places the blame of her mother's passing on herself, shielding Nozomi from recognizing the immorality of her mother performing experimental procedures on her daughter as a coping mechanism. By cementing her mother as a good person in her mind, Nozomi justifies her actions in a war that others fight in blindly, not out of her own selfish reasoning, but, as Sirei says, for the good of humanity. Where Eito looks back onto the atrocities of war and determines humanity evil, Nozomi's personal traumas let her broach the history of science at the cost of good and call it a necessary evil. Nozomi justifying her actions through history isn't the limits of her connections to the past, as she often finds herself connected to the theme of legacy. Not simply satisfied with carrying on the legacy of her mother through her creation of poisons and machinery in routes where Yugamu and Kurara are incapable, Nozomi follows through with Takumi's request at the end of second scenario, and carries on the hopes and wishes of the rest of the SDU, who haven't survived their combat against the automated defense system in the defense room on day 100. With the rest of humanity destroyed by Veshness's bad-ending missile on this route, Nozomi further carries the legacy of all of humanity as she joins the surviving Futurans on the war-torn planet. In a story deeply tied to regret through Takumi's constant doubt of his actions following the return to the beginning, and the regret for inaction before this, a character like Nozomi being directly tied to looking backwards for justification, motivation, and stability holds deep thematic significance. The player getting the opportunity to make a decision through Nozomi ties the method of play agency over narrative in 100 Line to her. Tying making decisions to the character associated with looking backwards takes the player away from the trap laid by Veshness's beliefs in the steady fundamental route's retort. Not everything lies in the ending. This isn't 100 Line simply reiterating that the journey is more important than the destination, a statement antithetical to the SDU's doubts and repulsions regarding their own mission. The journey often acts as the obstacle for 100 Line's cast. Through Nozomi, we can divide the follow-on effects from making decisions in 100 Line into two categories. Outcomes, the objectives that characters like Veshness and Takumi focus on and that their decisions are a result of, and consequences, the permeating, ongoing ripple effects of the decisions made, and often the result of thematic repercussions that further hinder the SDU. This divide mirrors the divide between active and passive meta-tools. The outcomes of a decision represent the active side of meta-tools. Takumi and the player choose to dodge the masked killer. They actively want the killer removed from the story, and the world morphs to make that reality. Whereas at the end of second scenario route, when Takumi and the player choose to defy Sirei one last time, their active decision of insubordination comes from the passive understanding that the now deceased humanity has never been fighting for them, which is responded to through the SDU being killed by the automated defense system in the war room, an otherwise absent plot point across each other route. Nozomi is tied to this second category of consequences as both an active perpetrator of them and a consistent victim of Takumi's incompetence and self-doubt. First, as a victim, Takumi Samino centers his return to Day 2 around surviving to Day 100 without casualties, but cannot help let the mask slip subconsciously that Nozomi's identity is supposedly Karawa, as revealed to Takumi during her death throes following the Day 93 fight with Veshness on the original route, places Nozomi to Takumi on a pedestal in regards to protecting her. There is active evidence of this on the Don't Kill Eito, Tell Everyone You're a Time Traveler path of 100 Line. After Takumi travels to Second to Last Defense Academy, unaware of the accelerated attack on the primary school, the next choice the player receives control over is to prioritize the students of Second to Last Defense Academy, dooming Darumi, or foregoing the dying Second Academy students to rush back to Last Defense Academy, forsaking Kyoshika, Yugamu, Moko, and Kurara. Regardless of which path is taken, Takumi will go out of his way to save Nozomi, who has pursued an enemy commander to their base after Boko was kidnapped. Regardless of the player prioritizing a story containing the students of the first or second school, Takumi's choice to save Nozomi is inescapable. Takumi centering his goals around Nozomi places her in the primary position to face consequences of Sumino's own doubts about his capabilities. Each time Sumino questions his own ability to save everyone, he inadvertently creates a world more dangerous for Nozomi. In the rebellion route, where the questions of leadership and the uncertainty of future is a burden shared with Commune, Nozomi's cryptoglobin rejections are determined non-fatal. Yet in the killing game route, where rifts have torn the SDU apart, and Sumino has been made villain by Gaku, Takamaru, Kyoshika, and the Tsukumo twins, her symptoms become so severe she cannot help but greedily suckle from Ava's cryptoglobin the moment she is given the chance, ignoring the Futuran's pleas of excess. This factor is understood and manipulated by Eito in the Coming of Age route, where the plan he offers Takumi to get the rest of the SDU to trust Nozomi either leads to an immediate bad ending or becomes a sticking point later in the route. Here, instead of Takumi's subconscious self-doubts leading to Nozomi's ostracization from the rest of the SDU, Eito masterfully wields his associated meta-tools of the themes of community and companionship actively to sow distrust among the SDU. Nozomi isn't simply a passive actor, of course. Kirafuji notably holds a position of privilege on the Cult of Takumi route, thanks to her immunity to the effects of Yugamu's cryptoglobin-enhancing pills on Takumi. Nozomi also puts doubts on Takumi's plans at the start of the Killing Game route, Box of Blessings route, and the supernatural side of the Box of Calamity route. If Tsubasa plays the straight man to comedy antics when Takumi is unable to, then Nozomi reserves the same role for 100 Lines' more serious moments. Her questioning of Sumino's more outlandish decisions rewarded with the privilege of being granted the chance to supersede the player's will, such as by killing Takumi in the slasher route. The exception of Nozomi's privilege returns us to the Cult of Takumi route, where her agency is thwarted by the narrative using this route to teach the player the decisions they make in directing 100 Line cannot be reversed, and only punishments lie down paths of backtracking following a decision. When Takumi suggests Eito's plan to Nozomi at the beginning of the Coming of Age route, ignoring Nozomi's wishes and going ahead with sharing the story Eito made up leads to an immediate bad ending. Despite stripping Nozomi's agency from her for the sake of scolding the player on Cult of Takumi, 100 Line makes it clear that the stripping of Nozomi's agency is what leads to these negative outcomes. She's not a scapegoat for the SDU or the player, but her own person. Takumi's inability to recognize this through his own idolization with the image of Karawa/Nozomi becomes reflected in the world as he falsely recognizes his suffering as a result of external factors when it comes from his own fantasizing about the protection of Nozomi, as explored in the Cult of Takumi route. How does Nozomi's connection with Legacy and her critical awareness culminate into her role in 100 Line? Taking a look at her role in Nozomi-centric endings, as discussed earlier, it becomes clear that Nozomi is the character who most effectively and accurately internalizes and understands the events of each 100 Line route where she makes it past day 100, exemplified by her positions at the end of Rebellion and second scenario route endings she survives. Nozomi's role as the historian of meaning is foreshadowed in her 100 Days by her outsider position, an unintended member of the Special Defense Unit who snuck in and whose own body rejects the cryptoglobin each other member uses to fight. Where Eito's failure to maintain his ideals formed from a hatred of humanity comes from them contradicting his personal desires, his rejection of his artificial backstory and the recognition that Veshnes shares in the same qualities he despises in humanity, Nozomi instead chooses to stay blind to the ethical questions regarding the creation of the SDU and humanity's wider colonial conquest of Futurum in an effort to retain all the guilt in her relationship between her and her mother. Nozomi's growth beyond this ignorance provides her the resolve to stride forward in second scenario, and to fight for peace in the rebellion route, achieved through a critical understanding of the events of the war, and how the creation of the SDU has led her friends to turmoil. In routes such as Slasher, where there is no time or place for these ideas to be explored, Nozomi's growth as an individual instead allows her to supersede protagonist Takumi Sumino in the narrative, either by taking over as the player's perspective, or through killing Takumi herself. Outside of these routes, Nozomi's active desire for the success of the SDU's mission manifests itself in an endless litany of MacGuffins that offer opportunity for the Special Defense Unit to make it to Day 100 and set off the Undying Flames missiles, many of which are interlinked with history in the same way Nozomi is, such as Legends of Retstorm and the Boxes of Blessings. These are the antithesis to the equivalent introduced inconveniences, which are instead parallels to humanity's own destructive colonization of Futurum's people and resources. See the metal-eating bacteria and the gear parasites. The dynamic Nozomi shares with Takumi is, too, rooted in preconceived biases. The point that forms Takumi's need for relationship with Nozomi is the exact same quality that keeps them distance, that being his belief that, in some way, shape, or form, Nozomi is Karuwa. Overcoming these biases and beliefs and accessing critical thought is what informs Nozomi's development across many routes. In routes where Nozomi's character is more stagnant, she instead serves as the outsider that invites discussion and analysis of ongoing events to those stuck in the know, inviting fellow outsider, the player, to escape any trappings of their own suspension of disbelief and consider their own biases regarding ongoing events. Where does this place the path of Last Defense Academy second scenario? The second scenario route is defined by truth. Devoted to uncovering secrets, each split-off of this route follows some escape from this truth. The first branch-off, Coming of Age, comes from hiding the truth behind Nozomi's origins. To continue on the second scenario route, you must sacrifice Kyoshika, removing innocence through obliviousness while keeping future by refusing to give up Tsubasa. Holding on to Ava as prisoner guarantees a personal future and source for their side of the story, Siding with Sirei and stopping Hideko from killing Nigo removes the truth of the SDU situation by trapping Takumi in the fantasy of 100 Lines casual route. Immediately following this choice, should you not stop Hiroko, you must save Gaku over Kurara to uncover the truth, as Kako foretold. Denying the story goals laid out before Takumi's return from the original route by not allowing the Undying Flames boy to join the team removes nearly all plot from the tale by leading to the serial battles route. After this, the player must keep Eito alive so that he can discover the truth as well, and allow Shoma to kill Ava as he directly states it will help him remember their origins. From here, the whole truth is discovered before the alternate routes of Rebellion, Goodbye Eito, and the second scenario and reset endings. Elements of the truth still exist on many of the routes that branch off of the second scenario. Box of Blessings, Search for the titular boxes, is as much a treasure hunt for nuggets of truth hidden around the wreckage of the Future and Cityscape outside of Blast Defense Academy, as it is for the magical MacGuffins themselves. Conspiracy Route's trigger, being tied to letting go of the truth, brings every reveal within the route under a layer of scrutiny that undeniably themes the entire route around questioning the facts that authority is presenting. By sacrificing Shoma's discovery of the truth through protecting Ava, the player instead learns more of Futuran culture and its peoples through Ava's routes. The second scenario route presents truth as a challenge. Each step away from the path of the truth is either a relief from that burden, such as the burden of taking Ava's life, or results in an escape from the truth in the place of gleeful ignorance, see coming of age and casual routes. The challenge second scenario presents regarding truth is morality. Each discovery makes the SDU's mission less and less justifiable to the students. The SDU members that don't make it to day 100 of this path are Darumi, Kyoshika, and Kurara. Darumi and Kyoshika are inherently tied to fiction through their obsessions with adult games and shonen manga respectively. These passions reflect into their perceptions of the real world, which are incompatible with the harsh reality of second scenario. Kurara's detesting of lies and secrets that tears her and Nozomi apart at the beginning of the coming-of-age route establishes the dynamic that demands her death when saving Gaku to uncover the truth. Kurara would be unable to accept her entire life was a complete fabrication, leaving her to stomach the half-truth red envelope of the conspiracy route instead. Meanwhile, Gaku's self-victimizing pessimism prepares him to handle the reveal of the cast's artificial backstories. Darumi and Kyoshika's obsessions with established genre also serve to remove trope from 100 Line when they leave the story on second scenario. The equally outlandish Yugamu, whose physically altered body acts as the least conceivable thing in 100 Line's story unrelated in any way to Cryptoglobin, fails to find itself similarly associated with genre to mandate its removal from the tale. His inquisitive, forward-thinking nature that leads to the preemptive creation of a necessary poison in the first route separates his outlandish personality from Kurara's stubborn stability affected by her station to spawn another reason for why an outlandish character such as himself survives through second scenario's narrative, which otherwise strips whimsy from the SDU in place of uncaring truths. The struggle of each of second scenario's truths is they take away the perspectives that justify the SDU's battle to defend the school, revealing they are the invading force, that their backstories that bring them their motivation are fake, and that this entire facade the SDU struggles to grapple with was decidedly kept in place by the very people they are supposed to be fighting for. This stands counterintuitive to our understanding that the beliefs and biases of 100 Line's cast define the world around them. However, their ability to continue moving forward in the face of these revelations instead serves as a representation of the player's ability to maintain their own devotion to 100 Line's narrative despite a series of rug pulls. Second scenario challenges the player to be invested in the story they are complicit in writing, even if their fellow author, the game, intends to strip away each convention they thought they understood. A concept alleviated by the foreshadowing of many second scenarios' twists across 100 Line's first route and plethora of alternate paths. The SDU losing their reason for continuing to play 100 Line's game reflects back onto the Steady Fundamental route, where Steady Fundamental establishes that an ending that leads to everyone's survival requires external understanding, Evidenced by the jumping to alternate timelines and the role of outsiders such as Kako G and the mysterious older woman, second scenario presents the and to this idea, the and of unbiased perspective. Steady Fundamentals' happy endings feature conceits. For everyone to survive and be happy, both Eito and Ava must undergo some form of brainwashing. Shut down for the final section of Steady Fundamentals' All 17 of Us ending, Sire reawakens on the escape pod, not outraged at the lack of omnicide upon Futurum's surface, content with the death of the commanders instead. Sire's enragement instead is played as a joke. His frustration lies with his own emotional responses to the happy ending occurring around him, and not the failure of the mission. Tying Sire in this conclusion to the metatools he represents as a character regarding fatherhood, as opposed to the agency that the will of humanity holds over his worldview. Second scenario asks us to challenge these conceits objectively. Through the path of second scenario, the SDU's own biases are stripped from them. Any ill will they hold to humanity cannot be acted upon after Veshness destroys the artificial satellite. Their final choice, to defy Sire one last time or to remain subservient, is a decision they need make without any external history, backstory, or ongoing desire for revenge. The SDU no longer have a history to inform this decision, and any aggression against the Futurans would be unfounded with Veshness and the rest of the commanders dead. This leaves the final bias with the player. Defying Sire will likely lead to complications. The entire surviving SDU roster dying, bar Nozomi, is far from an unexpected outcome. But choosing to have Takumi avoid such a confrontation leaves the SDU alive but unhappy. On a barren planet, Sire flushes their memories once again to have them live through a facsimile of school life without the one SDU member who wanted it most, the Undying Flames boy. The choice between concessions and consequences across these two paths, interlinked in second scenario being a hunt for understanding of the nature of Hundred Lines' world, and Steady Fundamental being a task of understanding of Hundred Lines' broader plot points and meta-themes to create a happy ending, present the impossibility of an unbiased internal actor finding said happy conclusion. Steady Fundamental Hiroko, while her memories grant her outside knowledge, is clearly not an objective actor, dooming the slasher timeline to misery in order to create a moment of reprieve and joy for herself. Steady Fundamental's insertion of a character from outside the cursed cycle, who solves the next to final problems of each path, tells us that a happy ending lies with an unbiased external actor. The path that creates an unbiased outsider, however, is one that inherently creates turmoil. While the entire SDU experiences this through the second scenario route by way of their discovery that they are the invading force, outsiders, and that their biology makes them traitors to Futurum and objects to humanity, removing their bias by stripping them of identity. This entire idea of the unbiased outsider echoes through all of Hundred Line through the established trend of character arcs Nozomi Kirafuji experiences across many of Hundred Line's routes. The differences between second scenario and Steady Fundamental return us to the concept of metatools again. By stripping the special defense unit of the elements that make them who they are, Hundred Line effectively removes their themes and agency from the plot, representing this by killing all of humanity, making the SDU now truly objects. The wills that Takumi passes on to Nozomi after he dies, alongside the rest of the not-human members of the SDU, is entirely composed of the player's own will, as their agency has overtaken any that the SDU could form in this scenario. The player's objective in the path of unlocking the Steady Fundamental route, while they are likely unaware of it while it's ongoing, is to transform the reader into an external and unbiased force with an understanding of Hundred Line both metatextually and narratively. Steady Fundamental forgoes the moral questions of leaving the SDU in the dark regarding second scenario revelations, and the manipulation of the thoughts of actors Ava and Eito to instead have the player approach the concept of reaching Takumi's desired ending of protecting everyone through its most objective methodology. Or at least, the most objective methodology Hundred Line offers its world. to transcend the will and agency of antagonistic characters in 100 Line's story, Steady Fundamental creates a breadth of themes that remain unexplored as Takumi and Hiroko instead travel across parallel timelines to make sure each one stays included as a possibility for the direction of their story. Steady Fundamental does not make objective statements on hope like the Killing Game and Veshnes routes, nor does it begin to broach the consequences of war as outlined in Second Scenario and Rebellion. Steady Fundamental instead leaves these possibilities as existing past Day 100, as the player uses their agency over the story to instead write the prologue to the lives of the Special Defense Unit. The SF route turning the objective into having the characters escape the narrative is exemplified in the two endings the route has where everyone survives. One exists on an entirely separate timeline, the Mystery Route timeline, meaning the survivors from the Steady Fundamental route who join the Mystery Route survivors have escaped the narrative of the route they were placed on by our actions. The all 17 of us ending that remains on the Steady Fundamental path instead features the destruction of Last Defense Academy as a capstone for the route. Destruction of the school is directly tied to escaping the narrative through it being featured in the game's full title, 100 Line Last Defense Academy, establishing the warbase as an integral item to 100 Line's narrative and the story and game's continuation. Up until then, we've majorly sidestepped the role of the player in 100 Line, briefly approaching their control over the themes of the game through decision-making, only to highlight the access to these same tools from within the title that are awarded to its cast. We've also explored the idea of the mysterious woman in the Steady Fundamental route, who acts as an outsider to the cursed cycle, standing in for a player unable to literally enter the game themselves, utilizing the same skill set of world-building knowledge and thematic understanding to steer the course of Steady Fundamental onto the happiest path. The woman, in essence, exercises the same muscles that the required reading of routes tied to Steady Fundamental's story locks do too, granting the player a level of world knowledge that allows for Takumi and Hiroko to travel at a pace that cannot afford to explain QB liquid, gear parasites, or omega material. Steady Fundamental does not present itself as a final route for 100 Line despite this. There are questions it leaves unanswered that have conclusions found in alternative routes. While certain endings undeniably fall into the category of bad endings with premature failure states, each path 100 Line allows the player to take offers substantial and valid conclusions to 100 Line's grander plots and the arcs of characters that receive attention, thematic or otherwise, along these stories. Existing outside the bounds of the game, the player holds a level of authorial power over 100 Line that the internal cast does not. As pre-written characters existing within fiction, the SDU are going to make the same decisions over and over again, with motivations and reasonings founded in their established beliefs. An intention brought to our focus through them being designed in-universe for this very purpose, as we learn in the second scenario route. While the game invites the player to make decisions that they would personally choose through providing equal value to each option in the decision-making process, in terms of screen space, preceding dialogue, and predisposition for non-immediate outcome resolution, which create prolonged investment. Takumi Samino's constant self-doubts push the player to return to the flowchart following an ending to seek out an alternate path. 100 Line further presses the player to experience multiple endings and follow different decision paths through the use of a story lock system for the mystery and SF routes. Through engaging with this form of play, the player discovers the nature of their authorial role through the tonal and thematic shifts between alternate routes. Decision-making opens the avenue of communication between the player and game to accept the messaging from the player. 100 Line interprets the player's decisions and outputs a story that is relevant to that decision. Summarizing again our understanding of the Cult of Takumi route, the player sends a message to 100 Line through choosing Takemaru as the sacrifice. Then the game interprets this message as, I want a story that explores masculinity, based on 100 Line's own understanding of what it means to remove Takemaru from the plot. 100 Line then returns to the traditional method of sharing story until the next decision point, providing the player with an experience that meets their request without accepting changes or feedback, whether the player was aware of how their message would be interpreted or otherwise. When Veshnes explores the possibility of going back and how that seemingly informed Takumi's decision-making that led to the Veshnes route, she fails to accurately interpret that an existence from beyond the scope of her comprehension could always go back. The moral imperative that Veshnes raises, to stand by one's own decisions and to push forward with their will, cannot apply to the player within the scope of their experience with Hundred Line. The player, of course, is far from omnipotent. Each point of decision-making is premeditated by Hundred Line's alternative authors, who coded, wrote, drew, and published Hundred Line. To move our scope smaller, the decisions a player makes at these points must be passed through the game itself, through the language tools of often binary choices the player has access to. Misinterpretation of these can lead to dissonance between decision and outcome. While the player may choose to hide Nozomi's secret from the group, this doesn't necessarily mean they want to approach a story of acceptance and community as the following coming-of-age route will provide, something Hundred Line cannot interpret. In order for the player's authorial will to be enacted upon Hundred Line, the game communicates our wants through decisions. But beyond this, our decisions are communicated through protagonist Takumi Sumino, with the exception of when Nozomi Kirafuji takes over this role in the slasher route following Takumi's supposed death. This layer of phrasing provides the player with a sort of cultural language guide that helps us understand what any given decision might communicate back to Hundred Line. Framing the decisions through Takumi removes the arbitrary nature of these decisions in a way that allows the player to understand potential outcomes and reactions from Hundred Line's world and cast. Sidestepping the issue that role-playing games often find in presenting tone, that is to say, the truncated dialogue synopsis for ongoing dialogue trees, often used for avatar characters, failing to bridge the gap between the player's expectation of outcome and actual delivery. The decisions we make in Hundred Line are tied to a character with personal and explicit motivations and beliefs runs into an alternative issue instead. How can all these options be equally as valid for Takumi Sumino to arrive at, beyond aiming to explore the player as an existent guiding force within Hundred Line's story? A concept Hundred Line seems entirely uninterested in, as it equalizes player choice value through granting meta tools to the cast, and explicitly paints the player as an active force, not a guiding one, through the mysterious lady in Steady Fundamental. Let's further nest ourselves in this brief departure from the second scenario analysis to briefly explore Takumi Sumino's character further, and see how Hundred Line approaches this idea of dissonance between character and decision. So far, discussion of Takumi Sumino has focused on the character flaws and failures. We've approached Takumi at his worst through Cult of Takumi and Slasher, where Takumi's loss of control over himself and his situation sees Takumi either shy into himself at the cost of the agency of others, or allow distrust and chaos to grow within Last Defense Academy, to the extent that a character such as Takumi, devoted to overcoming the obstacles the school presents, grows to encompass the very traits that have infected it and reveal himself as the killer all along. Playing victim as often as Gaku along routes, comedy and otherwise, Takumi often serves as a passive agent for the wills of others. Sumino's approach to his own goal of reaching Day 100 with everyone alive, particularly Nozomi, is platformed by a tendency to appease each member of the SDU around him, emphasized through the narratively looping structure of Route Zero, where Takumi must convince members of the SDU to fight individually through understanding them and providing them objects of their desire from the Gift-O-Matic. The sway that Takumi's classmates hold over his whims are accentuated by how Takumi reaches the conclusion to return at the end of Hundred Line's first playthrough. Takumi only feels comfortable taking this approach after determining what each other member of the SDU would do in this situation. While some are opposed to the idea of returning to the beginning, enough of Last Defense Academy's first story survivors hold regrets within themselves that Takumi is spurred into action and determines to take an active role in shaping a better future. What the player helps Takumi decide is what this better is, or if it is even possible for such a future to come to fruition. The focus of the beginning of his relationship with Veshness in her own doubt, is, again, a highly significant piece of Sumino's characterization that holds its foundations in his inability to grapple with the breach of normalcy that Hundred Line's introduction broaches, and following this, the doubt and confusion that come from Eito's betrayal during Sumino's first 100 days. Where Eito previously took the role of helping Sumino make decisions and providing confidence in these choices, his absence and betrayal leaves Takumi in a position where the failure and success of any given decision rests entirely on his own shoulders. Takumi's selfish worldview is emboldened across Hundred Line by his sharing of now dubious knowledge of the future, a position that grants him de facto leader status across many of Hundred Line's routes. When Takumi keeps his time travel to himself, Hideko instead elects Takumi leader, using her own knowledge of his time travel to continue to place Takumi in a situation where he has increased agency over his peers. The more detrimental effects this position has on Takumi's psyche has been bored into relentlessly in our prior discussions of Cult of Takumi. The immense weight of Takumi's self-applied expectations, which become reflected in other people's attitudes towards him across Hundred Line, positively in second scenario with the unification of the SDU behind Takumi, and negatively in Killing Game as presented in his feud with Takamaru, again surfaces the very doubt that has plagued Takumi since Sirei tore apart his normal life in the prologue. Where Takumi's own doubt ends is with his peers. Being the least distrustful and most willing to forgive Eito was far from the greatest extent of this. The Box of Blessings and Calamity routes approach the idea of trust through Takumi and Gaku's relationship specifically.
Heck? I don't want this!
Gaku tends to interact with the SDU adversarially. Not content with simply punching up at Kurara, Gaku argues with each member of the SDU to a much greater extent than they do amongst each other, forming a game-spanning distance between him and Ima Tsukumo, whose own objectives keep him separate from the rest of the SDU. Ima's distaste for Gaku, and vice versa, becomes a recurring gag across many of Hundred Line's stories. Gaku further sows distrust with the women of the Special Defense Unit through his lecherousness, when the SDU agrees to have a pool party in the leisure lounge, allowing Gaku's love for fashion to intersect with the anime pervert archetype thrust upon him in routes more willing to utilize trope. We see Gaku earn the ire of Hundred Line's women through the creation of personalized swimsuits that are unseen, but suggested to be highly provocative. Discontent with letting Gaku simply fulfill this stereotype, Hundred Line mandates players will recognize that Gaku's penchant for deep personal involvement in these group celebrations doesn't stop when the chance to objectify women is afoot. While far less aggrandizing, Gaku also prepared unique swimsuits for the male cast, implied to be the very ones we see in the pool party scene. While Gaku's own assumptions about himself and how others view him, as heard in the Box of Blessings route and seen manifest in the comedy route, create barriers and distrust between him and a majority of the SDU, we contrastingly see Gaku willing to trust others and devote himself entirely to them. During the relationship testing slasher route, Gaku's faith in the reliable Tsubasa, whose actions have consistently pushed the SDU towards overcoming the ordeal, runs so deep that Gaku's own inadequacies leading to her death send Gaku into a maddening spiral of despair that leaves him jumping into the arms of a zombified Tsubasa in a fit of sudden onset insanity. Gaku's idolizing friendship of Takumi is where these ideas truly come to a head. Not only is Takumi the only one Gaku is willing to confide in and confess to, as seen in Boxes of Blessings, but the very act of defaulting to Takumi runs counterintuitive to what is otherwise understood about Maruko. Gaku Maruko explicitly strives for independence, not to escape his large family of dependents, but instead to more successfully provide for them. Where Takumi can be understood to be highly selfish in his devoted, selfless cause and return, Gaku presents an enlightening inverse with relation to his own family. Evidence of this inverse lies in how Gaku's constant reference to himself and desire for escape from his own suffering runs counterintuitive to 100 Line's gifting system. In order to access unique bond events with the cast, affinity points must be earned during free time by giving them gifts from the Gift-O-Matic. Each student has a list of 10 gift items that consist of their favourites. Gaku Maruko's favourites include a snack selection for little kids. This goes from a minor to major indicator for Gaku's attachment to the well-being of his younger siblings, when layered with the consideration that Gaku doesn't like sweet foods. Gaku centers his actions around himself because he sees himself as someone who ought to provide for those around him. In his final bond event, Gaku compares himself to his foster parents. Maruko's foster parents work just as hard as him, but never complain. Gaku intends to use his reward from making it to day 100 to let them rest. This demand to provide for others by himself is what creates such significance in the trust he is willing to devote to Takumi. Gaku prides himself on providing for others, but is willing to pass the role of the leader who protects everyone onto Takumi, which plays a significant part in their friendship. This idea comes to a head in the Box of Blessings route, where Takumi's final decision, along the path that contains Gaku's confession of his personal anxieties. Takumi must choose to either trust Gaku in his plan to stop Eito from having his own wish granted, or to instead step in himself. Opting not to trust Gaku leads to an unfulfilling scene, where Takumi utterly fails, and questions why he has even allowed himself to doubt Gaku in that way. 100 Line is more than willing to reward Gaku's devotion to Takumi and their mutual trust beyond this singular ending. Siding with Gaku in the Box of Calamity route regarding his superstitions around the supernatural, after guiding the story away from such concepts, presents a bizarre bucking of the trend for 100 Line. Going back on your previous decision usually results in unfavourable outcomes, yet siding with Gaku here leads to the greatest possible survivor count from this point of divergence. Gaku and Takumi's friendship transcends the route of the boxes. When Takumi retreats into his own mind thanks to Sirei's mental probing that constitutes the playful tale of the casual route, Gaku is the first character conjured to Takumi's mind in his stupid state. Should the player choose to keep Takumi trapped within the light-hearted false memories Sirei has created by altering his perception, then Gaku again is where Takumi first centers himself. Friendships like this stride through Takumi's time with the rest of the SDU. His willingness to learn from and understand Eva across the Eva and Killing Game routes creates the sympathy that helps Takumi either defect from the SDU or find a way to repair the escape pod. The bond he forms with Game Master Moko across the romance route allows Takumi to divulge his own feelings in a way that lets Moko divulge character studies of Takumi, his romance partner at the moment, and the two's dynamic individually in a way that remains unjarring to the reader, regardless of how expository it truly is. In the way that Takamaru is a character guided by ideals, and Nozomi is a character guided by her past, Takumi Sumino is a character who is guided by his bonds, reflected most directly in the consequences Eito's absence has on the story during routes where he is killed on day 2. Takumi's deep devotion to each member of the SDU, the exception of Karuha, wrestled from the past through Nozomi, justifies each decision he makes one way or the other. To kill Eito on day 2 is to push for the friends who won't betray him. To not trust Gaku on Box of Blessings is to accept how the rest of the SDU see him. 100 Line's gameplay speaks for itself here. Takumi gains a new passive after returning to day 2. Dealing increased damage for each member of the SDU that has fallen in battle so far this round. Takumi seeing himself unable to protect even a single member of the SDU for but a moment is enough to push Takumi beyond his limitations with a cumulative buff that warps 100 Line's tactical combat into a Takumi spamfest in the centralizing overpowered nature of this new gimmick. Understanding Takumi Samino as a character whose devotion to his classmates is so all-encompassing it breaks down 100-line strategic gameplay, presents the missing link in communication between the author of the game and the author of the player. 100-line emulates this need for understanding of communication by tying the agency of the player to the destruction of the language barrier between the Futurans and the Special Defense Unit. Absorbing Veshness's cryptoglobin at the end of Route Zero grants Takumi the ability to both understand her and the invader trash mobs that wail out in suffering. The cryptoglobin energy Takumi returns with on his trip back in time to Day 2 expands this increased ability for communication outwards to the rest of the SDU. At the same time that 100-line is willing to provide the player control over Takumi's decisions, it grants the SDU the capability to understand their opponents. For the SDU, this is a rewarding of the knowledge garnered through the upcoming and forever ongoing cursed cycle. Each SDU member has defied humanity in their war, and understood the actions of the Futuran commanders countless times by the time the player first learns the first commander, Mervrim's, name. For the player, the game is willing to trust them to understand what each of its truncated versions of each decision means to Takumi. While most decisions wear their thematic consequences on their sleeve, for the player to truly understand where this will take the game, they need to imagine how Takumi would justify coming to this same conclusion. When this seems impossible, bad endings like Retsnom's early ones come to fruition. Takumi would never willingly endanger the SDU by raising Retsnom outside of someone's body, especially when his own flesh is available. Yet, we've come to discuss this idea through a dive into 100-line's expectations. First, decisions that are incongruent with choices Takumi could reasonably make without outside prompting lead to dissatisfying and abrupt endings. See Box of Blessings' disappointing The Value of Trust ending, or the sudden stop of narrative development upon beginning the serial battles route by rejecting Shion's wish to join the SDU. More challenging, however, is the exception presented at the end of second scenario. As we briefly touched upon second scenario's final decision, to defy Sire or allow the Omnicide of Futurum exists outside the bounds of Takumi. To reiterate, second scenario strips the SDU of the markers of their identity. By the time Day 100 rolls around, each member of the Special Defense Unit has had their entire history relegated to simply 100 days, 200 in Takumi's case. The past has been taken from the cast through the reveal that their backstories were all fake, removing the basis for their ideals and the consequential decisions they make. Their futures have been destroyed by Veshness's bad-ending missile, and the reveal that their fight is a war of invasion where they are the aggressors against a group of people they were spawned from leaves the SDU bereft of any moral ground to stand upon. This strips the SDU of their identity. They lose the ability to be or become humans, and see themselves as ostracized from Futurans, where 100-line's other Day 100 choices often devolve into tests, where choosing an option more closely tied to the root's ideas leads to a satisfying conclusion, and the alternate path simply leads to further death and turmoil. Second scenario instead offers two true alternate conclusions to the player in its final step, a feat it achieves by removing the agency of its cast and leaving the player entirely within the driver's seat to do what they will with the knowledge second scenario has provided them. The decision then lies with how the player will treat Nozomi. Defying Sire leaves Nozomi to carry on the legacy of the rest of the SDU as they all die in the process of stopping the Undying Flame's missile attack from launching. The cutscene following this shows the last human finding peace with some cloaked Futurans, signaling the birth of a new future where the ideals and morals Nozomi's friends fought for persevere through Nozomi. A player unwilling to give their agency and will to Nozomi can instead remain subservient to Sire. Each SDU member survives, but has their memories wiped. With both humanity and Futurans gone, it is now the SDU's job to return flourishing sapient life to the planet. Sirei uncomfortably singles out Nozomi here as the last living true human. This reset route path contrasts second scenario's ending by having Nozomi carry on an impersonal will of a dead people from her past in a way that objectifies her in the same way the rest of the Special Defense Unit already has been. Granting Nozomi the capability to tell the stories of the SDU in second scenario elevates her to the level of authorial agency and potential the player has in a narrative we pass on, as Takumi does too. Nozomi is granted this privilege through her position as outsider to the SDU, for the same reasons that Steady Fundamental presents the mandatory nature of the outside force. Nozomi's role as author, despite being an entirely thematic concept, is arguably foreshadowed by her litany of alternate character arcs centering around uncovering, recognizing, and moving beyond internally held biases alongside her literal rewriting of Takumi Sumino's artificial history through conversations she had with the growing homunculus in his test tube. Acquiring this agency supersedes any narrative ties it has to Cryptoglobin, where Takumi is granted the power to return to Day 2 and rewrite the 100 days so everyone may survive by absorbing the Cryptoglobin of Shion. Nozomi instead only carries the wills of the SDU in her memories, granted in a scene visually mirroring Nozomi's death in Route 0. The motivation that spurred Takumi still only came to fruition through powers granted by the narrative, whereas Nozomi's ability to overtake the role as author isn't tied to any fictional constructs, escaping the limits of the game by existing primarily beyond the ending she gains the power in. In this way, the path of the reset route becomes a choice not to relinquish control of the narrative, as the player's authorial power is limited only to the contents of the game. The player can only express this by being subservient to Siri, a machine designed only to facilitate the events of Last Defense Academy. 100 Line responds to this request by presenting a story where the SDU have to live through Last Defense Academy again, this time without any of the violence or struggle that pushed them to grow and develop before. Let's understand where this idea is leading us by returning to the premise of humanity and Futurum's war. Humanity intends to colonize Futurum. This comes from the destruction of their own world through ecological violence and apathy towards the environment around them. 100 Line presents the possibility of peace through the rebellion route, but in its vast multitude of paths that see one or both sides destroyed, we can understand peace as an option only spawned by the emergence of 100 Line's cast. 100 Line is also happy to call humanity's conquest unabashedly immoral, both in ends and means. The self-aware guilt of humanity forces them to hide their own intentions from the Special Defense Unit, who remain in the dark for most of 100 Line's runtime that spans all 101 endings. The reflections on Futurum's lack of major conflict in its history ties the ravaged cityscapes that the Special Defense Unit explores to the work of human weapons. Humanity's only hope of winning the war comes from an act of kidnapping that is only compounded in wrongness by the cultural and religious significance placed upon the baby titled The Second Coming. The answer to this problem is relinquishment. While it is too late to undo the damage they have done, 100 Line is content with humanity relinquishing its colonial approach to Futurum, and is happy for mutual peace to be found on an equal ground between the two groups. See Second Scenario and Rebellion Route. This is not the story that the player has any authorial control over, however. This concept's scale extends far beyond the reach of any given individual. Being able to communicate with 100 Line by influencing the choices of Takumi Sumino to alter the centered thematics doesn't present a healthy license to communicate and negotiate the necessary reparations humanity must make to be accepted onto this planet. The scale with which the player works with 100 Line's narrative is suited to stories scaled to individuals, not groups. Like humanity, the player must relinquish, in this case agency, to Nozomi, in order to create the foundations of an ending that doesn't strip the SDU of their experienced efforts. In brief, Second Scenario is asking the player to remember that some stories do have to end. To keep writing it over and over is to remove stakes and consequence, and to strip the shared created world of agency, meaning, and value. Let's briefly summarize each idea we've looked at regarding 100 Line and how each of its endings and paths have explored narrative, choice, and agency. To begin with, we understood through Moko's dialogue in the romance route and how the consequence of player decision works in 100 Line to create a set of rules where player decision is interpreted by the story and has direct thematic implications. Each decision the player makes is a communication with the game about what direction they want the story to take, less in the literal sense, but more in terms of what kind of story they want. The Box of Calamity path only deals with the supernatural if the player chases the ghost. Otherwise, it was always a figment of Takumi's imagination. We then looked at how these same rules apply to the characters of 100 Line and their own ability to write the story. Gaku's own self-perceptions being reflected in how he is treated over text when the SDU gain access to texting devices in the comedy route serves as a direct case of this. Beyond the passive application, we see characters apply this idea actively when Kako's attempts to escape her overbearing brother lead to his death during the Eva fight. Kako chooses to create a story where her brother is the antagonist in his coddling, and he is resultantly killed by Kako's want for him to be removed. This path's Kako's story is to revolve around the communication between the siblings that has been lost in the breakneck pacing of 100 Line's battles following the first 100 days. Looking at characters possessing this same agency was significant to us at first because it allowed us to associate them with specific themes that they became representative of. If a route focused around a character, their associated theme would be increased in its relevance, and the removal of a character would create a void of those ideas that either needs to be filled, such as in Conspiracy and Cult of Takumi, or creates a space for a specific type of story to be told. Second scenario, Killing Game. This idea is grounded in the Paragon titles of the enemy commanders, whose mastery over these elements extends even into death to further antagonize the Special Defense Unit. It was then significant for us in the active as we looked at the steady fundamental route and the role of the external outsider woman who helps solve compounding problems in the two paths that lead to each member of the SDU surviving. The mysterious lady exerted a level of control over the narrative outside our understood bounds to create happy endings, which reflects how Steady Fundamental needs outside knowledge to create a path where every member of the SDU survives in the form of story locks. Understanding how active and passive wills and command over the narrative functioned within 100 Line's world led us to finally taking a look at the final decision of the second scenario route, the one where the communication barrier between Takumi and player is smallest, with Takumi drained of character and motivation by circumstances. Second scenario described a point when a player's authorial control should end, where the circumstances of the story no longer match the medium it's being presented in, or the methods through which control is offered to the player. Where exactly do all these ideas, all covered under the umbrella of agency and narrative, end up leading us? The Veshnes route was defined by Takumi and Veshnes's own relationship with doubt, how each of them cope with the role of leader and the position of leadership that grants them the privilege to make decisions not just for themselves, but for others. Where Veshnes remains self-assured in her path, venerating herself to the point of belief in herself as a god, Takumi remains racked by doubt as he views himself inferior or equal to those who his decisions affect. The player is intended to ride the middle ground here. Routes like Second Scenario ask the player to care and value these characters and their beliefs and ideals, even as each element of them is stripped away and the narrative continues to attack its own structure through exposing each piece of background as yet another fake. Yet these rug pulls and the ability to change paths at any time plants the story entirely in the realm of detached fiction. As someone given the privilege of writing 100 Line, the game asks the player to care enough to make decisions that they believe in, ones whose outcomes will regularly either satisfy the player or challenge the preconceptions regarding 100 Line's less metatextual themes. In the end, 100 Line asks the question of what it means to grant any individual a slice of an ongoing narrative, to shape and mold it in a direction they see fit. Do the many endings of 100 Line come to a collective conclusion about this concept? To begin with, they compound and layer the ideas that build into this question. Second scenario tackles the idea of choice and understanding, shattering the illusion of narrative. Romance Route posits that regardless of how many endings the player gets, they will only remember and care about the ones that they considered significant. The Killing Game Route and Steady Fundamental Route invite the concept of the imagined destination holding weight and value above the journey that the player is given control over. When given so much choice, what matters is that the player finishes with an understanding and narrative state that lets them fantasize about the infinitude of choices beyond what a limited existing story can portray. Steady Fundamental and Second Scenario combine to even further suggest that a work such as this must be comprehended in its totality for a player to be satisfied with their choices, that real, good, and understood impact can only come from someone who has mastered the tools they have been given. The conclusions 100 Line is willing to come to with this massive question are sporadic dot answers to the wider question at hand, but can ultimately be parsed into the following concept. The granting of the role to author to the player, or audience, grants them the agency to play in a world until they stop understanding their assumption of it. Once they understand their own tools, they can truly communicate back to the author a tale that will leave them satisfied. In Universe, we see this through characters only finding their happy endings through reimagining their own biases. Hiruko needs to forego her desire to understand and control everything and embrace the chaotic slew of a full surviving roster to escape the cursed cycle and return in the future to create her happy tale. Nozomi's happy endings mandate her being deprogrammed from her desire to appease her dead mother and consequential devotion to humanity's conquest. Each ending that can be considered happy for Takumi involves overcoming the doubt of decision-making and accepting the consequences his actions hold, even if this happiness is artificial as a result of being devoured and replicated by Retsnon. On a more manageable level, 100 Line rejects the superficial happiness of completing a game and demands that a depth of understanding is where true satisfaction lies. 100 Line pulls back the curtain of authorship and lets the player take the reins in order to demand this level of understanding is stumbled upon, before being compartmentalized, understood, and finally applied. Thank you very much for watching. If you've gotten to the end here and just don't necessarily agree with anything I've said, I think that's awesome and would love to hear about it. It's been quite the long journey relative to usual. What are we, 4.5-ish hours down the drain talking about 100 Line? I mean, there's a hell of a lot to say. I went over a fair bit of it in that short little 10-minute interlude just before. This one's also coming a little early. I haven't finished editing the visual side of the past 2 or so hours of content. Probably closer to 2.5, actually. It's currently October 31st, Halloween, and it's been, geez, wow, a very long time since my last upload here. 9-ish months. I think Balatro was back in January. Didn't expect for it to take this long, but hey, sometimes, something is all-consuming like this. Speaking of all-consuming in the Balatro video, I actually went back recently and listened to that, and in this equivalent sort of section here with the little ad-lib, debrief, cool-down summary, there was a very interesting quote from me. Let me just read it real quick. A friend recently suggested I take another look, after I played it originally, at Virtue's Last Reward. The more I've been thinking about it, the more excited I am to go into a visual novel that has interconnectedness between its various roots. Hopefully that will be down the pipeline of essays I write very, very soon. I kind of remember where that one was going in the sort of drafting up process regarding the endings we don't see, the decisions we don't make. There was going to be references to things like the Batman comic plotline where it was up to user call-in vote as to whether Robin would survive or not. What it would be like if we could see the world where, which one is it? Jason Todd? Where Jason Todd had lived. not much of that DNA exists here in the 100-line one, other than, of course, the fact we talk about Virtue's Last Reward when we start talking about Steady Fundamental, because Kotaro Uchikoshi wrote both, and it gives us a good grounding. It's a fun little sort of intro to this idea of jumping across timelines and that, like, interconnected knowledge. Anyway, there's so much to say. There's a real temptation to just talk and talk, see if we can reach the 5-hour mark in this little grumbly bit, but look, we'll see. I'm just gonna go at it. There's a lot to talk about, both the video, the game, the future, the past, the present, and look, if it ends up being that long, I promise I won't just play Kane Wood's Lab from Tokobot over and over again, as much as I love that track. Let's start with the video that we've just all sat through together, because, you know, I've listened to it over and over, I've read it, I've scripted it. It's a journey we took together. And part of that journey was me being very, very sick. I'm extra nasally across the recordings there, because I was very sick at the time, but there was a evil beast inside me that wouldn't let it wait any longer. The second I was done writing, I had to start recording. Speaking of, this is also the first one with visual elements. This has been a pain. Hated this. I'm working on a computer that is like an old dog waiting to pass on to the next life. This became a slog, not even an hour into the content, very slow. It's fine. I had fun with it regardless. Whatever I do next probably won't be as long, as much as I'd love it to be, as much as I'd love to do a 10-part, 10 hours each, 100-hour Homestuck deep dive or something. I'll keep it chill. I'll do something like Bleach, maybe. Maybe a novel. Maybe I'll read a good novel, and I'll do one on that. Enough distractions though, let's talk about 100-line a little bit. There's a whole lot we haven't talked about in the essay, but let's get superficial first. I want to do some rankings. You might have noticed if you ended up watching the summary section that there's little rankings in terms of like gameplay, but also my personal character opinion on some of the characters there in like a letter-based grading system. But, you know, let's just do some top threes. Let's do some top threes. Top 3 character-wise for me, across all of them. I think number 3 is hard. I think number 3 for me is Darumi. I just really didn't expect her to be as entertaining and interesting as she was, so I think she gets up there. I think if I was going to pick someone else, it would have to be Kyoshika. Kyoshika is just so bizarrely entertaining, but I don't think she quite makes the top 3 cut, unfortunately. Also really wish I got to talk about her in this. Maybe we'll talk about that in a minute. Number 2, honestly, it might be Sire. I really liked Sire. I loved the performance in both the English and Japanese for that character. A lot of the editing and recording of the audio and the visual side of this, respectively, in reverse, it was done while sipping gin and tonics from my Sire Yura glass, or Wobble glass, which I purchased while I was over in Japan. I went over to Japan halfway through my completion of this game for 10 days, spent it in Tokyo, great time, got some 100-line merch while I was there. And part of that is this Sire Wobble glass. Editing me, put a photo of the Sire Yura glass on the screen in this section so people know what I'm talking about. Always wanted to do that. Beseech alternate me in a video. That was fun. That was fun. But yeah, Sire as a character, loved it. I'm a big sucker for those sort of paternal figures that have a lot of issues going on. You know, the bigger highlights for me anytime they do some new Evangelion stuff is what are they gonna do with Gendo? I love me some Gendo Ikari action. And Sire is a very different character, but same sort of role that I love. And, I mean, number 1, it's gotta be Gaku Maruko. I mean, come on, it's pretty obvious. I put the Gaku Maruko Power Hour in there. I love me some Gaku. I can genuinely do a several hour long video just on Gaku Maruko if I wanted. I don't want to. I kind of want to a little, but I don't want to enough to actually do that. During the editing process for that first section on Gaku, very early into the video, about an hour in when we're talking about Gaku's own insecurities, manifesting when there's a way for them to exist in the world, I ended up sort of going into a Gaku Moe overload, if you will, and in a haze commissioned art of Gaku being crying and pathetic and such. If that's done by the time this ends up out there, I'll probably direct to the artist who did it. Very excited for that. Follow me on social media, I'll probably retweet and shill it really hard when it arrives. But wow, what a character, Gaku Maruko. That guy is amazing. And it feels like a disservice to all the other characters to have to exist in the same realm as my perfect little Chud son. Love that guy. But characters schmaracters, what we're really here for, of course, is the routes. I think there's still a world where this video will be titled Analyzing Every Ending of 100 Line, even if that's not exactly an accurate look at how we sort of move through it. It's much more character focused, and then occasionally we talk about routes. And then other than that, it's just big thematic ideas. Once we get to the conclusion, of course, it's all about, like, going route by route as we look at where we've picked up these themes and such, so maybe I'll keep it. I think it's a very eye-catching title, and it kind of is correct in terms of what we're doing here. Before we even get to the top 3 rankings, I want to do a specific shout-out and honorable mention to the Ava route. Ava, I've already said, is a character we don't really get to talk about based on the direction we take. But Ava is Ava's own route. The Ava route is a route that also we don't really touch on sort of coincidentally, because it's mostly about Ava's character, and a lot of the things that I would talk about end up wrapped up in the Rebellion route discussion, as another route that focuses on Futuran civilians. But yeah, top 3 routes. I think we'll start number 3 off with a obvious sort of pick. Cult of Takumi. I mean, come on, is it not? It's the first one we talk about in proper depth. I mean, I guess we touch romance first, but Cult of Takumi is where our depth starts. Amazing route. I loved the horror elements, especially when you try and get off it and they kill Nozomi. That was terrifying. And there's this real sort of awesome tonal whiplash where you go, oh my god, this is terrifying. And then immediately after you end up in the Eito Aotsuki yaoi sex scene, which admittedly is a bit, you're like, ugh, problematic. But a lot of that sort of discomfort at the moment of playing, this was one of the earlier endings I got. I'd only gotten, I think, 4 or 5 before I ended up going back and doing Cult of Takumi, but not intentionally, by circumstance. But one of the things is that before I started even playing the game, I think it was about a week before this CG got leaked, and there was a lot of hubbub about, finding it. A lot of that Luffy running off the cliff One Piece thing, like, it's real, we gotta find it, the treasure's hidden, etc. Very fun and interesting route. Not to be antagonistic, but it's kind of a guilty pleasure for me. I do like to consider the potential 100-line player who gets the end of the first 100 days, and they're kind of, I hate to say it like this, but a stereotype of the Twitter-using Danganronpa fan, if you will. We know them and love them, no shade meant to be thrown, but I can imagine the way that these people are sort of stereotyped and present themselves as taking like a series of directions. They don't want to kill Eito because that's Kamida squared, and they love all of them are Kamida fanboys, Kamida fangirls, and from this they end up telling people they're a time traveler, get on that second scenario path, and you end up at the point, the 3-way sacrifice point that we go back to a whole bunch, because it's a great place to sort of look at decision making in 100 line, where you gotta choose to sacrifice Kyoshika, Darumi, not Darumi, sacrifice Kyoshika, Takamaru, or Tsubasa. Tsubasa leads to Veshnes, Kyoshika along the second scenario path, and it's just the idea of someone going, ooh, I'm gonna get rid of Takamaru, he's like a stinky man, I want my cute girls who I like, and then getting hit with the Cult of Takumi route, which is, for lack of a better word, incredibly perverse. And just getting all these sort of like gross out like aero CGs that get worse and worse as they go. It's a guilty pleasure to imagine the fan who does that with like joy and then is left in horror at what they've arrived at. But yeah, the Takumi characterization, this regression to a sort of man-child, I love. I think it's one of my favorite interpretations of Takumi in terms of character regression, and across all the routes where he kind of loses his way. This is definitely my favorite, if maybe second favorite. I think it's my favorite. Number 2, that's gotta be multiple Eitos. Multiple Eitos, wow. I didn't actually get this one for a little bit. I had to get through second scenario, of course, and I was just moving backwards through them. So before multiple Eitos, I saw things like Ava Route, Goodbye Eito, which is also very good, but eventually made my way back up the flowchart, got to multiple Eitos, and ooh, my sort of big struggle with it initially was grappling with the fact that there isn't really a happy ending once you end up on multiple Eitos. Talking about Cult of Takumi early on, we talk about how there are routes that kind of just don't have happy endings. It's true for Retsnom, it's true for multiple Eitos, but it's not like they're bad endings. It's not like everyone dies, things suck. There's real meat to some of these endings, and the routes themselves are full of good juices, even ones as short as multiple Eitos, which is just like 2 days after the split. That really, really juicy rivalry dynamic that Takumi and Eito have inside Takumi's head. I think this sort of close character work for them is probably where it's at its strongest. I do like a lot of the stuff in the original playthrough. The Killing Game dynamic when he takes over as the sponsor, I think, is really good, if a bit... Eito's a bit, like, super villainous, but not in, like, a fun, charming way. Best ending there for me, of course, was Endurance Match. Endurance Match was the last one I got, where Takumi keeps sort of killing himself in various ways to try and get the pain to convince Eito to sort of give up and give Takumi control back of his body. But the ending, like, it doesn't work. At first I was, like, really jarred by that, but I don't even mind it now. I think it's good. It's one of those few rare situations where I'm rooting for a character and am sort of upset if they lose, regardless of how much I was rooting for them. Most of the time, I'm okay with things not going my way. Hell, I even probably like it more than when they do. The only other one I can really think of, and even then I'm kind of okay with her losing, because I think it's awesome, is anytime I watch End of Evangelion, one of the few movies I've seen multiple times, because I've got friends who watch the series and like, we gotta watch the movie together. When, spoiler alert, obviously, Asuka loses to the mass-produced Avas, like, I'm always rooting for her, and it's a little bit sad, but oh my god, like, I just can't help but hope it changes this time I watch it a little bit. Not much left to say about multiple Eitos. It's a short route. It speaks for itself. If you're gonna watch, like, a playthrough of one route, multiple Eitos, definitely one to pick. Great little character dynamic going on there. And finally, number one. I think the obvious sort of picks for number one across, just about every player are going to be those sort of big, flashy ones that go to day 100, and there's a lot of plot stuff. I'm thinking Steady Fundamental, Mystery Route, probably even Killing Game. Second Scenario is the, like, sort of, that's the Nier ending D, Nier Automata ending D, ending E. Well, I guess Nier Replicant as well. But no, for me, it's gotta be Retsnom. Just, wow. Amazing character work, iconic sort of developments. One thing that sort of didn't come to fruition for me until I was already in the writing process was that idea I touch on of Retsnom's consuming information and how that plays into cosmic horror ideas, but also it's about a superficial consumption of this information. I think that is really interesting, and I wish that it branched into other routes a bit more. I think there was definitely room, not necessarily in her route, but in the character of Veshness as this sort of all-consuming god who sees power in many different ways to also superficially consume information, sort of play into that same flaw of the Retsnom. Enough route talk, enough of that. Well, that's what the whole video was for. Maybe I'll do a follow-up and I'll talk about every ending individually, and I really will analyze every ending of 100 Line. That sounds really boring. Maybe I'll do it. That sounds boring but fun, for me. I joked what feels like moments ago, relative to the pace we were moving at before, about a 10-part, 10 hours each, 100-hour Homestuck deep dive. It's been on the mind because I said to some friends while working on this that a lot of this active-passive stuff of influencing the narrative felt like reconstructing reconstructing Homestuck class specting from first principles. I will say it's fun and easy to map the characters of this game onto Homestuck class specs. I feel like a couple of my decisions would kill some people, but Eito Bard of Blood and Veshnes Lord of Hope I think are nice and easy picks that no one will complain about. I found it really difficult to do certain bits of this video. I feel like I was sort of having to straddle a middle line between prior knowledge someone's played every ending and prior knowledge these people know nothing about 100 Line, just because it is very expansive and slightly more niche title, even if I think it's probably the contender for Game of the Year, or at least in the running. There's a world where this was 2 parts, 15 hours, just because I decided, you know what, we gotta slow down, we've gotta move through these routes at a slower pace, talk about these characters. I skip over parts where Gaku sort of just in your face says, I am scared that people talk behind my back. Like, he does it like 5 times. I don't have time to slow down and get all that evidence on screen, and this is especially true for certain characters that have a lot of dialogue that's about things we talk about. Hiroko comes to mind. I should probably mention these sections are optional. You don't have to listen to this. This is all like bonus content. This is like the DVD extras. What are you still doing here? I don't really know which direction I want to be pulled in for the next one. I hope it comes out a lot sooner than the 9-month gap between Balatro and 100 Line. Personally, I've got a hankering, I've got a feeling it's going to be Bleach. It might be Tsukihime. That one will be more of a critical look, more reviewy than analysis, though. But hey, I thought the last one here was going to be Virtue's Last Reward. Instead it was this, and Virtue's Last Reward got subsumed by this wonderful title. Back on topic. Things that are in this game that I glossed over, either because they weren't relevant or I didn't really feel qualified to speak on them, if that even makes any sense. Ava felt like an impossibility to talk about. Not only because it was off topic, as mentioned like 3 or 4 times. That is a very intensive narrative that, you know, it felt sort of out of my realm to discuss with Sanctity. It's been genuine years since I've engaged with colonial narratives and colonial literature in any sort of meaningful way. It was definitely out of any depth, even if it felt particularly relevant to the discussion. The sort of surface glide we take to those themes in 100 Line felt more appropriate for where I currently am at with that knowledge and topic. Kyoshka, don't ever talk about Kyoshka. Here's my Kyoshka thoughts. She's very funny. I smile whenever she's on screen. I liked her dynamic with Takumi in the romance route, and her dynamic with Kurara in every route. I think her gags are really good. I like the one where she has a... What is it? It's like she has a crush on Naruto, and Kurara convinces Nozomi convinces Kyoshka that Nozomi dated Naruto. I don't know what's going on there, it's pretty funny. I like the part where, despite it obviously being a joke, Takumi gets jealous because he's the worst. Shoma, another character we don't really talk about. Shoma's great, but it's all sort of just supporting evidence, and the video was already too long to just go, also Shoma does this thing, also Shoma does that thing, whenever we need some more backing up for a point. But anytime he's doing something, it's probably great. I do like when Shoma gets to do things. I remember unlocking Shoma and going, this guy's fucking broken. This guy can taunt half the map, and he gets like retaliation damage. He's putting out absurd numbers. But you very quickly get to a point afterwards where you really want to be one-turning player phase moding all the maps, so Shoma's too slow at turn 2. Maybe if I go back and end up playing the game on like the ultra hard difficulty where you get one shot if you don't have armor, then maybe Shoma will be a bit more useful there. Considering that supers are nerfed in that mode, it's probably going to be a lot more item heavy as well. I was going to do a Gaku Maruko cosplay for PAX this year. Didn't get that organized in time. I was too busy with work and uni and various other proclivities. I was editing this video. That's something that kept me from getting a Gaku Maruko cosplay ready. It's Halloween today. I've still got nothing. I'm not going out anyway. I'm staying home and playing in Skullgirls Bracket. I'm out tomorrow. Maybe I'll see if I can closet cosplay something. I'd love to revisit 100 Line. Maybe talk about certain endings or certain characters in depth that we missed here. But if I do that, I gotta go back to Kagurabachi first. Everyone been keeping up with the current arc of Kagurabachi? We're almost to chapter 100. This shit's crazy. I'm in love. I do feel a little bad about talking about Zero Escape, Uchikoshi's little baby, and not talking about Danganronpa, Kodaka's baby. I mean, that feels a little unfair, but there just wasn't much to say. I could force myself to bring up V3 about, I don't know, the comedy route maybe casual route. Don't talk about casual route much. There's not much to say. It's just a fun little slice of life daydreaming. It's a fun route though. The first ending I got actually was the romance route ending. I got to the after the flowchart is unlocked. Obviously, I mean I got the normal ending. Everyone gets first as my first ending. But then I ended up on the path where you spare Eito, and there's a little bit of shenanigans. Hiroko's sort of jostling you around timelines, but of course, you know, that's my first time through. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Have we just teleported? I mean, it's pretty obvious to go to other timelines. You get a flowchart, and you're like, oh, okay, I see where this is going. I just didn't expect it to really just be a steady fundamental thing. But of course, steady fundamentals story locked. Didn't get to do that right off the bat. So instead, I had to kiss Hiroko and fall off the roof and end up on the romance route. At this point, I was streaming the game to my friends, and it was just sort of like head in my hands, like, how did we get here? Like, of course I'm gonna end up on like a silly jokester route, like pretty early on. You know what else is a silly jokester route? The coming of age route. I did not care for the coming of age route. That's it doesn't insist upon itself. I'm not doing the Peter Griffin voice. Just wasn't really my cup of tea, the coming of age route. It's fun, don't get me wrong, I just didn't really care for much of it. I like when they go to the beach, Eito and Takumi, and they're hanging out at the beach with Shion, and Moko's there. The Nozomi Kurara thing is, like, important for Kurara's character, but it's such, like, a nothing burger conflict, to be entirely honest, otherwise. It's also really kind of boring how they solve the Kako-Ima conflict on that route, as opposed to the second scenario side, where it's a bit more of a prolonged thing. You know, like, I mean, I think the crush is cute. I think when Takumi wakes up and Kako and Ima are like, yeah, we've solved our things, and also Kako has a crush on Takumi, that's cute. Let's talk about ships and shipping. That's on topic for the crush stuff. I don't care for that dynamic beyond that, but I don't know, this is the first time where I've been like, finished a thing, I'm like, I want to see these cute little couples. I've been hunting out Gaku fan art, both of the Kurara Gaku and the Yugamu Gaku variety. I also like me some, growing on me more and more every day is the Takumi Gaku dynamic, even if I think it's more of a friends thing, you know, like, let's indulge a little. Not really big on anything involving Nozomi. I don't really care for any of the dynamics, like, I think any of the ones you kind of see are more on the platonic side, except maybe Kurara and Nozomi. I can kind of get behind that. That's it though. Tsubasa is kind of chill with anyone. People seem to like Tsubasa Shion. I think that's a bit of a stretch, but it's fine. I think they got a cute look together. My crazy toxic crack one is this one's extra toxic. Ima Eito. That's like not healthy for either of them, but especially for Ima. Like, Eito is doing bad things to that guy, but I don't know, I think it's like a, ooh, give me some popcorn, I'm sitting down in the movie theater to watch something horrible. That's the kind of business there. 100 Lines, probably my game of the year. What else came out this year? I didn't play Expedition 33. Maybe I'll get to that eventually. 2XKO came out. Haven't had all that much fun with that, unfortunately. I was hoping pretty hard that I'd enjoy it, but it's just not clicking still. Tag fighters are weird, they're hard to get right. Hades 2 is pretty awesome, loving the soundtrack on that one. A lot of people seem to like that Blueprints game. I've watched a lot of Blueprints gameplay from my friends. That looks pretty fun. Don't know if it's quite this type of roguelike I want to be playing, but holy hell does that thing look interesting. 100 Line is kind of just like a perfect storm of things I like that definitely, at the very least, makes it my personal, subjective game of the year. It's got awesome character writing, it's got a flowchart with multiple routes, the strategy gameplay isn't particularly difficult, but I'm always down for some SRPG fun. Maybe I'll play that Final Fantasy Tactics remake sometime soon. The soundtrack for 100 Line, actually, speaking of, that's a good soundtrack. There's some real banger tracks in there. I couldn't use quite too many of them, because by the time I was putting the music in, a lot of the tracks had been purged from YouTube.com, and I didn't have any other soundtrack upload sites I could find that had them available and ready for download. beyond, what's his name? Masafumi Takada? Yes, beyond Masafumi Takada's original compositions for the work, the majority of the soundtrack consists of, you've got the credits theme, which is original, and then there, of course, they use Rumble by Pale Dusk as a boss fight theme. That was crazy. When that track played right at the end of the first round when you fight Eito, I was like, oh, I'm gonna be listening to this a little bit in the near future, and I was wrong. I've been listening to it a lot in the near future. Although we're past the near future now, I'm just listening to it occasionally now. The track At Midnight would have to be a standout for me. That's the one that gets used here. It's in the little conclusion section just before. I just put that one on loop. I also use the main menu theme very briefly. We just put it on and then pause it right before the summary section. That track's cool. I like the extra instruments it gets once you finish your first playthrough and the big 2 appears. Probably shouldn't have put the menu screen with a 2 there. I don't know. We're all talking spoilers, who cares? Like, it's slightly visually incorrect, but it looks fine to me. We sort of sidestepped talking around Moko as well, just thinking back to characters we don't talk much about. Moko gets a spotlight because we talk about the romance route, and she comes up when we talk about Takumi, which is nested in the section where we talk about the player, which is nested in the section where we talk about second scenario route. Moko doesn't get much screen time, but it's kind of because they write Moko as this character where, if Moko's getting a lot of screen time, things are probably going really, really well, because she's very, very smart, very, very powerful, and incredibly emotionally intelligent, especially in terms of the smartness. Solves a lot of problems just by being an empathizer and knowing how to solve problems. Kazutaka Kodaka's, of course, been around on Weibo and other social media sites and doing interviews talking about DLC. Supposedly, Ima is up for contention as like the first sort of DLC root focus. I'm personally really excited. It'd be nice to see Ima get to break away a bit from the Kako stuff, where Kako kind of gets, like, it's tied to Ima, the Independence arc, but she also gets to be like evil Kakugiya. That doesn't really count, but she gets more screen time than Ima, and her stuff isn't necessarily just like talking about Ima. It's about escaping him, which comes into sort of personal identity. She gets a whole detective thing too. Where's Ima's detective thing? Is that just when he talks about like having to like work as a child prostitute? That's fucked up. Like, give him a cool detective persona thing. I do love when he becomes Sirei in the first route. They should have done that a second time. I want him to be back to being Sirei. I loved what that did for his character. I'm kind of torn here between deciding which order to do DLC routes I want, and would I go back for another video if they did DLC? Let's start with the easier one. Would I go back and do like an addendum if they added DLC? Even if it was relevant, like, I trust everyone who's listening to figure that out themselves. I think you can read these DLC routes and just imagine what I would say. I think, like, I've made it pretty clear, like, the approach that 100 Line takes to these kinds of things. If they were bad, then I could be like, this doesn't apply to these routes. They kind of didn't write them. Why is the writing bad? DLC routes I want, though, well, I mean, I gotta ask for more Gaku content, right? No. I think what I'd want definitely is the Ima and Moko focused ones. Those are two characters I think get shafted. Karara as well. Karara, Kyoshika, Moko, Ima. Those are the four that... Oh, well, I guess... Who am I kidding? It's gotta be Commander focused. You really only get Ava stuff, Veshnes stuff, and you get some Adamak stuff. Oh, Dahl'Xia, obviously, but that guy's kind of his own character. He feels less like a commander, more like a different character. Adamak you get, of course, on the Veshnes route, so he's competing for screen time with Veshnes. Turumtami's got some stuff. She's got her own little bunker full of traps that shows up in the Boxes of Blessings route. That's fine. I think the ones I want to see the most are probably New Gank, Mervrum, that's Dahl'Xia's son. That's interesting to me. I like Commune a lot too. I do think that we get sort of every aspect of Commune across Killing Game, Rebellion, and her sporadic appearances across other routes. I think that covers everything I'd want to see from Commune's character. I definitely like her more in the Rebellion route as a more sort of serious, leader for the civilian Futurans, but I do enjoy the sort of younger sister role she takes under Nozomi in Killing Game. It's cute, it's fun. There's just so many feel-good vibes in Killing Game route. It just isn't quite as awesome as like the Darumi Tsubasa kiss. It's not as cool as like the fun little dysfunctional group that forms in the anti-sponsor alliance. I'm sorry, Nozomi and Commune. You've got it's like competing against Gaku and 100 Line, you know, that's what they're doing over there. There was a half joke about a BL route, a boys love route. I think if they announced that in like the first 3, I'd probably be cheering, I'd be hooting and hollering. But if this game was on like year 2 of DLC and they're like, we're doing the BL route, I'd probably be a bit less interested at that point. I think if we're doing funny gimmick ones, they gotta be early on, and then I want just like serious character-focused stories. But to be honest, I think the title stands on its own. I'd be super happy with no DLC even, as much as some characters kind of deserve a bit more of a spotlight. I think the absolute worst thing they could do is for the DLC to come out and then show the scientist who appears on the Steady Fundamental route, the older lady, even if it turns out I'm correct and it is future Hiroko, I think that's much more interesting in terms of thematic interpretation than if this character literally shows up and spells it out for us. Like, I think sometimes you should have to work a little bit harder for your understanding. I'm thinking back to Tim Rogers' Action Button reviews, and how those videos, which are very analytical, Mr. Rogers likes to present these reviews in seasons that sort of chart a course between the first episode and the last episode. And I was thinking sort of through what I've done so far from Kagurabachi to 100 Line, is there any way to really track that line? If you remove metaphor, probably. I mean, metaphor kind of covers some of the same ideas, but Kagurabachi, Balatro, 100 Line almost has a succinct line. I mean, the Kagurabachi Balatro links are tenuous at best. I think I'd consider maybe, if I had like a set of 5 or 6 things I wanted to talk about, it'd kind of be fun to chart out a course like that. This is all coming to mind because sort of the question I'm thinking about now is there a correct way to go through 100 Line? Like, should you get the endings in a certain order? I don't think there necessarily is. I think that second scenario as your first ending is either the correct choice or the completely incorrect, because it's very sort of, it has a very sort of correct feel to it. Like this is the endingest ending. It's the one where characters are too dead to really have doubts about their decisions, so there's no like, should I have done this differently? From Takumi, that is. I'll bring up Gaku one last time. I bought an Ita bag recently. Can't wait to get Gaku stuff to put in my Ita bag. It's gonna be a Gaku Ita bag. It's like that or I'm just gonna put stuff of myself in it. I think having an Ita bag of yourself is really funny. Someone said that to me recently. I was like almost genuinely like on the floor dead at the concept. I almost already bought 2 cardboard cutouts of myself earlier this year, so it's in character. If you've listened to this point, you've probably played 100 Line. You probably liked 100 Line a decent amount if you want to listen to these like shitty ramblings about it. If that's the case, I want top 3s. I want top 3 routes in the comments. I'm curious. I want to know what people's favorite ones were. In fact, I think one thing that I've sort of not been seeing, I haven't been seeking it out, but discussion-wise, is people talking about which routes they liked and why they liked them. I have a feeling that if, you were to go around to people with 100 endings down, I think the rankings would be decently similar. I'd expect second scenario higher than where I put it. Second scenario just wasn't really for me. I think that, you're going to be seeing a lot of Retsunom up high there. I think Steady Fundamental people have been putting low because they didn't really like the MacGuffin-y stuff. And it sort of feels like Steady Fundamental does things like it goes, you should be spending more time with your fellow classmates, Takumi. It's like you're like a ghost. And it feels a bit weird that plot point gets dropped, but that's what the other routes are about. Steady Fundamental, you're meant to do after so many routes that you sort of understand where if Takumi did this, what would happen, or if the story focused on it, what would happen. It's as I say, it's about creating like as many possibilities as possible, leaving the future indeterminate leads to the happiest outcome. Was it a little bit pretentious to come to the conclusion that 100 Line just wants you to, like, really understand it. Like, if it's gonna give you the privilege of interacting with the world to a greater extent than some stories, it's purely so you can understand it and move on. Maybe, but, like, this is like 5 hours. This is 5 hours of, like, analyzing a video game. Like, it was already pretentious and wanky from the get-go. You watched the intro. That was stupid pretentious. I gotta stop doing pretentious intros. I just don't know how to start. I hate doing intros and conclusions. I love just talking about things, and the intro is hard and the conclusion's difficult. This one was my most pretentious one yet. There's classical music in there. I used a bunch of classical music in the Retsnom section too. I wanted to use more, but it felt fun to use it just for Retsnom. Retsnom's so good. I loved talking about it. We're running in circles here a bit. I keep stopping myself from talking about things that would better fit in the body of this work. So maybe there will be a second 100 Line video. It won't be for a while. I got other things to talk about, things that are far more interesting, novel, and fresh. So let's be done with it here. Let's go play 100 Line. Go reread a route that you like now that you've got these new tools for reading it. Go look at Eito being like a punching bag. That's what he does. He's like a thematic punching bag. That's so cool. I like that. Fuck, I gotta go back and do the visuals. I still haven't done the visuals for anything after, like, the Eito section, basically. It's like 2 hours, two and a bit hours of visuals. I've only done, like, half the Eito section. You go have fun. You guys go play in the fields. I'm gonna go back to the mines.